Of the French revolutionaries, the really proletarian party in particular, whose head is Blanqui, has joined forces with us. The delegates of the Blanquist secret societies are in regular and official contact, Verbindung, connection, tie-up with the delegates of the Communist League, to whom they have turned over important tasks preparatory to the next French Revolution. The heads of the Revolutionary Chartist Party are likewise in regular close contact with the delegates of the Central Committee. Their journals are at our disposal. The break between this Revolutionary Independent Workers' Party and the section led by O'Connor, which is more inclined to conciliation, was substantially hastened by the delegates of the League. 51. If this is taken as an allusion to SUCR, one has to fabricate a story about why the mere existence of that organization could not be communicated to the membership in a confidential internal organizational report to tell of joint forces and official contact, etc., is a far cry from reporting the establishment of the world organization that is to lead the next revolution. What was reported here about both the London Blanquists and Harney's Chartists is what could have been written back in February, before SUCR was a gleam in its founders' eyes. If the very existence of SUCR could not be communicated, how could the policy be approved? It would be necessary to fabricate the fable that the CL, the Fraternal Democrats and the Blanquist group were all simply bureaucratic dictatorships, like, say, the Democratic Party's National Committee or the AFL-CIO's Executive Board. SUCR must have been so super secret as to destroy the whole democratic character of the CL and all the other groups, and at the same time so unimportant that nowhere else was it taken notice of. This would make great material for one of Robert Paine's novels, like the one entitled Marx, but if this sort of historical methodology were generalized, the history of society would be a shambles. Not only is nothing like SUCR mentioned in connection with the Blanquists, but, besides, there is not a hint that anything exists involving both the Blanquists and the left Chartists, who are reported on as separately as any other two items. Two minor bits of news about Chartist relations are presented, but not the big news that the revolutionary instrument for the next upheaval has been created. Either the explanation is very strange or it is very simple, and I am going to suggest a simple one. First, a subsidiary question that has been raised with great concern, which will lead us to another example of the oddity that surrounds the accepted view of SUCR. What were the important tasks preparatory to the next French Revolution that were turned over to CL representatives by the Blanquist group? The main proposal for an answer to this question comes from the aforementioned article by Norman Plotkin, important not only because of its valuable research content but also because it has been so widely cited for many years. After writing about the alleged formation of SUCR as an international revolutionary alliance, Plotkin asserts that Blanqui was informed of this alliance SUCR by Barthélemy in his letter of July 4, 1850. Very interesting, if true. The trouble is that Plotkin then cites the letter to Blanqui, which is also found in Domangit, more fully, and there is not the least mention of SUCR in it. Moreover, Plotkin repeats this singular performance. He asserts that a letter to Blanqui on July 19 by Vidal sent Blanqui the same information. He cites Vidal's letter, as does Domangit, and, again, there is not a word in it about SUCR. Since this may be hard to believe, I hereby put both letters in evidence, especially since they give useful information, if not about SUCR. First, Barthélemy's letter. We have begun, together with the German Communists, to draw up a revolutionary manual, containing in numerical order all the measures that the people will have to take immediately after the revolution in order to ensure its results and avoid a repetition of what happened in February. Our intention is to make this manual into a lit book that we will distribute among the workers so that everyone knows what he has to do to ensure the victory of the people. We will also print this manual in the form of proclamations to be posted up in the streets of Paris. Let us know if we can get our manuscript to you without any problem about it so that you can put the finishing touches on it. When you read it you will see what our intentions are, and I do not doubt for my part that you will approve them. It is difficult to confuse the collaboration of a few people on a little book with the establishment of a world organization. And here is Vidal's letter. Barthélemy promises you to send you a bit of work we have done here, you will get it at the first opportunity. This work contains what the people must demand on the morrow of a revolution. 54. Vidal continues with his description of the little manual, and winds up, this book will displease our Montagnards, who call us men of disorder, and that's all. The astonishing thing about these letters is precisely the opposite of Plotkin's empty claim. If SUCR was really in existence, how can one possibly explain the failure of both Barthélemy and Vidal, both involved with SUCR, we know, to mention this important international démarche to Blanqui? In all of the correspondence to Blanqui, there is no other letter that Plotkin finds to mention in this connection. We have, then, the French counterpart of the puzzle. An organization of universal importance is formed, allegedly, but the CL ignores it in its June report, and the Blancust leaders refrain from mentioning it to Blanqui. That leaves Harney, who is the clearest case of all. Every month his magazine, which contains work by the German and French signatories, fails to report a world-shaking revolutionary formation, while it tells its readers about tavern affairs. The accepted or Nikolaevskin version of the SUCR story makes no sense. As for the joint work on a revolutionary manual between some Blanquists and German communists, let us leave it hanging on a hook for the moment. It may or may not be the important tasks mentioned in the June address, but there is no other information. No connection can be established between Blanqui and SUCR. Here again the acid test is Domangit, who looks behind every punctuation mark to find a reason for announcing a Marx-Blanqui link. But he has to write of SUCR. Blanqui, still in prison, no doubt had nothing to do with this operation. As usual, he finds a silver lining. At any rate, he adds with what appears to be a straight face, Blanqui did not disavow it, nor break relations with the London Blanquists involved. 55. This would have been difficult to do if he did not even know that SUCR existed, as appears probable from Domangit's own account. In any case, there was no reason for him to disavow it. 5. The simple solution. I suggest a solution to the mysteries surrounding SUCR, a solution so simple that it will not appeal to the fable fabricators, but that is at least compatible with all the known facts. The organization named SUCR never really came into existence at all. What happened in April was a preliminary agreement to undertake the working out of such an organizational project, but that was as far as it went. Here is an alleged international alliance of struggle. 56. That is never again mentioned in either Marx's or Engels' correspondence, at this time or later, never mentioned in any of their writings, current or subsequent, including Engels' later articles on CL history, Blanquism, etc., never mentioned in the archives of Blanqui or the London Blanquists, never mentioned in the contemporaneous English, French, or German press, never mentioned in any reminiscences or memoirs by contemporaries. What accounts for all these negatives? More than that, even aside from the Marx-Engels correspondence and the Blanqui papers, we now have in publication a considerable number of letters of the period, written by and to members of the Communist League, sent from and to London and the continent. In, say, April-May 1850, the news of the formation of SUCR to lead the world revolution should have been momentous, in the eyes of all these correspondents. Yet what do we find? For these 2 months, one group of letters has appeared in New Mega, another in a CL document collection. 57. Yet not a single letter mentions the name of SUCR, and exactly one letter refers to the episode in any form. Judging by a statement in the editorial apparatus of New Mega, there are altogether only 2 letters known to the Institute of Marxism-Leninism that at any time mentioned the SUCR episode even indirectly. 58. These 2 letters deserve a close look. First letter. During April-May, Conrad Schramm, one of Marx's closest associates in London, was corresponding with Karl Brunn, or von Brunn, who was then in the Hamburg area. We do not have Schramm's letters, but a reply by Brunn on May 2 shows that Schramm must have told him about the signing of the SUCR accord. In a longish letter, Brunn devoted one sentence to his favorable reaction: Your information regarding the agreement Verständigung with the French is very glad tidings 59. That's all. The word Verständigung means a coming to an understanding, an arrangement. It does not sound as if he had just learned that the leadership of the world revolution had been assumed by a Hugh society. Second letter. Writing from Middlesex on December 16, after SUCR was all over, in a rather gossipy sort of letter, Wilhelm Pieper told Engels. The Messrs. Adam Schapper-Willich have fired off a second manifesto, in which they have taken up the points agreed on last April between you and the French society, but in such a silly and defective fashion that it does no harm. 60. Which manifesto is meant is unclear, doubtless one or another of the manifestos signed by the Willich-Schapper group, which still called itself Communist League, together with their erstwhile SUCR partners of the Blanquist group, Adam, Vidal, Barthélemy, ETAL, together with the German Democratic Association moderates and other émigrés. If it was the manifesto of November 16, it was the one that Marx considered champion drivel. Its text can be read in Marx's letter to Engels of December 2.61. Here there is nothing that corresponds to the points agreed on last April, certainly not to the point on la dictature des prolétaires. I would spotlight one phrase in the Pieper letter just quoted. He does not refer to an organization, or the program of an organization, only 2 points agreed on. If we take this at face value, we can conclude, what happened in April was merely the preliminary step of agreeing on a number of points which an alliance might be based on. The next steps would require discussion of many other points before the establishment of a real organization could become a reality. For the reasons previously discussed, these implementing discussions, such as the May 1 Entretien, perhaps did not achieve any definite results before political tensions quashed the whole project. This hypothesis is compelling because it squares with the two big known facts, the existence of the sheets of paper headed with a name that never was seen again, and the non-existence of any mentions of SUCR in so many places where they would be expected. The hypothesis means that no organization like SUCR ever operated. In fact, it was an idea that got to first base, and died there. There can be little doubt that the main problem was the political differences between Marx's circle and the Blanquists. In this sense, it is accurate to say that the problem was Marx-Blanquist agreement, though if such an agreement had been achieved the result would have been much more than a Marx-Blanquist alliance, as we have argued. Pieper naturally referred to the points agreed on as being between you and the French society. On one of the 4 copies of the SUCR document held in Moscow, there is a note by Engels on the Verso document on the affair with the Blanquists and Harney. 62. Of course, there is no telling how long after 1850 this note was written. We may remark, also, that the odd phrase fundamental contract used for the agreement in the Marx-Engels-Harney letter of October 9, drafted by Engels, may now be more understandable. Engels, a good businessman, knew that a contract only initiated a project. If SUCR never actually came into existence as a real organization, some of the appreciations of its significance that have been published require some second thoughts. Plotkin, whose contribution was to study the contents of the Blanky papers, where he found nothing on SUCR, nevertheless found it possible to write the highly quotable opinion that SUCR achieved the unity of the European parties of the left after the Revolution of 1848 and marked the first step toward a durable international revolutionary organization. 63. This is simple puffery. David McClellan echoed this homage with the statement that SUCR achieved a temporary unification of the European left wing after 1848 and as such was a forerunner of the First International. 64. For a non-existent organization that no one ever heard of, this is good going. For people who think that history records what happened, it is disconcerting. We can now pose the last question, which brings us back to the dictatorship of the proletarians, who actually wrote these words and the rest of the SUCR document. Let us stipulate at the outset, at the risk of repeating ourselves, that there is no information on this. But informed speculation is possible. There is a hypothesis worth mentioning. Ernst Schriepler, followed by Richard N. Hunt, raised the question in another form: whose was the initiative for the planned alliance? Who was the prime mover in bringing the group together? Marx or Harney? Schriepler thought, Hunt's candidate was Harney. 65 Certainly reasonable speculations. As we have mentioned, Harney showed consistent interest in international organization, evidenced by the Fraternal Democrats. As for Marx, we have mentioned that all of his organizational initiatives were in the direction of international organization. The trouble with the question as posed is this: an orientation toward international organization was not as unique or advanced as many historians seem to think, hence does not require special explanation. The idea of international organization, at least across French, English, German, and other European boundaries, arose virtually simultaneously with the socialist movement itself. Not only can we cite almost any of the first socialist currents, but we must remember that there was an active and continuous migration across national borders by hundreds of thousands of artisanal workers, among whom indeed the first German revolutionary groups struck root, example Weitling's tendency. The entire membership of the Communist League was international oriented by their very conditions of existence. London Blanquists were national transplants, forced to be cosmopolitan if not truly internationalist. The material basis for early socialist internationalism involved other factors too. The problem, then, is not to account for the idea of a universal revolutionary society, which needs no accounting for. The question is more specific and more difficult: who might have been the practical initiator of this particular episode? The fact that the SUCR agreements were found to be written in Willick's hand has been a sort of double bluff by history. It was easy to point out that this fact proves nothing about authorship, for Willick might simply have been the one to write out fair copies of an agreed-on text. Perfectly true, but a number of other indications, taken together, keep pointing the finger at Willick. There is no single piece of evidence that stands out as decisive, but I would adduce 3 signposts. 1. The indications are that Willick was the trait d'union, or go-between, in C.L. Blanquist relations in a personal sense. A non-intellectual, elbow-crooking bar companion, hearty man-to-man type with a man of action background and reputation, Willick was personally congenial to the French Blanquist elements. If we look back to Domangit's portrayal of Vidal, an ex-military man like Willick in Career and Character 66, we will find Willick's French counterpart, and there is no doubt that the two were personally friendly. As for Barthélemy, he and Willick were even confidants. According to Willick himself, they acted as seconds for each other in duels fought in 1850, when Willick infamously forced a duel on Conrad Scram. Willick was flanked by Barthélemy and Vidal. 67 These facts help to explain why Barthélemy took over SUCR relations for the Blanquists. After the CLSPLFT, it became even more obvious how personally involved Willick was with the Adam Barthélemy-Vidal current of the Blanquists. 68 There is no such evidence of personal closeness to the Blanquists on the part of Karl Schapper, Willick's factional partner. I would suggest that this indicates the reason why Willick, not Schapper, was the signer of the SUCR agreement, despite the fact that Schapper was the CL leader with by far the longest standing and Willick was a comparative Johnny-come-lately. This anomalous fact would require no explanation if Willick was in fact the initiator and linchpin of the project. 2. In terms of personal relations, all of these considerations point to Willick as the man most likely to have been the prime mover in the affair. The easiest question of all is why Willick himself would have been specially eager to see the formation of a supranational bloc, swallowing up the German group where Marx's politics dominated. It is a classic calculation: in a coalition or bloc of this sort, it is the trait d'union, the person who constitutes the bridge, that holds the balance. Instead of being a newcomer to the CL with personal popularity but little political weight, with unity, Willick would have become the one man who could have a special relationship to both the Marxist and the Blanquist camps, the indispensable linchpin. From Willick's standpoint, it follows, the basic deal was between the CL and the French, with Harney an added starter. 3. The most elusive consideration is the text of the SUCR statutes, the matter of style and formulation. The extant text was no doubt the outcome of some preliminary discussion, but may not have been regarded as final, only as a basis for further negotiation. The text we have may therefore not be, in all respects, the text originally drafted by the prime mover. Taking all the uncertainties into consideration, I feel that the wording does not point to either Marx or Engels as the actual author. My candidate would be Willich. Such an impression is by nature impossible to prove, but I can point. I have already pointed to the difference introduced by changing proletariat to proletarians. 69 On a different level, I would point to such formulations as those about the human family and Republican fraternity. One is reminded that Marx himself later, 1852, commented on Willich's characteristic style, citing a communication signed the Revolutionary Committee. Marx remarked that the references to civic virtues and the way in which they are definitely counting on this military instruction being carried out seem to reflect the imagination of a Willich. 70. The writer's concern with such gimmicks as unanimous admission and the two-thirds rule, with the special proviso in Article 5 for the inviolability of Article 1, all these being carefully detailed though no attention is paid to obviously basic structural provisions, this sort of thing is unlike Marx's and Engels' practices before and after this episode. There is no hard and fast reason why Marx might have held out against these elements, at least to start the Entretian off, but I do not see Marx going about it this way on his own. On the other hand, it is precisely the lopsided emphases in these statutes that remind one of people inexperienced in the organized socialist movement, trotting out their favorite hobby horses. Finally, I would urge the view that the signatures attached to the 6 statutes should not necessarily be interpreted in the same way as signatures attached to a finished public document. This document was neither public nor finished, and we simply do not know what the signatures were supposed to signify. Perhaps they merely represented an interim agreement, example to use the draft as a basis for further discussion. 6. Our central thesis. If in fact Willich did draft the 6 statutes, there is no mystery about why he included the phrases dictatorship of the proletarians and revolution in permanence in the sacrosanct Article 1. These phrases, or something like them, had just prominently appeared in Marx's writings, the former in his magazine and the latter in an official CL document. And they sounded very revolutionary to him and to his similars among the Blanquists. So much so that after reverently writing them into Article 1 with a little distortion since he did not really understand them, he enshrined them in Article 5 as inviolable. The attractive appeal of these terms to Blanquist types who did not understand their content suggests my hypothesis on why, and under what circumstances, Marx occasionally employed the new term dictatorship of the proletariat. I explained it as follows in my 1962 essay. We can now suggest why the term dictatorship of the proletariat makes its appearance in connection with the Blanquists but not by the Blanquists. Ordinarily Marx's expression for this idea would be, as it was in the Communist Manifesto, such a term as political power of the working class or rule of the proletariat. When, however, it is a question of counterposing this class concept to the Blanquist-type dictatorship, it is dressed in the formula class dictatorship. Class dictatorship is then counterposed to Blanquist dictatorship, to make the contrast. In united fronts with the Blanquists, it was only such a formulation that could be acceptable to Marx. The united front, then, was based on a formulation which preserved the class character that was basic for Marx, while at the same time making the Blanquists happy, no doubt, with its revolutionary flavor. 73. During the years since this hypothesis was published, I have seen no reason to doubt that it was the operative motive. I would add only that the motive applied not only to Blanquists outside of the Communist League but also to the sort of elements inside the League who needed the same approach. We have seen that the Blanquists accepted a conception of dictatorship as a necessary part of a revolutionary program, and after 1850 we will find that Willich, as a leader of the Willich-Schapper League, was prolific in concocting schemes for dictatorship. The problem was how to educate them to a new conception about dictatorship. The reader must forget about the modern aura that makes dictatorship a dirty word for us. This aura did not yet exist. How do you counteract the primitive Bobovist notion of dictatorship that was so common precisely among the people who wanted to be good revolutionists? You tell them, yes, dictatorship, that means rule, we want the rule of the proletariat, but that does not mean the rule of a man or a clique or a band or a party. The rule of the proletariat means the rule of a class. Class rule means class dictatorship. Thus the term came from Marx's pen in 1850 as much an instrument in the re-education of the Blanquist and Jacobin revolutionary currents in and out of the CL as was Marx's anti-conspiratorialist book review in his magazine. The Marxological myth which had dictatorship of the proletariat pegged as a Blanquist notion had history turned upside down. Dictatorship of the proletariat came into existence as an attempt to show Blanquists and other Jacobin left currents that there was another way of being revolutionary, Marx's way. If this is true, as I believe it is, we can now state our main thesis on the meaning to Marx of the term dictatorship of the proletariat, together with a claim which the reader will be able to put to the test as we go along. Namely, for Marx and Engels, from beginning to end of their careers and without any exception, dictatorship of the proletariat meant nothing more and nothing less than rule of the proletariat, the conquest of political power by the working class, the establishment of a workers' state in the first post-revolutionary period. Nothing more, whatever Marx believed would be, or might be, characteristic of the post-revolutionary period, it was not this term that dealt with such problems of a workers' state. Dictatorship of the proletariat did not refer to particular characteristics, methods, or institutions of proletarian rule. It meant the proletarian rule itself, and nothing more. Contrary to a frequent assertion, Marx had a good deal to say about the problems of a workers' state, but it was not this term that said it. Those problems, and Marx's views on them, have to be studied, of course, but there is no shortcut to them via this terminology. Nothing less, the dictatorship of the proletariat did not merely mean proletarian ascendancy in some sense short of the definitive conquest of state power by the proletariat. In this sense the term is inextricably linked to Marx's basic theory of social revolution as against notions of gradual socialistic permeation of capitalist society without a transformation of the state power. The chapters to follow will present proof after proof of this thesis, while at the same time we will find no evidence to gainsay it. This is the claim to be tested in the light of the facts. 13 Reverberations in 1850, the NDZ exchange. While the reference to proletarian dictatorship in the SUCR statutes was unknown to most contemporaries, the loci in Marx's class struggles in France had reverberations. But not because the term itself excited special perturbation. At the time, the equation of dictatorship with rule of the proletariat was commonly accepted. 1. Proletarian ascendancy. This equation, as we have said, was in the first place accepted by Marx and Engels themselves. Let us begin with a special illustration of this fact. The month of March 1850 saw the publication of the first two passages containing a version of Dictatorship of the Proletariat, in the first installments of Marx's Class Struggles in France, Loci La and LB, and also witnessed the circulation of the address to the Communist League among the League membership. The same month saw the publication of a notable article by Engels, which concluded with a rousing call for the conquest of political power by the proletariat and which saw this victory coming about in England through the utilization of universal suffrage. Let us stipulate that later Engels' view of the relationship between suffrage and revolution would become more sophisticated, but this is not our present subject. Right now we are concerned with discovering what dictatorship, or rule, of the proletariat meant to Marx in 1850, and while it is not enough to cite Engels, his coeval writings are certainly indicative. In an article on the 10 hours question for Harney's Democratic Review, Engels was intent on arguing, with a view to educating backward Englishmen, that reforms were not enough, though useful. The working classes, now the fourth estate, must become the first estate. Lasting benefit will not be conferred on them by others, they must obtain it themselves by conquering, first of all, political power. Under no circumstances have they any guarantee for bettering their social position unless by universal suffrage, which would enable them to seat a majority of working men in the House of Commons. 1. This was only one of a series of statements by both Marx and Engels, throughout their lives, acknowledging the possibility that in England workers' political power might be initiated through a parliamentary majority. But remember that, according to the Marxological myth, at this time in 1850 Marx and Engels were supposed to be Blanquist wild men pullulating with putschist proclivities. Engels' article did not stop at the vision of a parliamentary majority. He went on to explain, in very simplistic terms, that inexorable economic crises meant that a revolution was made inevitable, and this revolution, uprooting society far deeper than 1793 and 1848 ever did, will speedily lead to the political and social ascendancy of the proletarians. The word ascendancy in this context was a well-accepted Chartist term. No doubt the corresponding German term in Ingé's mind was Herrschaft. He was translating Herrschaft des Proletariats not only into English but into Chartist language. With this train of thought, he went on to counterpose the ascendancy of the manufacturing capitalists, as Marx would later counterpose the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The accumulation of economic contradictions would mean that there is an end to mill lord ascendancy. And what next? Universal ruin and chaos, say the free traders. Social revolution and proletarian ascendancy, say we. He concluded with an exhortation to work out your own salvation boldly and at once struggle for that political and social ascendancy of the proletarian class which will enable you to protect your labor yourselves too. Thus the last page of the article offered the word ascendancy 6 times. When this article appeared in the Democratic Review, Engels was writing a German version for the NRZ Review, and it was published in the issue after the one containing Locus LC. In this German article there was less attention paid to pressing the question of proletarian rule which had already been much emphasized in the magazine, but the meaning of universal suffrage was, if anything, brought out even more strongly. Universal franchise in an England 2/3 of whose inhabitants are industrial proletarians means the exclusive political rule of the working class with all the revolutionary changes in social conditions which are inseparable from it. Instead of the exhortation that closed the English article, there was an unadorned statement that the solution lies in the proletarian revolution. In neither article did the term dictatorship of the proletariat appear, though it might have. This lack was corrected by an English translation which illustrates a clear and ever-present danger in Marx studies, see Special Note D, Section 1. 2. Otto Luning and the NDZ. At the end of Chapter 12 we argued that the term dictatorship of the proletariat was intended to help re-educate the Jacobin communist elements inside and outside of the Communist League. If this was so, it may also be supposed that it elicited adverse reactions from the other side of the political spectrum, from reform socialistic elements to the right of the League. If the Blanquists or Willich types thought it was gratifyingly revolutionary in tone, the others may have found it correspondingly disturbing to moderate souls. It has been asserted that the censorious reaction to dictatorship of the proletariat was exemplified by the episode of the NDZ exchange, in which we will meet Locus 3. Schriepler's History of Early German Working Class Organization states. Otto Luning, who was now publishing the Neue Deutsche Zeitung in Frankfurt am Main, protested against the concept dictatorship of the proletariat for. According to this, Luning would have the honor of a world historic first, the first attack on the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or at least on the term. But the claim is not true. The episode illustrated a different pattern, equally important. One of Marx's earliest followers in Germany, Joseph Wedemeyer, had remained in the country after the revolution instead of emigrating. We will introduce him in more detail in Chapter 15, where he will play a prominent part. Suffice to mention here that he had joined the Communist League in 1847, was active in the Rhineland, and, after the outbreak of the revolution, joined forces with Otto Luning on a left democratic daily in Darmstadt, the Neue Deutsche Zeitung. Wedemeyer was Luning's brother-in-law as well as his associate editor. He had recently, October 1847, married Louise Luning, but it was Luning who ran the daily. Wedemeyer, to be sure, tried to influence Luning and the paper's policy in the direction of Marx's politics, with occasional successes in terms of opening the paper to CL material. But Lüning was no communist, though he had briefly been a member of the CL.5. Heinrich Otto Lüning, born the same year as Engels, was a physician by profession, turned journalist in the mid-1840s. He published the Wasserdampfbuch in 1844, the same year that the pre-Marxist Engels told the English Owenites that Dr. Lüning was one of the leading socialist writers in Germany. 6 and then, in 1845-48, the Westfälische Dampfbuch, finally the NDZ. The Neue Deutsche Zeitung, subtitled Organ of the Democracy just as the NRZ was in Cologne, began in Darmstadt on July 1, 1848, and stayed in that city through the following March. On April 1, 1849 it began publishing in Frankfurt, the seat of the National Assembly, and in September the paper dubbed itself Organ of the German National Assembly, setting up an editorial commission of 5 left deputies. The following month it merged with Frankfurt's Deutsche Reichszeitung, which Robert Blum had founded, and took on its editor J. George Gunther in addition to Wade Meyer. The NDZ was going to come to an end in December 1850 as a result of the government's harassment of its editors. Lüning later, 1859, joined the Nationalverein and, after 1866, the National Liberals. He died in 1868. Lüning's socialism was the hazy, sentimental sort that the Communist Manifesto had immortalized under the name of True Socialism, originally shaped by Moses Hess and best represented by Karl Grun's writings. Above all, in a movement of hards and softs, Lüning was a doughy soft. Marx, Engels, and Wade Meyer had cause to know this characteristic of Lüning while he was still publishing the Westfälische Dampfbuch in Bielefeld and Paderborn. Wade Meyer, who participated in the editorial work, was already trying to win Lüning and the paper over to CL Politics 7, and in the summer of 1846 Lüning went so far as to publish Marx's and Engels' circular against Krieg, their critique of the CL discrediting communism being preached by Weitling's disciple in America. 8 But Lüning made changes in the text to soften it, added some meditations of his own, introduced it with a misty foreword, and sanitized it with a concluding afterword, ruefully allowing that in publishing the circular the paper was indulging in self-criticism. 9. Engels groaned over Lüning's performance in a letter to Marx, once more giving the Marxologists proof of how intolerant he and his friend were of hopeless muddleheads. Lüning's rubbish above all is splendiferous stuff. One can see the fellow in the flesh before the mind's eye, as he ventures to shit in his pants like a good Philistine. Engels then quoted the last 2 lines of a famous epigram by Goethe. A cavalier noble in mind and breast is everywhere welcomed and feted. There's many a girl with wit and a jest. He's totally captivated. But if he lacks force and fists in a brawl, what then can protect him a bit? And if he has no behind at all, on what can this noble chap sit? 10. A question of fundaments and fundamentals. In Engels' opinion, Lüning seems to be noticing that he too has no material basis on which to seat his communism. 11. In the early part of 1847 Engels worked on a supplement to the German ideology dealing with true socialism, unfinished and unpublished. It began with a section devoted to Lüning's Westfälische Dampfbuch, not omitting the lines from Goethe, mostly concerned with politico-literary banter. The Dampfbuch's true socialism was mainly a matter of shedding bitter tears over the misery of suffering humanity. It has a soft nature like milky rice pudding, it prefers merciful and loving reviewers rather than heartless, cold severity of judgment, and so on. 12. The rice pudding should certainly be kept in mind when we come, later the same year, to Marx's dealings with Lüning on a contribution to the paper. With Wade Meyer's support, Marx tried to get Lüning to publish his critique of Grum. 13 Now a number of writers 14 have published the statement that Lüning protested to Marx that his own views were close to Marx's, but now New Mega has published the source of this information, namely, Lüning's letter to Marx of July 16, 1847, in connection with the piece on Grun. It turns out that Looning's protestation, I believe that not only W.E.D. Meyer's but also my own writings are not far from your standpoint, was a prelude to demonstrating its own inaccuracy. For, after this vague claim of agreement, Looning proceeded to his real business, upbraiding Marx at length for being so bitter and antagonistic in criticizing people like Kriege and Grun. He approved of the criticism of Kriege's extravagant tomfoolery, but it should have been milder. He agreed that Grun's writing was empty phraseology, but this empty phraseology should not be treated so roughly, nor in fact revealed to be empty phraseology, and so on. Point 15. This letter is the proper prelude to the NDZ exchange of 1850. A historical note must be attached. There is no logical reason why a person could not have really agreed politically with Marx's critique and at the same time really disapproved only of a too harsh tone. Unquestionably there is room to take a position in the space between content and form. We can even grant that such a person may have existed, though no name comes readily to mind. For one thing, such persons would be more likely to express their opinion privately, rather than in the form of a public attack, since their aim, by the terms of the hypothesis, would really be to help Marx. In any case, it will not do for Marxologists to assume that anyone who denounces Marx's harshness in criticism is himself a seraph of sweetness and light whose objection is really not based on disagreement with the content of Marx's thought. Indeed, the opposite has to be assumed till proved otherwise, for this is what history and experience teaches. 3. Looning lifts a lance. When the first 3 issues of Marx's London magazine NRZ Review came out in March and April, the contents were dominated by Marx's article series on the class struggles in France. Wade Meyer naturally wanted to get publicity for the magazine in the NDZ by running a review of Marx's publication. His intention was to write such a review himself, but Looning informed him he was going to do the job and in fact had already started on it. But by June nothing had appeared. Point 16. Meanwhile Marx was becoming impatient. Not only Marx but others in his circle who knew Looning had a low expectation of the Westphalian. Ernst Dronke, who traveled on the continent for a commercial firm, wrote Engels in February and May, from Paris and Frankfurt respectively, that his experiences as a contributor to Looning's NDZ had been discouraging, that fat Bierswiller Looning has become the worst sort of bourgeois. Wade Meyer, as you know yourself, is entirely the will-less wage worker in his brother-in-law's shop. 17 later he referred to Looning similarly as a beer-philister. Point 18. On June 8 Marx complained to Wade Meyer that your paper seems to have joined the rest to form a conspiration. Do silence in regard to our review. 19 Wade Meyer replied by explaining the circumstances already mentioned. Looning's plan to write a review was dragging on because he was waiting to receive the 4th number of the NRZ Review, which, as a matter of fact, had come off the press about May 19. Besides, his personal relations with the chief editor were on a bad footing and so he could not press. Point 20. On hearing that it was Looning who planned to write the review, Marx sent up a storm signal. It was his wife Jenny who actually wrote to Wade Meyer about it, as she did when it was necessary to take over his correspondence now and then. Marx wants to tell you, wrote Jenny, that it would really not be desirable for Looning to do a criticism, a strong attack would do, only no approbation. Also, my husband has never expected a profound criticism, but rather the simple things such as all papers do for magazines and brochures, what your paper does too when you want to publicize and propagate writings. In this case you give suitable short extracts. This requires little work. Point 21. This request for an attack rather than approval is surely the most vivid way Marx could express his opinion of what might be expected from Looning, and he was not disappointed. Looning wrote a 4-part article on the NRZ Review, mainly on Marx's writing. Point 22. After Marx had seen the first 2 installments, he commented in a letter to Wade Meyer, Looning's criticism I have seen 1 and 2 shows that he does not understand what he would like to criticize. Perhaps I will give him some elucidations in our review. 23 But only 1 issue of the NRZ Review was published after this, and Marx did not include a comment on Looning. Instead, he sent a comment to Lüning himself for publication in the NDZ. It will be presented in the next section. As we might expect, Dranke was also disgusted by Lüning's criticism. Unlike Engels, he was moved to think not of Goethe's but of Heine's verse. As for Aditroll Lüning and his article against Marx in the feuilleton of his Skysblatt sheet, I would like to send an article right away from Geneva, in which it will accompany the verse Manchmal auch gestunken habend with proofs of his bourgeois venality and venal bourgeoisness. 24. Finally, to anticipate a little, let us record the effect of Lüning's anti-Marx article on his associate editor and brother-in-law Wade Meyer. About a week after the last installment, and just as the NDZ was printing Marx's statement, he told Marx, "I had asked to have my name stricken from the list of editors beginning July 1st and thenceforth figure only as a contributor, a position which is in fact the only one I hold now." Lüning did not want to accede to this, and to get out entirely is under present conditions a desperate business which would have to be thought over many times. 25. There was good reason for the sharp reaction by Dranke and Wade Meyer. To see this, we have to do justice to Lüning and his article. For Locus 3, Lüning versus Marx. Otto Lüning's four-part article criticizing Marx's class struggles in France is, or rather should be, a historic document in the history of anti-Marxism, which after all is part of the history of Marxism. It has been ignored, for one thing, because it is thoroughly unavailable, never having been anywhere reprinted or summarized. Yet it has a right to be called the first presentation of the Bernstein revisionist viewpoint in print, Bernsteinian before Bernsteinism. Not that Lüning's views were innovative, on the contrary, his line of thought was run-of-the-mill petty bourgeois socialism, to use the classificatory system of the Communist Manifesto. Its pioneering aspect was this: it was the first time, as far as I know, that the aforesaid run-of-the-mill reformist ideas were counterposed to Marx's in a critique of Marx's basic socio-political theory of the class struggle. This is the task that Lüning undertook, in fact began with. Like many others who have denounced Marx for being intolerant of disagreement, said intolerance being manifested by his otherwise unexplainable determination to defend his point of view, Lüning showed his benign tolerance by devoting the entire first installment of his review to an attack on Marx's basic theory before telling his readers more than 2 words about what the writing under review was about. In the present volume we cannot digress to discuss Lüning's views in general, but let us summarize his first part enough to provide the context for the passage which, we will find, elicited Marx's reply. After high praise of Marx's style, Lüning set up the target to shoot at. The red thread that winds through Herr Marx's whole world and conception of history is the cleavage of present-day society into different classes, whose interests at almost all points are so mutually contradictory that the triumph of one entails the destruction of the other. The struggles of these classes are the motivating factors in the life of peoples and states, they form the crux of all historical events. Such a class struggle theory of history, therefore of politics, was anathema to Lüning, of course. He went on to explain that, for Marx, the bourgeoisie had triumphed over the feudal aristocracy and must now yield to the proletariat. The future belongs to this class, according to Marx. He then represented Marx as believing that only the proletarian struggle against capital had significance. Here his summary of Marx's thought went awry, but it was his prelude to the key passage, which went as follows. Any revolutionary movement of the present day that has a content different from this struggle of proletariat versus bourgeoisie is without significance, but all more or less take on this character. And the aim and the final end of all revolutionary movements of the present day is the revolutionary rule, the dictatorship of the working class. This is what Lüning is exercised about, but which is it, rule or dictatorship? Let us continue and see. There is a great deal of truth in these views of Marx. He goes on to say, there are struggles between classes in history. He next calls them castes of society, speaking in his own voice. There are harsh contradictions in social life. The knife and fork question, bread and butter question, cannot be ignored. Labor is the slave of capital. All this is an unnatural state of affairs and cannot last. All of these concessions naturally lead up to the main indictment of Marx's viewpoint. The result of the present revolutionary movements will in the end be what Marx denotes as rule of the working class. It is probable that a dictatorship instituted by the Revolutionary Party, predominantly through the weight of the working class, will direct the transition from the old to the new society, no matter how angry the gods of the Stirnerian Olympus in the Berlin Abendpost get over this limitation on personal freedom. 26. To interrupt for a comment, it is clear that Luning's target is the rule of the working class. He stresses that word himself. He concedes what his own Social Democratic Party leaders have already made clear, that the transition will entail a dictatorship. It is important to note that the dictatorship he accepts is one instituted by the leading party, and the relationship to the working class which he envisages is that the dictatorship of the party will be based on the weight of the working class. The implication is that the working class is there to be used as a weight, as an instrument. The modern reader should not think of Stalin but Louis Blanc. Let us now continue with the passage, for he has just gotten to the point of unsheathing the knife. The target is rule. But class rule is always an immoral and irrational condition, and though we regard the rule of the working class as 100 times more moral and rational than the rule of the classes of junkers and stock exchange wolves, because the former comprises useful members of society and the latter useless ones, yet we can, at the risk of being thrown in among the petty bourgeois Democrats, find the aim and the goal of the present-day revolutionary movements not in the transference of rule from one class to another but in the destruction of class differences. There it is, the specific point he chooses to attack on. In other parts of the article he is going to snipe away at Marx's concept of class, for his own view of society is essentially based on the dichotomy of good and bad people. Let us continue this passage for a few lines to let him wind down. And if the basic evil of present-day society, the legalized exploitation of labor by capital, is eliminated, then the most hateful class differences disappear by themselves, namely, that a person who contributes nothing toward fulfilling the purpose of society can idly carouse and live in luxury, while another who toils in drudgery for the service of and in the interest of society and devotes all his strength and abilities to it like a newspaper editor must live in want and hunger. It is only in the middle of his second installment that Luning starts telling his readers about the content of Marx's work. In this connection one should recall the point that Jenny Marx had made in her letter to Weidmeyer, namely, that the customary content of such a review article was a presentation of the writing, with short extracts enough to make the publication known and promote it, certainly not a polemic on social theory. The heading over Luning's article suggested the simple, standard approach: it was merely the name of Marx's magazine plus by Karl Marx. And this critique was not signed not at the beginning or the end. Luning was, in fact, treating Marx's work not in the simple, standard way but as the work of a political opponent. This after a couple of years of protestation that the trouble with Marx was that he was so hard on people who disagreed with him. There was another example of this pattern, which we can cover here only in part. This was Luning's treatment of Engels' contribution to the NRZ review on the German campaign for a Reich Constitution. 27 Luning took swipes at Engels' piece in the first paragraph of his first installment and in the last part of his last, pretending great scorn, in a virulent tone that can only be accounted for if we assume that he was allowing himself to write in Engels' case the way he would have liked to have done in Marx's. As we have seen, Marx first entertained the idea of taking up Luning's political attack in his own magazine, in which case he would no doubt have discussed its theoretical content. As it was, Marx's response to Bernsteinism avant la lettre had to wait till 1879.28 for whatever reason. There is no record of his thinking on the matter. He plainly decided to limit himself to a very brief, indeed curt, letter to the editor on one point which, he felt, needed no theoretical argumentation. We have to quote the whole of Marx's letter in order to show what is not in it as well as to elucidate its several references. Locus 3. Statement. To the editor of the Neue Deutsche Zeitung. In your paper's feuilleton of June 22, this year, you taxed me with advocating the rule and the dictatorship of the working class, while as against me you put forward the abolition of class differences altogether. I do not understand this correction. You knew very well that the manifesto of the Communist Party, published before the February Revolution in 1848, p. 16, says, when in the struggle against the bourgeoisie the proletariat necessarily unifies itself as a class, makes itself the ruling class through a revolution, and as ruling class forcibly abolishes the old relations of production, then along with these relations of production it abolishes the preconditions of existence of class antagonism and of classes in general, and therewith its own rule as a class. You know that I advocated the same view in the Mesure de la Philosophie against Proudhon, before February 1848. Finally, the very article you criticize, p. 32, number 3 of the NRZ Review, says, this socialism, i.e., communism, is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the necessary transit point to the abolition of class distinctions generally, to the abolition of all the relations of production on which they rest, to the abolition of all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, to the revolutionizing of all the ideas that result from these social relations. K. Marx, June 1850. Engels also had a short statement published, on a point which does not concern us now. Point 30. 5. Marx's equation. The phrase dictatorship of the proletariat had occurred in Luning's article and it was echoed in Marx's statement, but the first point to be made is that neither piece was about this term. Neither Luning nor Marx saw any special point, to be explained or defended, in the use of dictatorship rather than rule. This was not the problem. For Marx the passage in the class struggles in France, which is our locus LC 31, was assimilated in his own mind with the two other passages he cited. The first is from the Manifesto. We have already seen this passage and its context in chapter 8.32. That Marx cited it as an equivalent of locus LC tends to confirm the often expressed view that the Manifesto's formulation rule of the proletariat was equated in his mind with dictatorship of the proletariat. The second passage adduced by Marx was the especially strong statement at the end of his Poverty of Philosophy. Does this mean that after the fall of the old society there will be a new class domination culminating in a new political power? No. The condition for the emancipation of the working class is the abolition of all classes, just as the condition for the emancipation of the third estate, of the bourgeois order, was the abolition of all estates and all orders. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonism in civil society. 33. There is still another invocation of the abolition of all classes in the very last paragraph. Truly, the emphasis here was overwhelmingly not on the rule but on the abolition of classes. The third citation, from the very article Luning was reviewing, was the game-winning point. That this NDZ exchange was not at all centered around dictatorship of any sort, but squarely around the basic concept of class rule in any form, was fully confirmed by Luning's rejoinder to Marx's statement. As regards the correction by Herr Marx, I am glad I can admit that it is well founded. The remark about the abolition of class differences is found, to be sure, even in one of the articles under discussion, but it comes in so incidentally that surely many people have overlooked it, as I did. Therefore I am not even very sorry I made the error. For Herr Marx himself, and even more his supporters, constantly put the accent on the rule of the class, the abolition of which they let peep out only reluctantly as a later concession. In contrast, I wished to place the abolition in the foreground, as the goal and aim of the movement. 34. Unlike his article, which had been printed without a byline, Luning appended his name to this rejoinder. Weidmeyer claimed credit for pressing Luning into coming out behind the screen of anonymity. 35. In his rejoinder, Luning made out that the remark about the abolition was concealed in some other part of Marx's article, hard to find and hence easy to overlook, when in fact it was before his eyes in the very same sentence about the rule and the dictatorship. In this, Luning was pioneering the system that was going to dominate the whole first era of Bernsteinian revisionism, namely, the pretense that the difference was not a basic clash of political position but rather a secondary matter of emphasis, in which mistakes by Marx were to be cleaned up to produce a better version of Marxism. Looning struck the posture of advocating the rule but merely wishing to spotlight the abolition, an odd choice, this, for a practical reformist to concentrate attention on a dim future rather than an immediate political goal. In fact, of course, what Looning rejected was the very idea of the conquest of political power by a class movement of the proletariat. Where Bernstein was going to get the idea of denouncing this as Blanquism, Looning resorted to a feint about emphasis. Speaking of emphasis, the passage, locus LC, as cited here by Marx was stripped of its typographical emphasis in the NDZ, though there is no way to know whether this omission was due to Marx's letter or Looning's editing. That Looning was uneasy about any working class rule, whether it was in the background or foreground, was further illustrated in his rejoinder to Engels' statement. Here he intimated that it was illegitimate to talk about the proletariat itself, let alone its rule, since the sharply defined classes in his Engels sense is a result of his schematism, which I do not find in life. Although Looning had begun by acknowledging the existence of classes in historical struggles, though they quickly turned into castes, he showed that Marx's analysis of the recent class struggles in France was perturbing to his own sense of classlessness. So it transpired that this honest burgher's disagreement with Marx, far from having anything to do with the dictatorship of the proletariat, was not even limited to the rule of the same, but was in fact over the class basis of political power in general, not to speak of the very existence of a proletariat. Finally, there was Looning's interesting side blow against those supporters of Marx who constantly put the accent on the rule of the class. Looning, who had briefly been a member of the Communist League, no doubt knew a number of Marx's supporters, but he may well have had specially in mind the particular Marx supporter who was his own associate editor and brother-in-law, Wade Meyer. Given Looning's own accent, this may or may not tell us something about Wade Meyer, but we may bear it in mind when we return to the latter for locus 4. The main conclusion from this account is this: for Marx's opponent as well as for Marx, rule of the proletariat and dictatorship of the proletariat were equated one to the other. This equation will remain our guide throughout. 14 more reverberations. This chapter brings together some peripheral developments that cropped up in the train of loci 1 and 2. None of these is central to our story, but they have this in common: they illustrate how others, not Marx, reacted to talk about proletarian dictatorship. 1. Miguel's dictatorship. In 1830 the future statesman Johannes Miguel was a 22-year-old law student who had been won over to communism by Wilhelm Pieper. He had taken part in the revolution, and joined the Communist League in the late 1840s. Then in his own person he acted out part of the history of German liberalism. From an initial radicalism, he moved rightward during the 1850s, as a lawyer in Göttingen, and by 1859 helped found the Nationalverein. He was mayor of Osnabrück for many years, a leader of the National Liberals from 1867 on, a director of the Diskontogesellschaft banking enterprise in 1870 to 1873, mayor of Frankfurt in 1879. Entering the Reichstag in 1887, he helped reorganize the National Liberals, became Minister of Finance during the 1890s, and in 1897 received the crowning honor of ennoblement, henceforth known as von Miguel. In his last years he moved beyond liberalism to Bismarckian conservatism. The perfect mirror of German bourgeois politics, he was an eminent man in the last part of the 19th century. We may add, as a contribution to Curiosa, that Miguel continued to supply inside political information to Marx for some years after abandoning revolutionary politics, apparently under duress, fear of exposure of his political past. Sometime in the summer of 1850 Miguel wrote his first letter to Marx, to enter into closer relations. By this time he had no doubt read Marx's class struggles in France and very likely also the exchange in the Neue Deutsche Zeitung. In his letter Miguel began with a short political autobiography, ending with his current position as communist organizer in Göttingen. Politically. 1. Assure you that your aims are mine. Communist and atheist, I, like you, want the dictatorship of the working class. We note that Miguel ascribes this idea to Marx. Blanky is nowhere mentioned. The myth that dictatorship of the proletariat was a term affected by the Blanquists was at any rate unknown to Miguel. But this revolutionary student likewise knew little about Marx's aims, nor had he ever seen Marx couple communist and atheist as a political program in this typical Jacobin leftist way. Miguel had absorbed his leftist ideas, judging from his own letter, from Karl Blind and Piper, and as we read his letter we can have no doubt about the course he will take when the CL split between Marx and Willich Schapper forced him to choose. I choose my means solely and exclusively according to expediency. But I separate myself from you in this respect. I am firmly convinced that the next revolution will bring the petty bourgeoisie to the helm. This alleged difference is confused, since Marx would have agreed with the last statement, but we will not try to sort it out. Miguel's own program, he went on to explain, called for opposing any constituent assembly. He was in favor of terrorism in particular cases, whatever that meant to him, and local anarchy, these in order to make up for what we lack on a larger scale. Class consciousness is altogether lacking in most German workers. We must exploit the personal hatred, the desire for revenge by the peasant against the usurer, the embitterment of the day laborer against the master, in every individual locality. Since we do not yet have a center, we must terrorize quickly and intensively. We must not let the petty bourgeois take a breathing spell. We must drive the revolutionary fury to its peak through the petty bourgeois' own methods. Then perhaps for a short time we will succeed in carrying through the dictatorship of our party. This line of thought was familiar. Since the workers are not class conscious, we approach them on a more primitive level, in fact with the same political methods that Marx, unbeknown to Miguel, was seeking to combat. There was more of this in his letter. But how do this without a common plan, without a supreme command, without a common will of the leaders? This is what I have been asking myself for a year now. I saw that I was dependent on myself alone, and with my closest friends began to set up a league whose ultimate aim was communism, whose first principle was the end sanctifies the means, and whose first law was unconditional obedience. Thus Miguel explained his home-brewed rediscovery of what the Jacobin left had been doing for about a half-century. To say that Miguel's view of dictatorship was Blanquist would be to mistake the part for the whole. He had absorbed the general notion of dictatorship that permeated the Jacobin left, of which the Blanquists represented a sector. His letter breathed the spirit of crude revolutionism characteristic of all who were disgusted with the pink Social Democrats and aspired to be revolutionaries. We should note in particular that, like Looning, if from a different standpoint, he automatically associated dictatorship with dictatorship of our party. This was the left socialistic orthodoxy of the day, not some future deformation. What Miguel did not yet grasp at all was that Marx was trying to move the idea of dictatorship into a different context, to transform this protean notion of dictatorship into a more specific political idea, class dictatorship. When Miguel found out the difference between Marx and Willich, he opted for Willich's political line, though retaining membership in the CL. Miguel's biographer Wilhelm Mommsen explains that Miguel never understood Marx's ideas and was never even really interested in them primarily, that his temporary flirtation with communism was due to the yearning of hot-blooded youth for political activism, plus a certain incapability of clear political thinking too. There is no record of a reply by Marx to this letter of Miguel's. To enter Hooligan, raving. Around September 1850 a pamphlet was published in Cologne with the title Vorgeschmack in die künftige deutsche Diktatur von Marx und Engels, Foretaste of the Future German Dictatorship by Marx and Engels, signed Tellering 3. One might think that this sensational title would excite Marxological admiration for its author's prescience, and perhaps this would have been the glorious destiny of the Tellering pamphlet if a reading did not make instantly clear that this was gutter literature. The inquirer into socialist history quickly finds out that a certain number of charges flung around in political disputes were automatic reflexes. The two leading types of knee-jerk denunciations involved, a. financial exploitation and embezzlement, and b. dictatorship or bureaucratic domination of some sort. If Smith falls out with Jones over the fate of a revolution or the destiny of the world, Jones will be immediately accused of robbing some organization or seeking to run it as his barony, preferably both, but in that order. The fact that these charges were sometimes true was only one reason for the pattern, which has been more important in wrecking socialist organization than all counter-revolutionary government measures taken together. There is an additional historical principle at work here. The chances are very good that the main danger of dictatorship came from the one making the charge, not its target. Marx was on the receiving end of the system no more than was his fair share. 4 Acutely aware of the pattern, he bankrupted himself, at the end of the NRZ period in 1849, in order to leave no room for the charge that he had enriched himself at the expense of the workers, the standard form of denunciation, without however avoiding the attention of the hooligans who in every period have befouled the socialist movement. But at this point we are concerned with knee-jerk B. The first opponent of Marx, as far as I know, who knee-jerked into this pattern was Karl Heinzen. Back in 1847 Heinzen had launched a campaign against communism in the Brussels left democratic press, no doubt in response to the fact that the communist circle around Marx was becoming too influential on the left. 5 His stridently anti-communist articles were rebutted by Engels, then by Marx in an essay moralizing criticism and critical morality. 6 In September 1847, Karl Schapper took a very conciliatory tone in an unsigned statement for the Communist League, urging the need for unity between communists and other Democrats on that part of a progressive program they agreed on, such as a democratic republic. 7 Heinzen spurned such overtures with principled anti-communist fury. In 1848 he published a pamphlet titled Die Helden des deutschen Kommunismus, The Heroes of German Communism, dedicated to Marx. Here he rejected any unity with the communists because what the communists understand by republic is nothing but an institution in which a German blankie is to get a base prepared for the communist dictatorship. 8 It must not be supposed that this meant Heinzen opposed dictatorship on democratic principle. He was entirely sympathetic to Kossuth's, Blank's, and others' conception of a good dictatorship by good Democrats, and there is no reason to suppose him averse to trying his own hand, if humanity were to call him into service. The pamphlet by Tellering was as clinical a case of knee-jerk denunciation as any known. Eduard von Müller-Tellering was originally a lawyer in Koblenz. He held a post in the judiciary system until 1846, then quit, and set out on travels. In Vienna during the 1848 revolution, he became the local correspondent for Marx's Neue Rheinische by late July, without having ever met Marx, who visited Vienna only in August-September. Tellering's articles from Vienna against the brutal reaction that smashed the revolution were fiery and full of revolutionary fervor, violently revolutionary to an extravagant extent. Engels said later. 9 Expelled from Vienna at the year's end, Tellering came to Cologne to edit Hermann Becker's Westdeutsche Zeitung, and before long he published a denunciatory pamphlet against Becker. In reply to an inquiry near the end of his life, Engels recalled what he knew about Tellering. Our Vienna correspondent was a certain Müller-Tellering from Koblenz, fanatical like all Koblenzers and a first-class brawler. After his return to Germany, he came first to Cologne at the end of 49 and started a brawl with Red Becker. Then he came to London, on account of some unimportant personal business, which, given somewhat less perversity on his part, would have been straightened out in 2 minutes of conversation. He immediately started a brawl with us too, and right off launched a pamphlet. Then he went to America, tried to raise a stink against us, but faded away very soon. 10 The personal business over which Tellering exploded like a firecracker was, hard to believe, but Tellering says so, something about tickets to a GWEA ball which Engels refused to help him get free. 11 If one declines to believe him, then the alternative explanation is that he was a mental case, which many believed anyway, or that the whole thing was a pretext, which hypothesis is not inconsistent with any other. Certainly, Tellering had already shown that he was lining up politically with the right-wing German democratic wing of the emigration and against Marx's friends. 12 By April, we find, Tellering was operating as part of the anti-Marx clique in the emigration, with Struve, R. Scram, Dr. Bauer, etc., and was helping to spread the rumor, knee-jerk, that the Refugee Aid Committee supported by Marx was pocketing the funds it collected. 13. Such were the circumstances under which this first-class brawler announced Marx's future dictatorship. Even so, Tellering's pamphlet is deeply disappointing to all of us who want to find out what dictatorial crimes Marx had committed, for this information never appears. The writing is often incoherent, one never finds out exactly what he is complaining, or ranting, about outside of the fact that GWEA, or the CL, expelled him on the basis of a commission headed by Willich, who was already Marx's opponent in the League, not his ally. Above all, the pamphlet is filled with the coarsest anti-Semitic epithets of the raving kind. To call this pamphlet anti-Semitic may be misleading, for that label has been somewhat devalued by misuse. An article, which tells far more than anyone wants to know about Tellering and his pamphlet, rightly says that its anti-Semitic gibberish recalls the Nazi Stürmer. This article deplores the fact that other opponents of Marx, such as Heinzen, Ruge, R. Scram, Struve, Willich, etc., took up Tellering as if he were a respectable person, and that Arnold Ruge even sought to exalt Tellering at Marx's expense in a piece in the Bremen Press. 14. The writer was apparently unaware of the unwritten law of anti-Marxism, which is that anyone who attacks Marx is a pure and moral person interested only in truth and justice. This disappointing pamphlet with the sensational title does nothing with its dictatorship theme, either. Dictator, dictatorship, dictatorial are used a few times, as when Tellering exclaims, Marx, the future German dictator, is a Jew. 15. But there is no reference to the term or idea dictatorship of the proletariat in any form, and, although Tellering has clearly read Marx's class struggles in France, for he refers to it, he does not mention its passages on any relevant matter. After Tellering took his half-cracked brain to America in 1852, Marx occasionally heard echoes of his anti-communist imprecations floating back across the Atlantic. It seems that Marx had something on Tellering that would demolish him, not only in the eyes of our party but in the eyes of all parties. 16. But he was reluctant to use it. To launch a public scandal with such a crack brain would do him too much honor, and that is the whole aim of his maneuver. 17. But Telleringisk, Telleringsk, entered Marx's private vocabulary as a word to describe a vile slanderer. This is a kind of immortality. 3. Willich's dictatorship. We can observe by now long before 1874 when Engels will comment on it explicitly that while Marx persists in speaking of class dictatorship, everyone else thinks of dictatorship in the traditional terms. This is scarcely surprising, to be sure, for it takes time and experience for a new idea to sink in. Now we have to see how this pattern reversion to traditional dictatorship was true even of that section of the Communist League that split with Marx in 1850, the Willich-Schapper Group, which continued to use the League's name. The traditional approach was already indicated in the debate that took place when the Central Committee split on September 15, 1850. After Marx's exposition of the Willich-Schapperite position, Schapper replied in a speech that included the following. The issue is whether at the outset we ourselves do the head chopping or get our heads chopped off. When we get in, we can take such measures as assure the proletariat of rule. I am fanatical about this view. But the Central Committee has favored the opposite. 19. It must be noticed that in Schapper's perspective, not argued but taken for granted, the Communists' conquest of power does not establish the rule of the proletariat, it makes possible the subsequent taking of measures to assure the rule of the proletariat if there is a substantial interval between the rule, dictatorship, of the party and the rule, dictatorship, of the proletariat. Schapper would not be surprised. The immediate goal is assumed to be the dictatorship of the victorious party, or at least of its Central Committee. This was not a Blanquist deviation, it was the standard leftist view, which the Blanquists proper naturally shared. This view of the matter was confirmed by the line of the Willich-Schapper League after it tore free of the Marx tendency and went off on its own. The Willichized League reverted to the conspiratorial pattern that Marx had so sharply limned in his book Review only a few months before 20, and thus it made it easy for the German government to stage the Cologne Communist trial of 1852 on the basis of agent-provoked plots. As Marx explained in his pamphlet on the trial. 21 Part of the government's case was based on real documents seized in house searches, documents produced by the Willich-Schapper group to define their own politics. In the summer of 1851 the group's Paris Congress adopted a programmatic statement of directives in case of revolution, titled Instructions for the League before, during, and after the revolution. This and other documents, including a list of demands of the people, were published by the government as part of the indictment. These Willich-Schapper documents contain no formulation resembling dictatorship of the proletariat. The demands of the people is actually a list of measures to be taken by the victorious revolution. The first point would have been treated by Marx with simple hilarity: at the moment the revolution breaks out, all existing governmental authorities cease to exist. Would it were so. The second point gets down to Willichite reality: the armed people elect revolutionary committees which take all power into their hands and send delegates to a central committee, and the central committee has dictatorial power. The judiciary is replaced by tribunals that will be decided on by the revolutionary committees, and will be assigned to commissars appointed by the Central Committee. 23. The dictatorship of the Central Committee is reiterated in the instructions, which offers a somewhat more detailed scenario in its section B. Not only has the dictatorship of the proletariat disappeared, the proletariat itself has vanished, its place being taken by something called the Fourth Estate. The revolution puts all power in the hands of the People's Army, which is under the control of the representatives of the Fourth Estate, though there is no provision for the election of these representatives. As before, the insurrectionary committees elect a central committee. This central committee has dictatorial power, states the program laconically as before. All government subdivisions are replaced by corresponding committees. At the head of each stands a government commissar. At the disposal of each commissar is a detachment of the Revolutionary People's Army. The socio-economic program calls for a thoroughgoing militarization of labor. The new state, which will be the societal capitalist, Gesellschaftskapitalist, guarantees a job to every citizen. Those who are employed in this way are state workers, Staatsarbeiter, and their existence is inseparably bound up with that of the new state. Where the workers are revolutionary, the election of foremen will be left to them; where they are not, the latter will be decided by the commissars. The last sentence is my favorite: its contemplation is recommended. The program then provides for the gradual fusion of People's Army and statified labor force, and for the complete statification of all children. Near the end, looking to the future, there is finally a provision for the eventual introduction of universal suffrage. 25. Elaborations of such plans for party dictatorships were a dime a dozen in this period, and Willich's fantasy should not be considered specially interesting except in one respect: the people who adopted this document at their Congress were, in effect, counterposing it to the political statements previously written for the Communist League by Marx. The Willich-Schapper statements do not contain the least echo of the political thinking found in, say, the March address to the Communist League. Marx and his friends did not have to wait for the discovery of these documents to get acquainted with Willich's yearning for a military dictatorship. This was already a byword. In the fall of 1850 Konrad Schramm set out to get documentary evidence by means of a trick or hoax. He wrote a letter to Willich in the name of Hermann Becker of Cologne, offering Willich a military dictatorship, specifying the complete suppression of the press, etc. That ass Willich fell into the trap, bombarded Becker with letters about this coming glory, and readied an emissary for immediate dispatch. So Marx summarized the ploy in 1851. Willich has already adopted the lordly ways of a Cromwell too, has grown irritable, no longer tolerates any contradiction, and has assigned Becker the task of making a revolution in Cologne, after which he declares himself ready to take over the supreme command. 26. The letters sent by this communist Cromwell, Marx's term, 27 apparently laid out Willicke's dictatorial conceptions in some detail. 28 Engels chortled over Schramm's trick to smoke out Willicke's real ambitions. Willicke was a muttonhead for not having seen through the offer of dictatorship but the opportunity for a military dictatorship in the Rhine province, without any press that could bother him. Sapristi, this naturally must have turned the head of this wooden-headed duffer. Typical master-at-arms and drill sergeant type. 29 It seems that, according to Willicke's epistolary revelations, all literary elements were to be eradicated root and branch and the dictatorship of the mobilized Eiffel peasants proclaimed. 30. Later, when Willicke was publishing scurrilous attacks on Marx in America, Marx returned to this episode in his reply, quoting a statement by Wilhelm Stephan, who had seen Willicke's letters to Becker. Letters, wrote Stephan, in which the great field marshal and social messiah sends out from England the order to capture Cologne, to confiscate private property, to establish an artificially contrived military dictatorship, to introduce a military social code of laws, to ban all newspapers except one, which would have to publish daily orders about the prescribed mode of thought and behavior, and a quantity of further details. 31. In his Henvoit, 1860, Marx printed another appreciation of Willicke as a despot. 32 In his 1885 sketch of the history of the Communist League, Engels included a vignette of Willicke. Entirely the prophet, convinced of his personal mission as the predestined liberator of the German proletariat and as such a direct claimant as much to political as to military dictatorship. Thus, to the primitive Christian communism previously preached by Weitling was added a kind of communist Islam. 33. In 1851, Willicke's dictatorship was still prominent in their minds when Marx and Engels ran into another case, Tcho's. For Tcho's dictatorship. On September 23, 1851, when he began writing a letter to Engels, Marx had just read about the publication of the Willickite document Instructions and C in the French and German press and about police efforts to attribute it to the Marx Party. A stupid business, he grumbled. What he really wanted to discuss in the letter, however, was not Willicke's jape, which he dismissed with a few lines, but an essay he had just read in the New Yorker Staatszeitung on Revolution and War by Gustav Tcho. Only it led him back to Willicke, we will see. Gustav Tcho, whom we have already met in connection with the Revolutionary Centralization Group in Switzerland. 34 was an ex-lieutenant in the Prussian army, who had taken part in the storming of the Berlin Arsenal at the outset of the revolution. In 1849 he became chief of staff of the Palatinate Revolutionary Army. After its defeat, he emigrated to London, where he discussed RZ unity with the Communist League. In 1852 he was going to remove himself from our scene by going to Australia. Tcho's long essay, titled Outline of the Coming War, 35 envisaged a revolution combined with the inevitable war that would determine if Europe would be Republican or Cossack. Besides discussing some technical military aspects of Tcho's article, Engels' bailiwick, Marx picked out and stated what would be his target, Tcho's basic political tendency as expressed in his presentation. This was the thesis that a revolution had to be organized as a military dictatorship in order to prevent the expression of political differences within the ranks of the revolution until after the victory has been won. This was also the real issue behind Willicke's fantasy dictatorship, and would continue to be a basic line of division in the socialist movement. This is of such great significance that it is remarkable that this letter has been so thoroughly ignored. First of all, Marx summarized Tcho's viewpoint in such a way as to make the choices obvious. Here the formulation of the question is almost enough to express the viewpoint. Marx presents Tcho's lessons with the main targets underlined. Constituent assemblies of a country are not capable of organizing for a war. They always waste their time on questions of internal politics, while the time for their solution comes only after victory. Organization for a war, in the Republican camp just as much as in the Royalist, can be based only on compulsion, not on political enthusiasm, Tcho says. Even more than in the internal organization of a country, democratic principles can be applied in armies only after the victory of the revolution. 36. Still summarizing Tcho's view, he ties it up with Kavanagh's dictatorship and Willich. Tocqueville believes no revolution breaks out, i.e., no party struggle, no civil war, no class discord, until after the ending of the war and the fall of Russia. But in order to organize these armies for this war, force is needed. And where is this force to come from? From General Cavanagh or a similar military dictator in France who has his generals in Germany and northern Italy. Voila la solution, which is not very far removed from Willich's ideas. Marx argues that this conception is false. World war, i.e., in the thinking of the revolutionary Prussian lieutenant, means the rule of the military over the civil sector, at least provisionally. But how any general whatever, even if the old Napoleon himself rose from the grave, is to get not only the means but also this influence without preceding and simultaneous internal struggles, without the damned internal politics? On this the oracle is silent. This desire for revolution without internal politics, without a democratic arena of discord, is, Marx suggests, the aspiration of democratic liberals, for it is they who pretend that politics is classless. At least the pious wish of the future world warriors, which finds its suitable political expression precisely in the classless politicians and democrats as such, has been clearly expressed. 37. Thus, by a principle well known to Hegel, the bourgeois and petty bourgeois democrats, who objected so piously to communist dictatorship, found internal revolutionary democracy a terrible inconvenience and turned to their own good dictatorship, as we have seen. Writing to Engels, Marx of course did not have to spell out the whole argument. Engels' reply spelled out some more of it, with respect to the military aspect that most insistently demands dictatorship according to the Tocqueville discipline. Aside from the well-intentioned plan of suppressing the bothersome internal politics, hence the actual revolution, by a military dictator as yet undiscovered, despite Cavanagh and Willich, and aside from this very characteristic political formulation of the view taken by these gentlemen on the revolution, one should note, militarily speaking, 1. Iron discipline, which alone can secure victory, is exactly the reverse of the shelving of internal politics and of military dictatorship. Where is this discipline to come from? It is an obvious fact that disorganization of the army and thoroughgoing loosening of discipline have up to now been both a precondition and result of every victorious revolution. 38. For Marx and Engels, the discipline of a revolutionary army had to arise precisely out of its internal politics. For Tocqueville and the Willich types, discipline was imposed by the ordinary hierarchic military structure, which always finds dissent disturbing and disorganizing. It must not be supposed that either Tocqueville or Willich represented some unusually dictatorial point of view. Every military structure they knew was a dictatorship, and if the revolution was to be militarily effective, they instinctively felt that it had to be a dictatorship too. On the basis of this thinking, a dictatorship of the proletariat made no sense. From Marx's standpoint, they represented new Cromwells and Cavanaghs at the levers of the old military and state structures. 5. Icarius, the Vrai Pupil, and a near locus. Since the key to the term dictatorship of the proletariat is the concept of class dictatorship, this concept is of interest to us whenever we meet it. We meet it, for example, in an article by Marx's friend and associate J.G. Icarius, in January 1851, published in Harney's Friend of the People as the last stage of bourgeois society. Icarius, a tailor who was trying to become a political writer, was getting eager help from Marx at this time, and there can be little doubt that Marx at least previewed the manuscript. 39. Icarius' main theme was the revolutionary basis for supporting bourgeois reforms, but, he emphasized, not as friends but as foes of the bourgeois reform movement. At the very end of the four-part essay, he formulated the basic thesis of the March address to the Communist League. If we help them as foes, with independent class organization, we can drive them farther than they wish to go themselves and eventually defeat them. But if we cooperate with them as friends, we will be thrown into confusion whenever they choose to halt the revolution. If we cooperate with them, we give all command of the course to be pursued into their hands, we submit to their dictatorship. 40. Icarius, of course, had read more than one passage in which Marx had viewed the rule of the bourgeois democracy as a class dictatorship, there is no need to comment on this usage. Also of interest is an exchange of letters between Marx and Engels a few months later, in December 1851, right after Bonaparte's coup. Marx's first momentary reaction to the coup was bewilderment, 41, to such an extent that he uncharacteristically fell into the syndrome of the worse the better. Bonaparte's seizure of power may offer better possibilities of revolution than the National Assembly and its generals, like Cavaignac. He added, and the dictatorship of the National Assembly was standing at the gate. 42. The dictatorship of the National Assembly would simply have meant the assumption of all power by the representative assembly of the democracy, power taken away from Bonaparte. We have met this usage, too, in Marx before. Engels' letter, the next day, expected Bonaparte to rule as a military dictator, basing himself primarily on the army. 43. Then, the day after, he continued the discussion on the impact of Bonaparte's coup with an excursus to Proudhon's latest book, which he had just read. The book was Idées générales de la Révolution. Proudhon's introduction was addressed to the bourgeoisie. Contrary to myths about the father of anarchism, it was a straightforward call to the bourgeoisie to kindly make the revolution from above. Since it involved a conception of dictatorship, let us devote a word to the nostrum he was temporarily flogging, just as he was shortly going to appeal to Bonaparte himself to make the revolution which the bourgeoisie neglected. Proudhon appealed to the bourgeoisie, which alone, he stressed, proclaimed all the revolutionary ideas and alone put forward the principles and laid the foundations of the revolution of the 19th century. You, bourgeois of France, yours is the initiative in the progress of humanity. In 1793, continued Proudhon, the bourgeoisie had been temporarily ousted by the sans-culotte people, the tribunes of the people, presumptuous chatterboxes. All the latter could do was continue the bourgeoisie's work. Unfortunately, the bourgeoisie, feeling hurt, seemed to turn to reaction. Proudhon appealed to the bourgeoisie for reconciliation with the proletariat. 44. The same proletariat the bourgeoisie had recently subjected to the bloodiest counter-revolutionary massacre that had been seen up to that day. In this appeal to the bourgeoisie, Proudhon argued that, in 1848 as in 1793, the power was in the hands of men who were not of the people. My emphasis added. Point 45. Writing to Marx, Engels filled out Proudhon's thought with the phrase "the true people, vrai peuple." As in many letters between Marx and Engels, the line of argument is rather telescoped, or syncopated. My bracketed interpolations are guesses. See Proudhon, Appel à la bourgeoisie, page 2. And what reasoning? If the insurgents of June 1848 were beaten, this is due to the fact that they were not the vrai peuple. The vrai peuple cannot be beaten, and if the vrai peuple did not fight against Bonaparte's coup, this is due to the fact that it did not want to fight for the National Assembly. To be sure, it may be objected here that the vrai peuple, once victorious, would have been dictator itself, but it was unable to think of this, being taken by surprise, and then too, it has been duped so often. 46. It is clear that Engels' statement, the vrai peuple, once victorious, would have been dictator itself, is formulated from Engels' standpoint, not Proudhon's. It would be unfruitful to try to pin down Proudhon's thought about the revolutionary leaders who were not of the true people, given that he was celebrating the leaders of the bourgeoisie and its intellectuals as the representatives of the people par excellence. When Proudhon attacks the people of 1793 for dictatorship, the present-day reader may fail to understand that he is charging them with the sin of being extreme Democrats. Later in his book, he characteristically denounces direct government, meaning here government directly by an assembly that chooses and controls the executive. This direct government was the stairway to dictatorship and the anteroom to despotism. 47. In point of fact, insofar as Robespierre gained dictatorial power, it was by reversing this relationship. But do not send to ask of Proudhon why the control of an executive by a democratic assembly is a step to dictatorship. No one should think that Proudhon's appeal to the bourgeoisie to make the revolution was simply meant as a trick of some sort in his journal, jotted down when he began to think about this book. He wrote down this germinal thought: it is the bourgeoisie that will save us. They want liberty. 48. In 1852, when the bourgeoisie had not yet saved France, Engels wrote up his explanation of a question he had been working on since December. Ernest Jones's Notes to the People gave his article a long explanatory title, Real Causes Why the French Proletarians Remained Comparatively Inactive in December Last, that is, why there had been little resistance in France to Bonaparte's coup. Looking ahead, Engels wrote, Infinity how long it may be ere both the working and the capitalist classes may have regained strength and self-reliance enough to come out and openly claim, each for themselves, the dictatorship of France. Of course nobody can tell. 49. This is a good example of the coordinate counterposition of proletarian and bourgeois dictatorship. In fact, it may reasonably be argued that this passage qualifies as an independent locus for the use of dictatorship of the proletariat in content if not in form, similar to locus LB. Like all such cases, the counterposition of dictatorships makes clear that what is involved is the class content of the regime and not the form of government or type of political institutions. 15. From Wedemeyer to Voigt. We now come to one of the two loci most frequently cited, the only one that occurs in a personal letter by Marx. We will see that it too is a reverberation from 1850. Explaining why it came to Marx's pen at this point will throw some light on what he meant by it. This locus revolves around the figure of Joseph Wedemeyer. It occurred in a letter by Marx to Wedemeyer, but by putting some facts together we will see that Wedemeyer was not so much the recipient as the begetter. 1. Introducing Wedemeyer. Joseph Wedemeyer was born the same year as Marx, 1818, the son of a Prussian government official in the Westphalian city of Munster. Educated in a Berlin military academy, he entered on a career in the army. As a 24-year-old artillery lieutenant in Minden, in 1842, he became acquainted with the circle around the Cologne Rheinische-Zeitung. Marx was one of the contributors and supporters of the paper from the beginning of the year, and in October became editor. Wedemeyer discussed social questions with the Rheinische-Zeitung people and in a study circle with fellow officers, some of whom likewise became communists, Willich, Annika, Korff, Beust, for example. Having been imbued with socialist-communist ideas, Wedemeyer quit the army after 6 years as a professional officer, and went over to journalism. In 1844 he joined the staff of the Trierische Zeitung, which was then influenced by Karl Grun's True Socialism. He read The Holy Family and Engels' Condition of the Working Class in England, visited Marx in Paris, and in short by 1845 became an enthusiastic supporter of Marx's new ideas. In 1845 he entered into a journalistic partnership with Otto Leuning, as an associate editor of the Westfälische Dampfboot. Visiting Marx in Brussels in 1846, he was definitively converted to Marx's communism, and took part in the work of the Communist Correspondence Committee in Brussels. In 1847 he joined the Communist League along with Marx, and became an organizational as well as literary colleague of Marx's, and also a warm personal friend. With the outbreak of the 1848 revolution, he became active in Hamm, which he represented at the First Democratic Congress. In July he went along with Leuning again to help edit the Neue Deutsche Zeitung, first in Darmstadt and then in Frankfurt. Here we met him in chapter 13.1. Wedemeyer remained on as an associate editor of the NDZ until government harassment made continued publication of the paper impossible, so that it ceased appearing in December 1850. He fled in good time to Switzerland, remained active in the CL and in touch with Marx, but, unable to find work, finally decided to emigrate to the United States. Soon after arriving in New York in November 1851, he launched the journal Die Revolution, of which 2 issues appeared. During the 1850s he helped form the Proletarian League of New York along lines influenced by his conception of Marx's approach, was active in the German-American labor movement, especially in a New York strike wave in 1853, helped establish Die Reform until it died in April 1854, did freelance writing and lecturing. Then moving to Milwaukee for a job as notary and surveyor, he worked in the socialist and labor movement there and in Chicago. Returning to New York, he continued his trade union work, and in 1857 joined the Communist Club of New York. The Civil War impelled him into the Union Army. He rose to colonel, 1865. After the war he worked as a county surveyor in St. Louis, still writing for the German-American press. Throughout, up to his death in a cholera epidemic in 1866, he remained a correspondent and disciple of Marx, according to his Lights Point 2. A word is necessary on the label disciple of Marx. There is a tendency in works on socialist history to pin the tag Marxist on anyone who was influenced by Marx's ideas in any way or to any degree. How valid the label may be can only be discussed in terms of cases, but a general caution must be issued: Marx should not be held responsible for all the acts and words of everyone who was indebted to him for some degree of insight into social problems. The Marxist label has been carried to absurd lengths, as when Lawrence Grinlund is called a Marxist, but even in a legitimate case like Wade Meyer, it should not be supposed that all of the ideas he expressed came from Marx. How was he supposed to have come by a reasonably adequate acquaintance with Marx's complex of socio-economic and political views by merely reading the manifesto? By reading the Holy Family? By correspondence? By sympathetic vibrations? And this aside from the question of whether Marx was a Marxist in 1845 when Wade Meyer consorted with him in Brussels. The fact is that, even for most of Marx's associates, their Marxism was a fairly thin layer superimposed on the mass of common socialist communist ideas which Marxism was eventually going to replace. In actuality, what we are going to see is Wade Meyer trying to express the ideas of the Communist Manifesto, and doing the best he could. In this sense he was writing as a Marxist. 2. Wade Meyer's article on dictatorship. Immediately after his arrival in New York on November 7, 1851, Wade Meyer began writing for the radical German-American press. He wrote his first article for what he considered the best of the local socialist publications, the THIRD-Zeitung of New York, a semi-monthly that had been only recently founded by the Turner Bund. Wade Meyer's article appeared in the third number, dated January 1, 1852, which also included the first installment of Engels' Peasant War in Germany, reprinted from the NRZ Review, as well as Wade Meyer's announcement of his own forthcoming weekly. The title of Wade Meyer's article was Die Diktatur des Proletariats, the dictatorship of the proletariat. This was no doubt the only article with a title of the sort until the 20th century. Yet, except glancingly in the last paragraph, the article had nothing to say about the dictatorship of the proletariat. It was about the rule of the proletariat as the aim expounded in the Communist Manifesto. Most of the article is a condensation of a good part of the manifesto. There was a specific reason why an exposition of the manifesto would have been on Wade Meyer's mind. Shortly before he sailed into New York Harbor, the manifesto had appeared for the first time in an American publication, even if in unfinished form. Weitling's Republik der Arbeiter had started running installments on October 11, and cut them off in mid-course on November 8. The day after Wade Meyer's arrival. Since Weitling was furiously anti-Marx and had printed attacks on Marx only weeks before, this was a surprising development, but what had actually happened was that Weitling's departure from New York on a cross-country propaganda trip was utilized by the substitute editor, who has not been identified. The manifesto installments stopped abruptly when Weitling got back. Point 3. This was not the only evidence of interest in the manifesto. Eduard Ignaz Koch, an ex-priest who had taken part in the revolution in Germany, emigrated in 1850, and turned to journalism in New York, had recently written Marx asking for a bundle of copies of the manifesto. Marx sent him a batch of 20, plus the McFarlane English translation of 1,850, suggesting that he publish the translation in pamphlet form. Then no word from Koch. Even while Wade Meyer was still on the high seas, Marx shot him a letter with some urgent publishing proposals, including the suggestion that Wedemeyer rescue the McFarlane translation from Cook and carry out the pamphlet publication plan. 4 Wedemeyer found this letter awaiting him in New York. On December 1 he wrote back that he would try to get the English Manifesto edition published through New York Daily Tribune editor Charles A. Dana, but in fact nothing ever came of the project. 5. Wedemeyer must have started writing his THIRD-Zeitung article about the same time he was trying to accomplish this plan. As mentioned, he expounded much of the manifesto with some trimmings of his own: development of capitalism, modern industry, class struggle, role of the petty bourgeoisie and other classes, etc. In view of this background, one aspect of his article is puzzling. The article quotes two passages, complete with Marx, from the Communist Manifesto, but attaches no ascription or identification. Indeed, Marx's name is nowhere mentioned. Yet in that issue of the THIRD-Zeitung Wedemeyer had an announcement of his own forthcoming magazine Die Revolution featuring the collaboration of the editors of the former Neue Zeitung, Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Ferdinand Freiligrath, etc. Why then was Marx's name suppressed in the article? Regrettably, the only hypothesis that occurs to me is the Icaria syndrome. 6. The statement about dictatorship in Wedemeyer's last paragraph was entirely his own. Failing to find any passage in the manifesto or elsewhere in Marx to explain dictatorship, he had to get the answer out of his own head. It came out as follows. If a revolution is to be victoriously carried through, it will require a concentrated power, a dictatorship at its head. Cromwell's dictatorship was necessary in order to establish the supremacy of the English bourgeoisie. The terrorism of the First Paris Commune and of the Committee of Public Safety alone succeeded in breaking the resistance of the feudal lords on French soil. Without the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is concentrated in the big cities, the bourgeois reaction will not be done away with. Contrary to the impression given by translation, the article, outside of the title, does not offer the term dictator des proletariats. It speaks, in the above-cited paragraph, of die Diktator in den großen Staaten konzentrierten Proletariats, that is, the words concentrated in the big cities are inserted as a restrictive qualifier limiting the meaning of proletariat. An awkward translation would be, the dictatorship of the urban concentrated proletariat. Now, this means that Wedemeyer has wrenched the concept back to the old formula, which in France meant the dictatorship of Paris over the rest of the country, a popular formula typical of the Blanquists but by no means restricted to them, as we saw in the case of Louis Blanc. 7 One can be sure Wedemeyer was quite unaware that Marx and Engels rejected and ridiculed this notion. A second characteristic of Wedemeyer's formulation is indicated by the first sentence of the paragraph. If the revolution, i.e., the revolutionary regime, has a concentrated power, a dictatorship at its head, it cannot itself be that dictatorship. Wedemeyer's formulation is clearly conditioned by the idea, familiar to him before he ever read the Communist Manifesto, of a dictatorship over the revolution, the prospect of a concentrated power dominating the proletariat. Wedemeyer too did not grasp the point about class dictatorship, despite the fact that he had seen it repeatedly emphasized by Marx. There was no obvious need for Wedemeyer to have given this title to the article, no compelling reason why he made dictatorship of the proletariat the focus, at least terminologically, and for this reason had to invent an explanation of his own for the term dictatorship. The psychological reason must have been the impact made upon him by the NDZ exchange of 1850. Outside of Lüning, he was the one man whom that exchange involved personally, and it can scarcely be considered accidental that this same man made dictatorship of the proletariat a central term 18 months later. That Wedemeyer's relations with Lüning grew tenser around the episode of the NDZ exchange is a known fact, not a speculation, and so it is not very speculative to believe that there must have been some lively argumentation going on, between the brothers-in-law, over the points in dispute between Lüning and Marx. One has a right to presume that the term dictatorship of the proletariat was thus driven deeper into Wedemeyer's consciousness. The next link in the chain produced Locus 4. 3. Locus 4, Marx's letter. Weidmayer must have sent Marx and Engels a copy of his THIRD-Zeitung article. Of course, we know he sent other articles. Unfortunately, it does not show up in the extant correspondence. After receiving a letter from Weidmayer dated January 5, 1852, Marx and Engels grumbled about not hearing further from their friend for about a month. Finally, Weidmayer's letter of February 6 arrived at Marx's on February 18 or so, the date Marx sent it on to Engels. The separate replies sent back by Marx and Engels did not mention the THIRD-Zeitung article. Weidmayer wrote again on February 9, to Engels, who replied on February 27, and he may well have written again to Marx by, say, February 21.8. The point is this: when Marx wrote to Weidmayer on March 5, he must have seen the THIRD-Zeitung article by then, even though he did not mention it. He did make a comment for Weidmayer's edification on your article against Heinzen, and from there on, his letter discussed a series of points involved in current or possible polemics with Heinzen. After a train of thought that takes about 3 printed pages, he added, from the preceding notes, take whatever you think good. 9. This indicates that what Marx was doing, in most of this letter, was making suggestions to Weidmayer for material to be used in subsequent articles, especially against Heinzen, whose name continued to dominate the letter. This is the context of the famous passage which is our locus for. The polemic is against Heinzen's silly refusal to recognize classes in society. American capitalism, writes Marx, is too immature to have developed a sense of the class antagonisms in its society. For example, its top economist, Carey, denounces Ricardo as a fomenter of class struggle and accuses all the leading European economists of tearing society apart. As for myself now, no credit is due to me for having discovered the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle among them. Bourgeois historians had, long before me, described the historical development of this struggle of classes, and bourgeois economists had described their economic anatomy. This statement, by the way, will not entirely stand up. It is a polemical exaggeration, in reverse a polemical minimization. To discuss this further would be digressive, but it is enough to say that its function in this line of thought is to emphasize the newness of the claim that follows. Locus 4. What I did that was new was, 1. To show that the existence of classes is simply bound up with certain historical phases of the development of production. 2. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. That this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 10. This striking statement was immediately followed by another blow against ignorant louts like Heinzen, who deny not only the class struggle but even the existence of classes, and this in turn led to the aforementioned invitation to Weidmayer to use these notes, or glosses, glossen, for further articles. They were used in this way, the following year, by Weidmayer's colleague Kluss, with whom he shared Marx's letters 11, but Kluss's adaptations made no use of locus 4, which must have appeared to him as a personal digression or footnote. In context, Marx was emphasizing that though not the discoverer of classes and class struggle, he had shown why class struggle leads to proletarian revolution. Ordinarily, no doubt, he would have worded this in terms of rule of the proletariat, conquest of political power by the proletariat, or another of the formulations he customarily used. In substituting dictatorship of the proletariat, he was echoing the title of the article just published by Weidmayer, who himself was echoing the recent NDZ exchange between Marx and Lüning. Marx was throwing in a phrase that had special associations for his correspondent. There was an understood background behind this usage in a private letter. This is the sense in which Weidmayer not merely received this notable passage in the mail but was effectively its initiator. For echo in Herr Voigt. For about the next 20 years, between 1852 and 1871, there was no occurrence of any term like dictatorship of the proletariat in any of Marx's and Engels' writings or letters. In the context of our periodization 12 and of our central thesis 13, we must point out that, during this lull between the storms of 1848–49 and 1870–71, Marx virtually cut all organizational ties and hence dropped all organizational problems, including any problem of relations with the Blanquists proper or with the Blanquist types in the movement. But reverberations from the preceding period continued. An echo of sorts is encountered in Marx's work Herr Voigt, written and published in 1860. The events leading up to the writing of Herr Voigt are extremely complicated, like all scandalous episodes, but the details are essentially irrelevant to our present purposes. Point 14. The following summary will do. Karl Voigt was a prominent public figure both as a scientist naturalist and a political leader. His main reputation was as a Darwinian scientist, a professor at Gießen and later Geneva, who wrote works of popular science and advocated a crude form of mechanical materialism. In 1848 he was a member of the Frankfurt National Assembly, and in June 1849 was named one of the 5 Reich Regents. His main political work, Studien zur Gegenwärtigen Lage Europas, was published in 1859. It caught Marx's, and others, interest because of its advocacy of pro-Bonapartist policies. The later revelation by the Paris Commune in 1871 that he was actually paid by the Bonaparte government almost beyond doubt, as McClellan says 15 has tended unwarrantably to obscure the fact that, paid or not, this noted liberal was a Bonapartist propagandist. Through a series of events in which Marx was at first only peripherally involved, Voigt was publicly denounced in 1859 as a pro-Bonapartist. Voigt, mistakenly believing that Marx had organized the entire campaign against him, answered in the Swiss press with an attack on Marx that was a tissue of scandalous fabrications. It is enough to mention that Voigt concocted a detailed story purporting to prove that Marx was the criminal leader of a gang of blackmailers and desperados, called the Schwefelband, Brimstone Gang, in the Geneva area in 1848-49. This story was embellished with phantasmagoria, touches so outlandish that no one could possibly believe that a respectable scientist and political figure had fabricated the tale not out of the whole cloth but out of noisome rags. Then, still in 1859, Voigt published these concoctions in a book, Mein Prozess gegen die Allgemeine Zeitung. Marx decided that, ridiculous though they were, Voigt's charges had to be publicly exposed as fabrications. And so, sad to relate, he had to suspend work on his economic opus and spend most of 1860 gathering the crushing mass of evidence which he presented in Herr Voigt. To be sure, there are passages in this book that are valuable for history and biography, and for modern readers a chapter dealing with Voigt's Bonapartist book, Chapter 8, is more interesting and useful than the exposure of this granddaddy of anti-Marxist liars. As far as our own subject is concerned, we must report that dictatorship of the proletariat occurs in Herr Voigt several times, yet we have not listed a locus for it. The reason is that, with one partial exception of a sort, all the occurrences are in the course of quotations from other people. Voigt's main process had made repeated references to the term. His first one, for example, was in his preface. The Communist Party with its dictatorship of the proletariat, with the destruction of every opposing personality, with poison and dagger, robbery and pillage, was always the paralyzing Medusa head. 16. At the very beginning of Herr Voigt, Marx quoted 2 other passages by Voigt that happened to contain references to the term, but he quoted them not because of this fact but in order to present the Schwefelband fable. Voigt, as cited by Marx, wrote that the gang gradually got together in London and there revered Herr Marx as their visible chief. The political principle of these fellows was the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc. 17. The original passage in Voigt did not end with etc. but continued on, after dictatorship of the proletariat, with the following, and with this illusion they at first deceived many of the best people to be found among the refugees. 18. This same passage occurred a second time in Herr Voigt, much further on, this time as part of a passage quoted from the editor of the Berlin National Zeitung, which reprinted Voigt's slanders. 19. The next passage cited by Marx, still about the Schwefelband, included the following. Their chief is Marx, their watchword Social Republic, Workers' dictatorship, their occupation, hatching leagues and conspiracies. Point 20. In a couple of other passages, the term occurred in the course of letters printed by Marx as part of his evidence against Voigt. His friend Victor Schiele had sent him a letter about the Real Schwefelbund, a group of free-spirited youth who had no connection with Marx, crime, or politics. They would have given a bad reception to anyone who would have wanted to spoil their siesta with Marx's political economy, with workers' dictatorship, etc. 21. Here the term occurs as an echo of Voigt, and exactly the same is true when we come to the aforementioned exception, the passage which is not a quote from someone else but written by Marx. Voigt claims, says Marx, that Bonaparte has the support of the Paris workers and is ruining the bourgeoisie. Thus Louis Bonaparte is a workers' dictator, and as workers' dictator he is puffed up to the German workers in Switzerland by the same Voigt who, in his book Main Process, foams over with bourgeois indignation at the mere phrase workers' dictatorship. 22. Note that it is not Marx who is saying that Bonaparte is a workers' dictator, he is ascribing this puffery to Voigt, and by implication ridiculing it. In none of these passages is there any special comment of any kind on dictatorship of the proletariat, workers' dictator, etc. The first passage we quoted, from Voigt's preface, lumped dictatorship of the proletariat with several unpleasant inventions of a non-political nature. In the second passage, Voigt seemed to consider dictatorship of the proletariat an illusion attractive to the best people among the refugees but bad because unreal. In the third passage from Voigt, social republic and workers' dictatorship are perfectly coordinate, both, to be sure, reprehensible to any anti-communist but equally so. And when Marx finally uses the term himself, it is only to let Voigt confute himself, without making a substantive statement of his own about it. In his own book Voigt himself made no comment about dictatorship of the proletariat. He simply threw it in and exhibited it, along with various scurrilous mendacities of his own fabrication. It is true that, in the last passage cited, Marx said that Voigt foamed with indignation over the phrase, but this must have been a deduction from Voigt's way of exhibiting the phrase, not supported by a more specific attack. It seems to sound bad to him. Thus from both sides, Voigt and Marx, no special content was ascribed to the term, nor any recognition that it had a special content that needed explanation. 5 more echoes. It remains to add that Voigt's practice in this respect was continued by his son. William Voigt's reverential biography of his father in 1896 simply repeated the original slanders, copied from Main Process, in the course of which he followed the paternal pattern of mentioning dictatorship of the proletariat in passing. He did this twice in the section devoted to his father's anti-Marx campaign. Point 23. The question may be raised where Voigt got the term in 1859. In the absence of any facts about this, the conjecture must be this: as a leading figure in the Frankfurt National Assembly, which Marx flayed in his Neue Reinigungszeitung, it is quite possible that Voigt subsequently read Marx's NRZ Review in 1850 with its articles on the class struggles in France, and even the exchange with Lüning in the NDZ, which, remember, had styled itself the organ of the Frankfurt National Assembly. When he started looking around in 1859 for some mud to throw at Marx, he either remembered this material or had it recalled to him by someone else. His evocation of the term in 1859 was therefore a belated echo from 1850. This is a reasonable presumption. The fact that he picked up this term, rather than another, to go along with poison, pillage, poniards, and other pleasantries, is an indication that the term had a rather high visibility. We have already seen this in the way it was picked up by Lüning, Miguel, and Wedemeyer, each in his own way. There had been a similar case in mid-1859. At this time Marx was helping the editorial work of Das Volk, the London GWEA's organ, and contributing to its columns. Together with editor Allard Biscamp, Marx wrote a series of satirical critiques of the Democratic leader Gottfried Kinkel and his organ Hermann, under the title Gatherings from the Press. In the last of these, a passage from Kinkel was quoted, ridiculing among others people who discuss the great problem of whether in the next revolution the millennial regime of the journeyman tailors will dawn under the title workers' dictatorship. 24. Why the term occurred to Kinkel at this time is probably related to the Voigt affair, but I am not sure how the dates jibe. Vogt slanders, in the great tradition, went echoing on into the future. When another democratic anti-communist of note, Heinzen, published his autobiographical Erlets in 1874, his venomous outpourings on Marx did not neglect Vogt's inventions about the Schwefelbund, as well as some of his very own. 25. 16. The many dictatorships of Moses Hess. The figure of Moses Hess appears at this chronological point because we will be mainly interested in his operations of the 1860s, when they involved Marx peripherally. But in this chapter Marx himself will be on the sidelines. His dictatorship of the proletariat will be conspicuous by its absence, or, to put it differently, the subject of the chapter is that it does not appear. The interest of the Hess story is that it plays the spotlight on what some other people meant by workers' dictatorship. Moses Hess's name is encountered down many of the byways of the first half-century of socialist history, despite the fact that he founded no lasting school of socialism, made no theoretical contribution that is still remembered, and fathered no socialist organization. Ideologically, he did not stand still long enough to do any of these things. Few figures in this history have leaped with such volatile inconstancy from ism to ism, thus covering a good part of the territory: early communism, Prudhonism, anarchism, solipsism, true socialism, Marxism, Bonapartism, Bismarckism, Lassalleanism, Zionism, and some others for which suitable isms would have to be invented. For this reason it is disgraceful that no book in English that is worth reading has been published on his career, and that the very valuable study by Silberner has not been translated. Silberner's virulently anti-Marx point of view would certainly not stand in the way of publication. At the same time Silberner's scholarship is incontestable. Much of the present chapter is based on his work. 1. Introducing Hess. 6 years before Marx, Hess was born to a well-to-do Jewish merchant of the Rhineland, and received a Jewish upbringing. With virtually no exposure to university education, he early became a journalist and began to write books. He made the acquaintance of socialism in Paris in the late 1830s, and became one of the first socialists, or communists, in Germany. In 1837, aged 25, he published a book that ambitiously offered a bird's-eye view of history, Die Heilige der Menschheit, The Sacred History of Humanity. 4 years later, a work on world politics, Die Europäische Triarchie, The European Triarchy. At the same time he helped to found the new organ of left democracy in the Rhineland, the Cologne Rheinische-Zeitung, of which Marx became editor in October 1842. Hess was a contributor and correspondent. In 1842, he claimed, he converted Engels to communism, or to what he then called by that name. He wrote for the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher when Marx and Ruge got out its one double number. Also in parallel to Marx, he wrote for the Paris Vorwärts. In 1844, he edited the Elberfeld Gesellschaftsspiegel, which Engels originally helped found but did not stay with. In the following period Hess was the progenitor of true socialism. Engels attached Karl Grein's name to the school of socialism in a note to the Communist Manifesto, but it owed most to Hess. Augusta Cornu opines that this viewpoint was a retrogression for Hess one, but it was more like a zigzag. From about 1846, the inventor of true socialism made the zag to go with the zig. As the revolutionary atmosphere heated up, he was more and more influenced by Marx's viewpoint, becoming about two-thirds Marxist and, for once in his life, a bit of a revolutionary. But this state of exaltation passed with the revolutionary crisis itself. By 1850 Hess lined up with the Willich Schapper group against Marx. For a while he acted as secretary of the Willichite League. In the lull of the 50s, Hess devoted himself largely to natural science studies in Paris. Politically, his views shifted over to that substitute for revolution named Louis Bonaparte. His Bonapartism lasted well into the 1860s. In 1863 he joined up with Lassalle and indeed became a patriotic Lassallean, as well as an advocate along with his mentor of the Bismarckian Revolution from above. By 1867 he broke with the Lassallean movement, now led by Schweitzer, and in 1868 joined the International, which he had sneered at previously. It must be added that, in the course, he developed one of the most consciously thought-through theories of social reformism then to be found, and might well have been the world historic founder of a pre-Bernsteinian revisionism if he had worked at it. Around the same period he struck off another germinal spark with his book Romuendi Jerusalem, 1862, which heralded Zionism. He died in 1875. This sketch suggests that Hess discovered more than one dictator to make the revolution for him. The first was Louis Bonaparte, Emperor of the French. Hess was only one of the many leftists who saw Bonaparte as the enemy of capitalism and friend of the workers too, with the added advantage that Bonaparte was not one of the generals without an army of communism, he had power. Like Lassalle, writes Silberner, Hess was also convinced that Napoleon III might be a despot personally, but that the principles on which he based his rule, and which he was forced to proclaim again and again, were democratic, the will of the people, universal suffrage, improvement of the condition of the working classes. 3. On behalf of a group of émigré Democrats in Paris, in March 1859, Hess drafted a confidential communication to Bonaparte suggesting that he make the revolution s'il vous plaît. The emperor was for popular freedom, peace, and the repudiation of conquest, the liberator of the peoples. There are only three truly modern civilized societies in the world: the United States, Russia, and France. 4. This inclusion of the Tsarist autocracy along with the Bonapartist dictatorship means that Hess swallowed most of the contemporary fraud of the revolution from above. 5. Marx heard about Hess's Bonapartist euphoria from his friend Schiele, who reported that Hess was so Bonapartist that even a Frenchman broke off relations with him. 6. So Marx informed Engels. But Marx, who was working on Herr Voigt at the time, may not have known what an extreme case this principled social reformist had become by this time. We need, wrote Hess, soldiers and generals, dictators, emperors. To put down the counter-revolution we need Napoleons. 7. Bonaparte, thought Hess, is leading the revolution consciously and willingly. He is no longer savior of the monarchy but rather the dictator of the revolution, tomorrow perhaps tribune of the people. 8. As late as 1863 Hess was calling Bonaparte the testamentary executor of the French Revolution in Europe. 9. Hess's Bonapartist views were similar to Karl Voigt's. Especially since Hess was much occupied with studies in natural science, Voigt's held, he became an admirer of Voigt as one of the coryphees of German popular scientific literature. He does not seem to have been in touch with Voigt personally. 10. Most likely, I think, because Voigt's anti-communism would have made him hostile to Hess. But Hess must have been sympathetic to Voigt's study N of 1859, the book that first alerted Marx to Voigt's role as a Bonapartist propagandist. By 1863, when Lassalle founded the General German Workers' Association, GGWA, Hess was able to combine his enthusiasm for two dictators. At the GGWA founding Congress in May 1863, Hess re-entered active socialist work by accepting Lassalle's appointment as the organization's representative in Cologne. That summer, Hess published a pamphlet which showed that his enthusiasm for the Bonapartist dictatorship was not being replaced, just extended. The pamphlet Rechter Arbeit argued that the French people preferred the dictatorship of Napoleon III, who represented their desire for the right to work, to the dictatorship of a bourgeoisie which fought this right. The emperor must carry out the workers' demand or lose his basis of power, but in the long run he could not carry the demand through without transforming the whole mode of production. Sooner or later, Silberner summarizes Hess, he will come to just this hard step, by which his whole governmental system would be transformed from the ground up, or else would be forced into the renunciation of his dictatorship by the French people. 11. In the same pamphlet Hess made clear his principled social reformist and anti-revolutionary point of view. Everything in society changes only gradually, he maintained. Revolutions, wrote Hess, can only bring to political recognition that which had gradually grown into existence. Social revolutions in the sense conferred on them by communist fanatics are fantasies that belong in the lunatic asylum. Point 12. He would propose state intervention, he wrote, only in those cases where the step would satisfy the needs of all productive classes, not the interests of one class only. Point 13. That is, state intervention would have to be in the interests of the bourgeoisie and of the economy itself, not of the proletariat alone. It is indubitable that Hess has never been given his proper recognition as pioneer of the social democracy of the future. At the same time, this pioneer was, in his day, one of the clearest proponents of a revolutionary dictatorship over the people, his current candidate for workers' dictator being the emperor. To Lassalle as Hess's dictator. This, of course, explains his lack of objection to a similar course taken by his new leader, Lassalle. Lassalle's lordly character, writes Silberner, his dictatorial tendencies in the General German Workers' Association, his vainglorious posturing and excessive self-serving personal drive seem not to have disturbed Hess. If Hess was not repelled by Bonaparte's character, it is hard to see why he should find Lassalle's harder to take. Nor was Hess bothered by the reports of Lassalle's personal dealings with Bismarck, dealings that were already hotly rumored and undenied by mid-1863. An old friend of Hess fervently warned him against links with these sinister political figures, to no avail. Point 14. Hess's ardor for Lassalle rested on the two legs of his standpoint, reformism and dictatorship. In a pamphlet published toward the end of 1863, Hess's line was that the program of the Lassallean organization was the road to peaceful and gradual change. Perhaps, says Hess in Silberner's summary, there are still other means which lead to the same end, as for example the revolutionary, direct legislation by the people, or the temporary, limited dictatorship of an individual to whom the people entrust the carrying out of social reforms. But as far as we see now, Hess thought, it is the Lassallean way of the GGWA that is best. Point 15. In this context, Hess counterposed the Lassallean course to the temporary, limited dictatorship of an individual charged with carrying out social reforms, but at the same time he accepted with equanimity the form of dictatorship embodied in Lassalleanism itself. Back in Paris in 1864, Hess began contributing to a financial weekly, Journal des Actionnaires, for which he undertook to review Lassalle's economic polemic against Schultz Delitzsch. This article was, in Silberner's words, a hymn of praise for Lassalle, in the course of which Hess wrote that, if a revolution broke out in Germany, the GGWA leader might perhaps undertake the role of dictator. Point 16. Lassalle had this eulogy reprinted in Germany. Not long afterward, the future dictator was shot in a duel and died at the end of August. Before his death, the maximum leader of the GGWA had written a testamentary statement bequeathing the presidency of the organization to Bernhard Becker. Since Becker was an incompetent nonentity, there was much opposition, but Hess steadfastly supported his presidency. Soon the presidency was taken over by J.B. von Schweitzer, editor of the GGWA organ. Social Democrat Schweitzer was a more open supporter of the Bismarck regime, the Prussian form of Bonapartism, than Lassalle had been publicly, and, as we have seen, Marx and Engels made a formal break with Schweitzer's Royal Prussian government socialism. Hess published a statement in the German press attacking this ridiculous demonstration by the gentleman from London, Marx, with his secretary Engels and generous staff without an army. And Hess continued printing bitter attacks on Marx and Engels, all in defense of Schweitzer, with whom he himself was going to break 2 years later. Point 18. When J.P. Becker made a proposal to democratize the GGWA presidency structurally and to eliminate the presidential dictatorship established by Lassalle, Hess opposed the change and defended the institution of presidential rule. Point 19. J.P. Becker's reply accused Hess of supporting an enslaving dictatorship. It is clear, in all this, that Hess supported the Lassalle line of pro-Bismarckism. At least for a while, pro-Bismarckism ran concurrently with pro-Bonapartism in his mind. The difficulty in this combination was not political but national. Around the turn of the year 1864 into 1865, Hess had a conversation with Schiele, in which he still maintained that Bonaparte would bring democracy and socialism. Hess, Schiele concluded, was a Bonapartist Democrat and socialist in good faith. There was similar testimony by others. 21 In fact, there was no open break by Hess with his publicly expressed pro-Bonapartist position, but from 1865 on he was simply not recorded anymore as speaking of the emperor as the executor of the revolution. 22 At this stage, apparently, Hess's view of the revolutionary dictatorship from above crystallized around the pro-Bismarckian form of this faith. Nothing was more predictable. Back in 1859, when the Italian War broke out, a friend of Hess, another Bonapartist German émigré living in France, named Semig, had written to Hess fearful that Germany might interfere with France's liberation of Italy. In the end, wrote Semig, these Germans will yet have to be forced to become free men. He meant, forced by Bonaparte. Hess replied in agreement, the Germans, as you say, and indeed I say it without joking, must be forced to set up a free, national confederation, like the Italians. 23. Lassalle's pamphlet on the Italian War, 1859, impressed Hess as a masterpiece of common sense in its support of the Bismarckian policy. In turn, Hess thought, Bismarck executed Lassalle's program. Bismarck is, in fact, in general politics, the disciple and executor of the Lassallean ideas. 24. Bismarck did force his unity on the Germans, in 1866, with his military triumph over Austria. A wave of Prussian chauvinism swept over the liberal left. Hess joined in the pro-Prussian euphoria, which he expressed in an article in July. 25 Soon after, however, says Silberner, he drew back from this advanced position. For many years now, Hess had been one of the most extreme Francophiles to be found east of the Rhine, and when he reacted against Prussian chauvinism, and against its Lassallean representative, from 1867 on, we can be sure that his deeply imbued Francophilism was operative. 3. Messianic interlude. In the early 1860s, still inspired with the great mission of France and its imperial dictator to liberate the world, Hess thought to unleash this emancipatory force upon the Middle East to solve the Jewish question. Hess's pioneer Zionism is not part of our subject, but one element in it is. This element was a combination of messianic dictatorship with imperialist domination, as set forth in Hess's germinal book Rome and Jerusalem in 1862. Hess's type of Zionism can fairly be called messianic. His book is peppered with references to the messianic kingdom, which is spoken of in the same way as elsewhere he does of the socialist future. The great rabbis, he wrote, never separated the idea of a future world from the conception of the messianic reign. 26 When he was actively engaged on behalf of the European proletariat, he wrote, my messianic belief was, at that time, the same that I profess at present, every Jew is potentially a Messiah, we will all carry the yoke of the kingdom of heaven until the end. 27. This deliberate equation of his socialist career with his new messianism can only be a conscious reference to his support of that other messianic kingdom, the Second Empire of Napoleon III, Messiah of the peoples. Alongside the messianic theme is that of the subordination of the individual to the mystic power above. Again, we must keep in mind that the earthly ism representing the real power subjugating the individual for his own good was Bonapartism. Nothing is more foreign to the spirit of Judaism than the idea of the salvation of the individual. The point of view of our sacred history never separated the individual from the race. Judaism does not allow either spiritualistic or materialistic sects to exist in its midst. Jewish life is undivided. 28 Admittedly, I am picking these scraps of ideas out of his book like raisins out of a cake, but they are suggestive of the book's train of thought and feeling. The overwhelmingly dominant theme of the book is the concept of blood racism, a relation in which the individual is swamped. The messianic racial tribal conception is linked by Hess with his faith in the Bonapartist dictatorship. The emperor is true to his revolutionary descent, and therefore the French people submits at present to the iron dictatorship of kinghood. As in the Middle Ages, France has sent its brave soldiers to Syria and prepared the way of the Lord in the desert. 31 When the Jewish tribes return to their fatherland. 32 In Palestine, the Bonaparte regime will help establish a Jewish state because it is to the interest of France to see that the road leading to India and China should be settled by a people which will be loyal to the cause of France to the end. But is there any other nation more adapted to carry out this mission than Israel? 33. The French can rule the world, and world Jewry is predestined to aid this great cause, under the protection of the European powers. France's mission to civilize and annex the Orient was recognized by Napoleon I and the Saint-Simonian group, one of which is at present at the head of the Suez enterprise. The Suez Canal once completed, the interests of world commerce will undoubtedly demand the establishment of depots and settlements along the road to India and China. 34. A neat scheme, the same Bonapartist dictatorship that is bringing the social revolution to the French people, as they grovel in gratitude, is also ready to bestow the same beneficent sway on the world, beginning with the East, using a Jewish state in Palestine as the base of its rule. Few forms of the Zionist idea have been more frankly based on imperialist dictatorship at home and abroad. After publishing Rome and Jerusalem, Hess moved to Paris, where he tried to found a Zionist journal with a banker named Levy Bing, without success. In subsequent years he tried to implement plans for Palestine colonization by wealthy finance capitalist circles close to the French imperial court, but by the end of the 1860s Hess was disillusioned with the work accomplished by the rich Jewish financiers with whom he was trying to make the international racial revolution, and in 1870 he bitterly attacked their role in Jewish work. 35. The Messiah, it seems, was just another dictator who did not pan out according to Hess's plans. For Hess in the International. Let us now return to where we dropped Hess at the end of section 2. Developments had left him without any continuing faith in a crowned workers' dictator. His break with the Lassalleans meant that he was organizationally homeless. In this sadly dictatorless situation, he turned for the first time to the International. Since the foundation of the International in 1864, Hess had distinguished himself mainly as a sniping enemy. Back in 1865, as Paris correspondent for Schweitzer's Social Democrat, he had twice published articles slandering the French section of the International as pro-Bonapartist, with suspicious connections with the Palais Royal. The French section, being dominated by Tolain's Proudhonists, was peculiarly vulnerable to such insinuations. When Hess's first such article was published, Marx protested to Schweitzer against his printing Hess's lies or lying rumors. Schweitzer temporarily mollified him. The second time, Marx almost broke off relations with the Lassalleans over it, but was dissuaded from breaking over this kind of issue rather than over Schweitzer's Royal Prussian government socialism. 36. Now, at the very time that Hess was seeking to discredit the International's French section for being pro-Bonapartist, and attacking the General Council for having relations with these people, he himself, Moses Hess, was still an enthusiastic Bonapartist admirer and propagandist, as we have seen. No comment is necessary. In November of 1865 Hess was still attacking the idea of the International as premature. He remained hostile to the Geneva Congress of 1866. He was kinder to the Lausanne Congress of 1867, and that year also greeted Marx's capital with approval. He probably joined the International by the summer of 1868. At the Brussels Congress in that year, he showed up as a delegate of J. P. Becker's German-Swiss Center. 37. He approved the proceedings of the Congress as having not in the least a communist dictatorial spirit à la Schweitzer. The statutes of the International are a bulwark against such dictatorial or Caesarist tendencies, he wrote, apparently repudiating his Lassallean past. The whole of the younger generation of workers, wrote Hess, is completely cured of the theory of workers' dictatorship, which necessarily always turns into that of a personal dictator. Even in the former party chiefs of this tendency a salutary reaction has taken place. 38. Silberner is undoubtedly correct in believing that Hess was referring here to the Lassalle-Schweitzer theory and practice of workers' dictatorship. His talk of a cure can also be considered autobiographical. By 1869 Hess was supporting the Babel-Lenik tendency against Schweitzer's GGWA. He approved the establishment of the Eisenacher Party in August because it countered all dictatorial hankerings. He probably thought the Eisenachers represented a reformist development, for in coeval writings he was spelling out his fully formed reformist conception of socialism and politics. 39. At the Basel Congress of 1869, Hess was a delegate from Berlin. In a speech, known from his own draft, he aimed a blow at an imperial or any other dictator. The Bonaparte government itself is laying the axe to its dictatorship. In order to save as much of its regime as possible, the emancipation of the workers must be the aim, through the necessary social reforms or by free workers' associations of all kinds. A third road, said Hess, that of carrying out social reforms through the dictatorship of a class, is today closed to all classes, including the working class. 40. This may have been a reference to Marx's view, but he went on to say that the dictatorial tendency of the revolutionary workers had been embodied in Louis Bonaparte in 1849. Today the dictatorial form of government was discredited so that it had called forth a counter-current, which today made impossible any dictatorship in France, even the most revolutionary. What he counterposed to this, as full freedom, was his own reform program. His remarks about revolutionary dictatorship may also have been aimed at Bakunin, for at the Congress he vigorously supported the General Council against the Russian. This was of dubious value to Marx, for Hess thus helped to tie up anti-Bakuninism with extreme reformism, in the minds of delegates who wanted to be revolutionaries. In a passage of his draft speech which was stricken in manuscript, he remarked that Marx would today perhaps see that even the workers' dictatorship which was still justified in 1848 for introducing radical socialist reforms is no longer possible and no longer necessary. He did say, in this speech, that a workers' dictatorship was superfluous now since we can count on the free assent of all productive classes, meaning the bourgeoisie in particular, to the reforms we request, if we know how to bring these reforms, which are in their interest, nearer to their comprehension. He defied dictatorial, authoritarian socialism, represented by Prussians and Russians, meaning Schweitzer and Bakunin, to charge him with deserting communist principles. 41. It is important to understand the angle from which he was now repudiating the need for a workers' dictatorship by anyone. In the manuscript of an unpublished pamphlet written 1871-73, he counted revolutionary dictatorship out only because reform socialism was in. He saw France on the very road to socialism or communism. France is today attaining, by the legal and peaceful road of universal suffrage, all the social reforms that will finish by abolishing the proletariat. All the violent roads are exhausted in France today. There is no place anymore for reactionary dictatorship or for revolutionary dictatorship. The conservatives must resign themselves, like the revolutionaries, to accepting the verdict of universal suffrage. 42. This explains Hess's zigzags on workers' dictatorship. They are difficult to understand only if we think that it was the dictatorship he was exercised about, even at the end. We have seen, more than once now, that he tied the question up with the fact that the bourgeoisie itself must assent to the changes in society that are styled socialistic, that socialism must never mean the rule of one class, meaning the proletariat. It was not dictatorship per se that he attacked. How could he, with his record? It was the rule of the proletariat in any form that he rejected. Others may have held a point of view that said rule of the proletariat, yes, dictatorship, no. Hess's guiding position was the reverse, dictatorship, yes, rule of the proletariat, never. Insofar as he ever directly confronted Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat, he would have to say that what he objected to was the fact that it was the equivalent of rule of the proletariat. 17. The second period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. To recapitulate. The first period during which dictatorship of the proletariat occurred in Marx was 1850–52, that is, the period following the revolution of 1848–49, a period of stock-taking and analysis. In this period Marx confronted the Blanquist tendency and similar tendencies of Jacobin communism within the ranks of the Communist League, and, we have seen, as against their ideas of the revolutionary dictatorship of the party or communist band, he counterposed the conception of a class dictatorship. The dictatorship of the proletariat was his alternative to the dictatorship of the party over the proletariat. This confrontation was accompanied by Marx's and Engels' consistent critique of Blanquism and Blanquist politics. We trace this through the 1850s in Chapter 10. Now, as introduction to the second period, let us continue this presentation through the 1860s and beyond. Warning: the results are exactly the same as before, and the hurried reader has our permission to skip this section. 1. Marx versus Blanquism continued. The aim of this summary sketch is not to show that Marx opposed Putschism, that is breaking in an open door, but to illustrate the issues and approaches involved. Here are a dozen examples. During the 1850s and 1860s, when revolutionary spirits were barely warmed on the back burner, Putschism was not a live option, and Marx scarcely had occasion to take it up. There was one incident in 1860. 1. Louis' mission. A representative of the Rhenish communists, Gustave Louis, visited Marx in London in February 1860 with two missions, one of which interests us now. He offered me right on a silver platter a factory workers' insurrection in Iserlohn, Zolingen, etc. I expressed my opinion bluntly against such useless and dangerous foolishness. 1. But more such problems were ushered in by the revolutionary upheavals of 1870–71. 2. Blanquists in the Civil War in France. Marx's references in this address to the Blanquist role were inhibited by the fact that this document had to be adopted by the General Council of the International and had to speak for all sections of the movement. There was no possibility of Marx's expressing his full opinion. The address took note of the role of Blanqui in a couple of well-known clashes with the government and of the government's refusal to exchange the imprisoned Blanqui for an archbishop held hostage. 2. The information which we will take up below, in section 3, was not yet known, of course. But in the third section of the address, the theoretical section, Marx did insert a passage about two types of Jacobin elements, described anonymously. In every revolution there intrude, at the side of its true agents, men of a different stamp, some of them survivors of and devotees to past revolutions, without insight into the present movement, but preserving popular influence by their known honesty and courage, or by the sheer force of tradition, others mere ballers, who, by dint of repeating year after year the same set of stereotyped declamations against the government of the day, have sneaked into the reputation of revolutionists of the first water. After the 18th of March, some such men did also turn up, and in some cases contrived to play preeminent parts. As far as their power went, they hampered the real action of the working class, exactly as men of that sort have hampered the full development of every previous revolution. They are an unavoidable evil, with time they are shaken off, but time was not allowed to the Commune. 3. This was only in part a description of the Blanquists as such. It was more about the less reputable elements among the Jacobin types generally, such as the sinister scoundrel Felix Piet. In view of the inhibition, let us look ahead to Engels' later statement about the Blanquist majority of the Commune, in his 1891 introduction to Marx's address. The great majority of the Blanquists were at that time socialists only by revolutionary, proletarian instinct, only a few had attained greater clarity on principles, through Vaillant, who was familiar with German scientific socialism. 4. Engels, discussing the Commune's mistakes, noted that the Blanquists had to be held responsible for the political errors, as the Proudhonists for the economic. Further, brought up in the school of conspiracy, and held together by the strict discipline which went with it, they started out from the viewpoint that a relatively small number of resolute, well-organized men would be able, at a given favorable moment, not only to seize the helm of state, but also by a display of great, ruthless energy, to maintain power until they succeeded in sweeping the mass of the people into the revolution and ranging them round a small band of leaders. This involved, above all, the strictest, dictatorial centralization of all power in the hands of the new revolutionary government. 5. In the Commune, he explained, the Blanquists acted contrary to these predispositions, in part, I would add. 3. Bakunin's putsch in Lyons. On September 28, 1870, Bakunin and a band of his cronies went through a farcical charade in which they abolished, not the capitalist state, but the revolutionary government established in the city on September 4. The Hôtel de Ville was seized for a short time and most foolish decrees on the abolition de l'État and similar nonsense were issued. Marx informed a friend. 6 Farce it was, to be sure, but, as Yudin told the Hague Congress Commission, this revolutionary disruption turned the Lyons workers against the International for a whole period. 7. 4. General strike as substitute revolution. In his essay on the Bakuninists at Work, 1873, Engels discussed the anarchist notion of the general strike as a miraculous device for bypassing the need for a revolutionary movement. A real general strike required a well-formed organization of the working class and plentiful funds. When the Bakuninists asked the workers to oppose the armed government force not with arms in their hands, but with a general strike, the workers rightly thought it ridiculous. 8. 5. Engels on the Blanquist refugees. The 1874 article on the program of the Blanquist refugees of the Commune is very important in this account. It figures as our locus 8 in chapter 19. 6. Polemic against Tikhachev. In 1875 Engels' article on social questions in Russia took up Peter Tikhachev's Narodnik Blanquist views. Like Bakunin, Tikhachev's idea of revolution involved the utilization of robber bands, incendiarism, and the unleashing of an outburst of elemental hate. Engels commented, "It is impossible to conceive of a revolution on easier and more pleasant terms. One starts shooting, at 3 or 4 places simultaneously, and the instinctive revolutionist, practical necessity, and the instinct of self-preservation. Tikhachev's phrases do the rest of themselves. Being so dead easy, it is simply incomprehensible why the revolution has not long ago been made." 9. This is a childish conception of revolution, said Engels, and referred back to his exposé of the Bakuninists at Work for illustration of its consequences. He concluded, a Russian revolution is surely approaching, but only 2 events could still delay it: a successful war against Turkey or Austria, or a premature attempt at insurrection, which would drive the possessing classes back into the arms of the government. 10. 7. Government provocation. From about the late 70s on, Engels became increasingly concerned about an old counter-revolutionary pattern he saw developing with new force, especially in Germany, and about which he wrote again and again. One example, in a letter to a comrade in 1878, Engels pointed to Bismarck's hope of stopping revolutionary development. What he longs for above all is an attempt at a putsch, whereupon he can start shooting. 11. The police, of course, could get provocateurs to do the service, but what was more dangerous was the number of righteous revolutionaries who were eager to do the job with the best intentions. The year 1878 was also the beginning of the anti-socialist law, under which the Social Democratic Party was banned, and which had been jammed through by Bismarck on the pretext of a couple of assassination attempts on the Kaiser by non-socialists. This background conditioned the entire issue for a long time. 8. Marx on Bismarck. About the same time as Engels' letter, Marx made a similar point in a newspaper interview, about the expulsion of 48 socialist leaders from Berlin. According to the interviewer, who reprocessed Marx's words, Marx said, "Infinity once those leaders were gone, Bismarck was confident that the mob would rise, and that would be the cue for a carnival of slaughter. The screws would then be put upon the whole German Empire, his pet theory of blood and iron would then have full sway, and taxation could be levied to any extent. So far no immediate riotous outburst has occurred." 12. 9. Against overnight revolution. In a letter to Bernstein, Engels argued against the view that the revolution is something that can be made overnight. His target was not the Blanquists but some immaturely impatient elements in the Social Democratic Party. In fact, the revolution is a process of development of the masses over several years under accelerative conditions. Any revolution that was brought off overnight merely got rid of a reaction that was already hopeless from the start, 1830, or led directly to the opposite of what was striven for, 1848 in France. Point 13. 10. Putschs and phrases. In France in 1884, Engels was looking forward to a steady leftward movement in politics under the pressure of revolutionary workers. He hoped it would not be interrupted by premature revolutionism. I am glad that our people are not yet strong enough in Paris to be led astray into making putschs through the might of the revolutionary phrase. 14. 11. The danger of impatience. Writing to Lafargue in 1891, Engels emphasized tactical restraint in given situations, as Marx had done so many times. The danger in countries with a revolutionary past is that any new district invaded by socialism is tempted to make a revolution in 24 hours. There's not the slightest need to urge them on, quite the contrary, one has to hold them back. In particular, the Walloons understand only riots et l'émeute, in which they are almost always beaten. Look at the struggles of the Belgian miners, organization nil or well nigh, irrepressible impatience, hence certain defeat. 15. 12. The bourgeois trap. In a letter of 1892 to Laura, Marx, Lafargue, Engels again warned about the government's hopes in the stupid use of revolutionary violence. Infinity, the idea that the 1st of May is to be a day of rows and riots is a mere trap set by the bourgeois, and we have no interest whatever to fall into that trap. We want to show our strength, that's all. As to when we are to use that strength, that's our business, not that of our opponents, if we can help it. 16. This question raises another which is on the agenda of a different volume, namely, the myth that Engels in old age softened into an advocate of peaceful tactics only. Nothing of the sort is involved. It was then, as always, a question of the evaluation of suitable tactics for different situations and periods. The repudiation of Blanquist notions about revolutionary force is only one side of revolutionary policy, though it is the side we are concerned with at the moment. Few of the remarks cited above were directed against actual Blanquists, and indeed the Blanquist tendency itself became more and more assimilated to the general movement. Blanquism was only one historical form of the problem. Marx had taken this historical view of the phenomenon by 1860, when he looked back on his organizational experiences in the movement of 1849 to 52. The Communist League, like the Société des Saisons in Paris, like 100 other societies, was only an episode in the history of the party, which is everywhere constituting itself in a natural process out of the soil of modern society. 17. Marx then amended the reference to the party to make clear that he meant only the party in the great historical sense, 18, that is, the movement rather than a specific organization. The Society of the Seasons was the very archetype of the Blanquist conspiratorial group, and Marx had had nothing to do with it himself, yet he threw it into the same historical bag as the Communist League. He was looking on Blanquism not simply as an error but as a moment in the historical pattern of the maturation of the movement. The last historical episode in which the Blanquists as such played a distinctive role was the Paris Commune. It is this that gave rise to our second period. To the Paris Commune. If our line of analysis has been well founded, it was no accident that the 2 decades before the Paris Commune produced no cases of Marx's use of dictatorship of the proletariat. During this interval, Marx referred, as he usually did, to the rule of the proletariat or conquest of political power to carry the same fundamental idea. For the same reason, the term dictatorship of the proletariat did not appear in the Civil War in France. Our thesis will be tested again when we find the term reappearing. To be sure, we know now that Marx had no compunction about applying the term to the Paris Commune, see Locus 5. For a long time it was frequently argued that, Since only Engels had actually used the term for the commune, this represented his peculiar opinion. According to the Engels vs Marx myth, anything that Engels wrote that was not notarized by Marx was an Engelsian deviation. It is a sad commentary that this notion has been scotched only by the discovery of a suitable Marx quote. The question should not be whether Marx actually happened to apply the term, which he used sparingly anyway, but whether the commune in Marx's analysis answered to the conception. This may be problematical if one thinks that the dictatorship of the proletariat is a particular form of governmental structure or set of political methods or institutions. It is not problematical if we adopt the only meaning of the term that corresponds to the way Marx actually used it. A dictatorship of the proletariat is a state in which the proletariat exercises dominant political power, a workers' state, the rule of the proletariat. No more, no less. In this connection there are three important points to be made about Marx's view of the commune. 1. Workers' state. In Marx's opinion, the Paris Commune, short-lived and precarious though it was, and therefore more difficult to analyze than a political entity that has worked itself out in experience, represented the political ascendancy, or rule, of the proletariat. Marx presented the commune as a workers' government, as the political form of the transition to a new social order. Two cautions should be added, to avoid misunderstanding. 1. As we have pointed out, the term proletariat is narrower than working class, ES, and Marx's statement about the commune as a working class government should be read with the looser meaning. 2. A working class government that lasted only 72 days can hardly be expected to clearly exhibit the expected historical characteristics of a workers' state. This was an incipient workers' state, a workers' state viewed a borning. Discussions of Marx's view not infrequently ignore this obvious fact. Marx's view of the commune as a workers' state is all over the theoretical section, section 3, but the following brief excerpts will be sufficient illustration. The cry of social republic did but express a vague aspiration after a republic that was not only to supersede the monarchical form of class rule, but class rule itself. The commune was the positive form of that republic. It was essentially a working class government, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. The commune was, therefore, to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. 19. These formulations are so sweeping that a government so described must be, for Marx, what he elsewhere called a dictatorship of the proletariat. It represented the rule of the proletariat. Now this statement is often confused with two others. A. To say that this was Marx's view is not yet to prove that the commune was a workers' state. But our present subject is Marx's view. An analysis of the commune's class character, that is, a testing of Marx's view, will be of importance for another volume. B. Marx's view that the commune was a workers' state or working class government is often counterposed to Marx's later expressed opinion that the majority of the commune was in no wise socialist, nor could it be. 20. This counterposition assumes that workers' state and socialist government are synonymous. But they are not. This is an important error. The former describes a class content, the other a political program. To be sure, a workers' state that is not yet socialist in its majority or in its measures will be in a precarious condition, which must end in one change or the other. But the commune was given no time to work out this element of tension. There had always been the possibility that a conquest of political power by a working class movement might precede that movement's political maturation, and in fact it was precisely the sort of situation that Marx and Engels had long feared. 21. There can be no doubt that the commune made this possibility a reality. It broke out completely unprepared, spontaneously, and without any political leadership except what could be supplied ad hoc. Besides, how socialistic the commune's majority was depends entirely on whether one uses that term with greater or less hospitality. Even the men of the Jacobin majority, who are usually counterposed to the socialist minority, and with good reason, considered themselves socialistic in some sense. For the most part, socialist was a very acceptable designation. What Marx meant by a socialist majority was unexplained, but it is an exaggeration to speak of the socialist tendencies as unconscious only. There was a good deal of conscious consideration of and demand for socialistic measures, as a perusal of the Commune's Journal officiel will show. If it mostly remained talk, it is hardly necessary to explain that there was no time for the Commune to do much else. To sum up, just how socialistic the Commune could get in its few weeks of existence is one question. It is not the same as the question of the class character of the political power. In Marx's view, then, the Paris Commune was a workers' state or working-class government. Therefore we must expect him to view it also as a dictatorship of the proletariat whenever that term became relevant. 2. Hegemony of the proletariat. Another widespread element of confusion about Marx's view of the Paris Commune is the assumption that a workers' state automatically means a working-class majority in society or government, but this assumption is a false one. As we have emphasized elsewhere more than once. 23 Marx usually saw the proletarian revolution as led by the working class, not limited to the working class. Marx was very conscious of the fact that a majority of the French people were not proletarian, and this was precisely the reason for his unusual emphasis on the peasantry in the Civil War in France. 24 What determined the class character of the Commune, for Marx, was the hegemony of the proletariat in the revolution, that is, the fact that the other class elements in the revolution looked to it as the vanguard and leader. This view goes all the way back in Marx, witness the passages we have previously cited from his class struggles in France and the Communist Manifesto. 25. In the address on the Commune, he made this point so many times that it is very difficult to overlook. For example, this was the first revolution in which the working class was openly acknowledged as the only class capable of social initiative, even by the great bulk of the Paris middle-class shopkeepers, tradesmen, merchants, the wealthy capitalists alone excepted. If the Commune was thus the true representative of all the healthy elements of French society, and therefore the truly national government, it was, at the same time, as a working men's government, as the bold champion of the emancipation of labor, emphatically international. The majority of its members were naturally working men, or acknowledged representatives of the working class. The communal constitution brought the rural producers under the intellectual lead of the central towns of their districts, and these secured to them, in the working men, the natural trustees of their interests. 26. In Marx's first draft for the address, there are several strong passages along the same lines. The actual social character of their republic consists only in this, that workers govern the Paris Commune. 27 Here Marx immediately added, as to their measures, they must, by the nature of things, be principally confined to the military defense of Paris and its approvisionment. Which is precisely the distinction we have made between class character and socialist measures. There are other passages in Marx's two drafts which show how important the concept was to Marx. 28 In one, he remarks that it was only the working class that could formulate this new aspiration through the Commune. 29. Now it is true again that Marx's view of the working class hegemony in the Commune can be disputed, but, as before, this otherwise interesting question is not to the point now. It was the view itself which meant that Marx naturally looked upon the Commune as the temporary rule, or dictatorship, of the proletariat. 3. Commune democracy. Those who assume that dictatorship of the proletariat means dictatorship in the 20th century sense are understandably confused by Marx's paeans of praise to the extreme democracy of the Commune government. The confusion, however, is not in Marx. Well-known and lengthy sections of the Civil War in France point in glowing and approving colors to the characteristics of the Commune that differentiated it from the bourgeois democracies. These passages 31 are too extensive to cite here in detail, and in any case it is not the detail that is relevant to the present subject. It will suffice to mention these highlights in illustration. Election of all Commune members by unlimited universal suffrage. Nothing could be more foreign to the spirit of the Commune than to supersede universal suffrage by hierarchic investiture. 32. All officials responsible and revocable at short terms. Workmen's wages for all officials. Depoliticalization of the police, under communal control. Separation of church and state. All judges elective, responsible, and revocable. Local municipal liberty. The commune to be a working, not a parliamentary, body, executive and legislative at the same time. Abolition of the standing army and state functionarism, etc. Marx summed up by saying that the commune supplied the republic with the basis of really democratic institutions and that its measures could but betoken the tendency of a government of the people by the people. 33. The first draft had another passage ending with a version of Lincoln's famous words, in somewhat shaky English. Infinity. The glorious British penny liner has made the splendid discovery that this is not what we used to understand by self-government. Of course, it is not. It is not the self-administration of the towns by turtle-soup guzzling aldermen, jobbing vestries, and ferocious workhouse guardians. It is not the self-administration of the counties by the holders of broad acres, long purses and empty heads. It is not the judicial abomination of the great unpaid. It is not political self-government of the country through the means of an oligarchic club and the reading of the Times newspaper. It is the people acting for itself by itself. 34. A selection of other relevant passages would deal with democracy in the armed forces, National Guard, and with Marx's attack on the anti-democratic character of the Versailles National Assembly, inter alia. 35. It should scarcely be surprising that, to Marx, a workers' state meant bursting asunder the whole superstructure of strata that make up official society, 36, and inaugurating a political system of democratic control from below. That is what he thought the dictatorship of the proletariat was supposed to do. 3. Blanquists in the Commune. The French Blanquists, one of the major political tendencies among the communards, had an entirely different conception of the Commune and of what it should do. In the period that led from the Franco-Prussian War to the Commune Revolt, this group had played a role that does not jibe with the historical myth about its fearsome revolutionary character. Let us exhibit this in 2 acts. Act 1. 3 weeks before the Second Empire was going to be pulled down by the elemental rising of the people, the Revolution of September 4, 1870, which installed the Second Republic, the Blanquists became impatient for the revolution. Right after the first reverses in the war, Blanqui had begun scheming for a surprise attack on the fort of Vincennes. Arms were accumulated in General Eudes' lodgings, but the revolution had to be postponed because Blanqui could not move from Belgium to Paris soon enough, before the Vincennes garrison was strengthened. Eudes chafed. Blanqui reluctantly agreed to an attempt on the barracks of La Valette. So on August 16, a sunny Sunday, the Blanquist band assembled on the Boulevard de la Valette, and mingled with the strolling crowd. A signal from the leader, the men moved on the barracks. There was an exchange of fire. Now let the Blanquist historian de Costa tell it. The Blanquists were masters of the field. With Blanqui, Eudes, and Granger at their head, they went toward Belleville by the exterior boulevard, crying "Vive la République! Death to the Prussians! To arms!" Unfortunately, no one followed. The crowd seemed literally dumbfounded. Seeing that this attempt at an uprising of the crowd that they had hoped for had completely failed, the 3 leaders gave orders to the column to disperse. Point 38. Eudes wound up in a café on the Boulevard Saint-Michel, with another comrade. The butt of his revolver peeping from his pocket was spotted by a stander-by, who told the police. They were arrested, and would have been executed except that the real revolution broke out in time to save their necks. Act 2. When the real revolution, which they had nothing to do with, changed the political face of France, Blanqui and his faithful band met and decided to publish a paper, La Patrie en Danger. Their political declaration, issued on September 6, told the revolutionary workers of Paris to forget about revolution and to drop all political struggle because the one and only enemy was the Prussian foe, no more parties or shadings. The government that has emerged, represents the thinking of the people and national defense. That is enough. All opposition, all contradiction must disappear before the common welfare. 39. In the succeeding months, leading to the Commune Revolution, this pre-1914 appeal for union sacrée was ignored by the people. In the intensifying revolutionary situation, our revolutionists were non-entities. Da Costa himself says, the formidable insurrection of March 18 broke out without warning. The Blanquist party was more or less scattered, and it had the greatest difficulty in reconstituting itself on the spot, on the battlefield, one might say. A couple of Blanquists hurried to cash in by taking over the police prefecture and the war ministry. 40. If the Blanquist group was a zero in the pre-revolutionary situation, it was no bargain in the Commune itself. G.D.H. Cole's History of Socialist Thought summarizes their role as follows. The Blanquists saw the Paris Commune as a working model of the revolutionary elite in action, and blamed the internationalists for having spoiled it by insisting on democratic notions quite inappropriate during a period of revolutionary dictatorship. For the Blanquists, the interest of the Commune lay not in its electoral system or its notion of the responsibility of the delegates to the electors, nor in the basis of trade union organization on which it partly rested, but in the dictatorial character enforced on it by the exigencies of civil war. 41. Maurice Domangit, the Blanquists' laureate among historians, is more specific. As soon as the Commune of 1871 was established, the Blanquist members planned to introduce a resolution which would suspend all democratic forms, appoint a committee of public safety and militarize the Commune, until the government of France had been overcome. E.S. Mason, repeating this information, adds, they desisted only because of the realization that there was no hope of carrying the measure through the Commune Assembly itself. 42. Their common source was the work by the Blanquist historian of the Commune, Gaston da Costa, brother of the Charles da Costa previously quoted, who had been Raoul Rigaud's lieutenant in the police prefecture of the Commune. Gaston's La Commune Vécu insists that the Paris Assembly had to be a revolutionary and military dictatorship with military victory as its sole mission, postponing all democratic and social reforms. The Blanquist group even drafted a measure and thought of making a proposal of this kind, from March 29 on, but did not follow through because they were convinced that they could not get a majority vote for it. The author consoles himself with applying the label dictatorship of the Central Committee of the National Guard to the short period between the revolt and the first Commune election. But it was a good-natured dictatorship, he explains. He pays little attention to the majority-minority split that came in May, because, he says in disgust, the Commune lacked conscious dictators anyway. 43. There could hardly be a sharper contrast than between this Blanquist program and Marx's. The Blanquists wanted dictatorial forms of government as against the democratic measures of the Commune. The conception of a class dictatorship meant nothing to them, they looked to the institution of a dictatorial power within, and hence over, the Commune itself. The Blanquist perspective of dictatorship took a new lease on life as the situation of the Commune worsened, and a sense of desperation grew. On April 28 the old Jacobin Maillet reintroduced the proposal. In form, the motion was for the setting up of a 5-man executive, actually a controlling commission to take over the 9 commissions, government departments. And it was to be called the Committee of Public Safety. On the surface, it was a historical reminiscence, just below, a hankering to turn responsibility over in despair to a dictatorial authority. The word dictatorship was not made official, of course, but it was not denied or concealed. The 3-day debate was for or against the dictatorship. The word had not yet acquired its modern meaning. Remember, it was only 3/4 of the way through the 19th century, both sides denied any despotic or authoritarian intentions, the dictatorship would simply get things done. A majority of 45 voted for the dictatorship of the Committee of Public Safety, against a minority of 23. Some of the less prominent members of the majority were more brash in calling for dictatorship. One wanted a stiffer rule, wielded by only 3, not 5, another demanded that the Committee of Public Safety be endowed with full powers which may even be used against members of the Commune. 44 Even the anarchist Elie Reclus was inclined to go along with the dictatorship solution. The historian Coechlin, who writes as an anarchist sympathizer, laments over others, but is consoled by the case of Lefrançois, who supported the minority side. 45. The minority formed itself into an opposition on what it considered a fundamental abandonment of the very reason for existence of the commune. The majority, it felt, was discrediting the ideal of democratic freedom. We fought for liberty under Bonaparte's empire, they said, in power ourselves, we will not deny it. 46 A first minority declaration after the vote denounced the decision because it will have the essential effect of creating a dictatorial power that will in no way contribute to the strength of the commune. The creation of a dictatorship by the commune would be a veritable usurpation of the sovereign rights of the people. 47. The minority was further exasperated when the majority dismissed some of its most capable men from their posts: Varlin, Vermorel, Longuet, and others. The suppression of newspapers by the dictators roused new displays of passion. On May 15 the minority issued a declaration, beginning, "The commune has abdicated its power into the hands of a dictatorship, to which has been given the name of Committee of Public Safety. The majority has declared itself irresponsible by its vote. The minority, on the contrary, affirms that the commune owes it to the revolutionary movement to accept all responsibilities. As to ourselves, we claim the right of being alone answerable for our acts without screening ourselves behind a supreme dictatorship." 48. And the minority announced that its members were withdrawing from participation in the commune's councils and would devote themselves to their arrondissements. It was too late for anybody and anything. Just about as the commune split between majority and minority, the Versailles started their final military assault on the commune. The political meaning of the split was never further developed, as the commune had to fight for its life. The dictators were impotent from the start. If they had been worth much to begin with, the dictatorship would not have appeared so attractive, even as a dodge. It is clear that while the line between majority and minority did not neatly follow the lines of political tendencies, the core group of the Blanquist and Jacobin tendency was the core of the pro-dictatorship majority, and the bulk of the minority was formed by members of the International and the Proudhonists. The most prominent crossover was the leading Blanquist, Tridon, who went over to the minority by May 15. There was another clear correlation. There were a few men in the leadership who had a relationship of sorts with Marx or were close to his views. Closest was Serre-Hillier, who had in fact been sent into the situation by the International's General Council and by Marx personally. Serre-Hillier was with the minority steadfastly from the start. Frankel was the commune leader who had written to Marx for advice on socialization. He was going to be a founder of the Hungarian movement and close to Marx in the emigration. Frankel supported the minority. Of all the Proudhonists, Varlin is sometimes described as a semi-Marxist, not because of any connection with Marx himself but because his political thinking was most advanced. Varlin was with the minority. Longuet has been mentioned. The summary statement that the best and most advanced socialists in the commune supported the minority is by and large true, despite room to cavil. With this background, it is surprising that no substantive comment on the majority-minority split can be found in Marx's or Engels' extant writings or correspondence. Perhaps there was a reluctance on all sides, in the post-revolutionary emigration, to rediscuss the question and reawaken hostilities. Yet there must have been talk. The mentioned members of the minority, save Varlin, who was killed fighting, were close to Marx in the General Council. Vaillant, who emerged as Blanquist leader in the emigration, was also active in the GC. It is a pity we do not know how the postmortems went. And so as the commune went down in bloody defeat at the hands of the Versailles state, it was split down the middle over the issue of dictatorship. The issue was not the dictatorship of the commune, but of a dictatorship within and over the commune. The minority had not come out against dictatorship in general, it denounced this dictatorship. If the antagonistic sides, reassembled in emigration, were to get along, it would help to emphasize this common ground. The circumstances were new, but again there was a special reason to counterpose Marx's specific conception of class dictatorship against the Blanquist Jacobin conception of a dictatorship over the revolution itself. Marx wrote his defense of the Commune, the civil war in France, while the Commune's forces were still fighting. It could not be, and was not, Merely an attempt at historical summation, it was a blow in the social struggle that was opening up around the great upheaval. When he wrote the address, he still had had no contact with the Blanquist tendency for 2 decades. This contact was established when Commune refugees began flowing into London. 18 Marx and the Blanquists after the Commune. From the middle of 1871 on, communard refugees flowed into London, including many Blanquists. For the first time a number of them came into continuous contact with Marx and his circle of co-thinkers and with the General Council of the International. 1. The Blanquists and the International. Before the Commune, the Blanquist group had kept apart from the International in France, since it was dominated from the start by the Proudhonists. When the first Congress of the International was scheduled for Geneva in September 1866, the Blanquists decided to send a delegation with the mission, says da Costa, of denouncing this attenuation of socialism and of preventing the majority of the workers from falling into the trap. 1. In other words, as a hostile and disruptive visitation. The Blanquist delegation was headed by Proto, a lawyer. Tridon, Blanqui's chief lieutenant, also went to Geneva, but at the last moment he brought an order from Blanqui to abstain from taking part in the Congress. Proto protested vigorously, and declared that he had committed himself to Paris supporters whom he represented. He insisted on participating. To be sure, he participated as disruptively as planned. The Blanquists remained hostile to the International for the next several years. Marx had made attempts, before this, to find a modus vivendi for the coexistence of the Proudhonists and the Blanquists in the French International. Such a development would not only enormously strengthen the International but also supply a counterpoise to the Proudhonists. On April 22, 1866 Paul Lafargue wrote to Blanqui via Dr. Watteau, who told Blanqui that, in his opinion, the move was inspired by Marx. 3. Despite the failure at Geneva, Marx tried again in 1867, with no greater success in changing Blanqui's mind. 4. There was, apparently, some hope that the Brussels Congress of 1868, which saw the defeat of the Proudhonists on the issue of collectivization, would make the Blanquists more favorable. Writing to Engels, Marx noted that Blanqui was constantly present during the Brussels Congress. 5. But this report does not seem to have been true. Despite the fact that, at that point, the International in France was growing rapidly under conditions of vicious governmental persecution, Blanqui rejected any relationship to a working-class mass movement as such on the ground that it was not revolutionary enough. 6. Thus he condemned his group to be an increasingly irrelevant sect. These events were, perhaps, reflected in a couple of changes Marx made in the text of his 18th Brumaire when this work appeared in a second edition in 1869. Section 1 had referred to Blanqui and his comrades as the real leaders of the Proletarian Party, the Revolutionary Communists, but the second edition deleted the Revolutionary Communists. In Section 7 two substantial paragraphs were left out of the new edition, containing a reference to Blanqui that seemed to echo the toast of 1851, but of course this reference may not have been part of the reason for the omission. 7. Marx's preface to the second edition explained that he had revised the text only by striking out allusions now no longer intelligible. 8. But the first change in particular seemed to reflect a feeling of greater political distance from the Blanquists. 2. Marx and the émigrés. The Blanquist refugees regrouped in London. Among the leading people mentioned in da Costa's listing were Vaillant, Eudes, and Granger, plus Goys, Edmund Levrade, Ranvier, and Dr. Regnard. A background fact was brought out by Engels in his 1874 article. These Blanquists are so called not as a group founded by Blanqui. Only a couple of the 33 signers of this program, the Blanquist 1874 pamphlet, have probably ever spoken with Blanqui but because they want to be active in his spirit and according to his tradition. 9. Political life in London made a considerable impact on the Blanquist émigrés in a number of ways. 1. Marx's civil war in France was met with great denunciation by respectable England and thus had a sort of succès de scandale. To the same extent it was recognized by the communards as the most powerful literary blow struck in defense of the commune. Marx was their champion in the eyes of the world. 2. For months, much of Marx's work consisted of massive relief work on behalf of the refugees streaming across the Channel. He worked with an aid committee to provide money, jobs, and succor of any sort. Refugees of all shades came to his house in need. 10. It can be assumed that this work not only engendered goodwill but also led to political discussions with the émigrés. We will see some examples. 3. The General Council co-opted a number of Blanquist communards to its own ranks, including Edouard Vaillant, Gabriel Ranvier, Antoine Arnaud, Frédéric Cornet, and Jules Huonnard. On the General Council, of course, they worked closely with Marx. Other Blanquists, while not GC members, also became acquainted with Marx, Constant Martin, Eudes, Regnard, and others. 11. Of all these, Vaillant eventually emerged as the leading figure. Dryden was dying in Belgium, Blanqui himself was in prison as usual. During 1871–72 he was held successively at Cahors, the Château du Taureau in Morlaix, Versailles prison, and Clairvaux. Eudes was next in command, but he was much less competent than Vaillant, who however was a comparative newcomer. A big difference was the fact that Vaillant, who had been educated in Germany, was tinged with Marx's socialist ideas. In his 1891 Introduction to the Civil War in France, Engels was going to remark that only a few of the Blanquists had attained greater clarity on principles, through Vaillant, who was familiar with German scientific socialism. 13. 4. The Blanquists on the General Council were, at this point, lined up with Marx against the Bakuninist faction and its campaign to take over the International. This alliance lasted only until the Hague Congress. In this struggle the Blanquists, who had traditionally scorned theoretical questions, inevitably had to follow Marx's political lead and line of argumentation, learning in the process. 5. Marx's two French sons-in-law, Charles Longuet and Paul Lafargue, were both acquainted with Blanqui and the Blanquists and had worked with them on good terms. Lafargue was not a Blanquist, or ex-Blanquist, but rather an admirer of the old man. 14. Longuet, despite his lack of revolutionary fire, had a warm feeling for Blanqui, especially since his talks with the old man in the Necker Hospital in 1865–15, and also regarded Vaillant as a friend. 16. Both Lafargue and Longuet were in a position to act as go-betweens. 3. The Blanquists split. In 1872 the International broke under two stresses. The main pressure, which is also best known, came from the battle against the Bakuninist takeover bid. The Blanquist delegates worked with the General Council against the Bakuninist plotters. But the Blanquists were by no means behindhand in proclaiming that they wanted to make the International the revolutionary organization it should have been from the beginning, that is, to remold it into a Blanquist sect. Marx's proposal to move the General Council seat from London to New York was motivated, there can be little doubt, by the desire to keep it out of the Blanquists' hands now that the Bakuninists had been beaten back. If the Bakuninists had schemed in secret to take over the International by infiltration, the Blanquists were no less intent on taking it over in plain sight. Of course, it is not at all certain that they could have succeeded against the old GC coalition led by Marx, but what loomed before Marx's eyes, at the best, was a second-racking internal war that was sure to leave the organization in tatters if it left anything at all. The transfer to New York was an attempt to save something of the International from the Blanquists. This was how the Blanquists saw it too. They reacted a few days after the Hague Congress, with a manifesto, Internationale et Revolution 17, announcing their withdrawal from the International because of its insufficiently revolutionary character. During the following year they sought to renew relations with Blanquist fragments in France, and looked to reconstitute a group of their own. In June 1874, under the name of the Commune Révolutionnaire, they issued a propaganda pamphlet presenting a declaration of Blanquist principles, Auxiliary Communes. 18. In both of these programmatic statements there were references to the dictatorship of the proletariat. What this shows is not that the Blanquist group had become Marxist, but only that their very meager theoretical equipment had become tinged with some ideas of Marx's. More than once, publicly and privately, Engels stated in this period that the new Blanquist programmatic statements had been dressed up in Marxist ideas. He wrote Zarga about the first pamphlet. Blanquists have put out a pamphlet, Internationale et Revolution. Explain their exit from the International, which is said to have killed itself by the deportation of the General Council to New York. Will establish a society of their own and are already extensively cliquing up in France. The pure, as they call themselves, are playing at commune revolutionnaire quite in the old fashion. You will have fun reading the little brochure in which Vaillant quite seriously explains all our economic and political principles as Blanquist discoveries. Harmless though they be, they must nevertheless not be given the means of starting more quarrels. Point 19. In the following year, in his housing question, he included a remark on the new Blanquist program. We will quote this passage below, more fully, as Locus 7a. Suffice to mention that the Blanquists adopted, and almost literally at that, the views of German scientific socialism on the necessity of political action by the proletariat and of its dictatorship as the transition to the abolition of classes and with them of the state. 20. This says in so many words that among the London Blanquists' borrowings from Marxism was the view about proletarian dictatorship. This is of special interest for those people, like Postgate, who took these pamphlets as proofs of Blanquist responsibility for dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 21. In his 1874 article Program of the Blanquist Refugees of the Commune, Engels explained the extent to which the Blanquists had been Marxified while making clear that their essential Blanquist politics were unchanged. After criticizing the first point in their program, strident atheism, he says, the second point of the program is communism. Here we are already in more familiar waters, for the ship on which we sail here is called the Manifesto of the Communist Party, published in February 1848. The five Blanquists who left the International in the autumn of 1872 already espoused a socialist program which in all essential points was that of present-day German communism, and based their exit only on the fact that the International refused to play at revolution in the manner of these five. Now the Council of the 33 adopts this program together with its whole materialist view of history, even if its transmogrification into Blanquist French leaves much to be desired, insofar as they have not stuck to the manifesto pretty much verbatim. A number of criticisms follow, then. Enough. Through all of the refugee foolishness and all of the attempts verging on the comic to look fearsome, this program is a substantial step forward not to be ignored. It is the first manifesto in which French workers espouse present-day German communism. To have brought them to this point is the indisputable service of Vaillant, who was one of the signers and who is known to be thoroughly familiar with the German language and German socialist literature. Anyway, the German socialist workers can regard it as a good sign if French workers adopt correct theoretical principles even though they come from Germany. Point 22. I think Engels was here exaggerating the degree of clarity to be seen in the Blanquist pamphlets, for obvious reasons. For the new Blanquist formulations. The Blanquists' adoption of dictatorship of the proletariat was one of the new features of their program. That this was a new view of the Blanquists was virtually stated by themselves in the passage on dictatorship of the proletariat in Internationale Revolution. The proletariat, says the pamphlet, must form a party of proletarians for a struggle without mercy or truce, one which will end only when, by the conquest of political power and by its dictatorship, the proletariat breaks the old society and creates the elements of a new one. At this point a footnote is appended, as follows. In formulating this truth, which has become axiomatic since the 18th of March Commune uprising in 1871, that the conquest of political power by force was a necessity for the proletariat for the realization of the social revolution, we did not expect that our thought would be misinterpreted. This introduces a passage directed against the Bakuninists. Dating this axiomatic truth to the 18th of March has, of course, meaning only for the Blanquists, since Marx and the International had formulated it long before. As Engels had said in his letter, the Blanquists now merely proclaimed this as their own discovery. In the same footnote the Blanquists had a longer statement on the dictatorship formulation. But to achieve this emancipation of the workers, this abolition of class, goal of the social revolution, it is necessary that the bourgeoisie be dispossessed of its political privilege, by means of which it maintains all the others. The proletariat must, in a period of revolutionary dictatorship, use that power for its own liberation which up to now has been directed against itself. It must turn against its adversaries those same weapons which up to now have held it in oppression. And only then, when it has made a clean sweep of these institutions, these privileges which constitute present-day society, will this dictatorship of the proletariat cease, no longer having an object, the abolition of all classes, making one class government pass away by itself. Then groups like individuals will be autonomous, then will be realized that federation the result and not the means of victory, that anarchy which victory will produce, and which during the struggle is disorganization and failure when it is not treason or folly. 23. The appendix of this pamphlet reprints the resolution presented by the Blanquist leaders to the Hague Congress on September 5, 1872, proposing their own program. Incidental to the language of the resolution is the following. Considering that abstention from political action is the negation of the first duty of the working class, the conquest of political power having as its goal making a clean sweep of the old society and creating the elements of the new by the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the same Hague Congress, Vaillant used the phrase in a speech, saying that it is necessary to hold down the owning classes under the dictatorship of the proletariat. 24. In the 1874 programmatic pamphlet Aux Communaux, the term occurred in the section explaining why we are revolutionaries and have to overthrow the system by force. Because we recognize that it is necessary to conquer that political power which the bourgeoisie jealously guards for the maintenance of its privileges. Because, in a revolutionary period when the institutions of present-day society must be destroyed, the dictatorship of the proletariat must be established and maintained until, in the emancipated world, there are no longer any but equal citizens in the new society. As a movement toward the new world of justice and equality, the revolution is itself the bearer of its own law, and everything which stands in the way of its triumph must be crushed. We are revolutionaries, we want the commune, for in the future commune, as in the commune of 1793 and 1871, we see not the selfish endeavor of one city, but the revolution triumphant in the whole country, the communal republic. For the commune is the revolutionary proletariat armed with dictatorship, for the destruction of privilege, the crushing of the bourgeoisie. 25. Although the foregoing passage testifies to Vaillant's new influence by its apparent repudiation of the dictatorship of Paris over the country, the Blanquist program retains the idea of minority dictatorship. Further on, we get a blast against the fraud of universal suffrage and the argument that by no means must the revolutionary minority abdicate before the average, distorted opinion of majorities that have been subjected to all of the influences of ignorance and privilege. The retention of the Blanquist minority dictatorship was even more evident in the 1872 Internationale Revolution, where, in addition to the modest proposal that the International should become something very like a Blanquist band, we read that the revolutionary minority of the proletariat of the cities must, then, count only on itself. It is up to it to compensate for its numerical inferiority by its organization and its energy. At this price only can it produce the revolution, and while waiting to win them over, paralyze that inert and hostile mass. 26. The Blanquists' adoption of the term dictatorship of the proletariat did not cause others to forget that these people had always advocated a party dictatorship over the people. One of the replies to the Blanquists' 1872 pamphlet came from Closirat, a leftist military man who had fought with Garibaldi, the Union Army in America, and the Irish Fenians before his participation in the Commune, where he had briefly and ingloriously headed the War Department. In a long article L'Internationale et la dictature, in the Geneva Egalite in December 1872, Cluseret attacked the Blanquists' pose as international leaders. He pointed out that they had been co-opted as GC members only as commune symbols or representatives. They complained that the International could not become the powerful lever that we desired. You see, they want to use the International only as their own lever or tool. Children of authority, these gentlemen understand only dictatorship. Here, he said scornfully, are men who have no past except defeat and incompetency but who yet demand our confidence. His polemic against dictatorship assumed that it meant the traditional Jacobin dictatorship. The new formulation was not mentioned. Point 27. 5. Delahaye's formulation. There is an interesting indication of how far the term dictatorship of the proletariat traveled in this period, at least in the London émigré circles of the communards. In 1874 it cropped up not only in the Blanquists' manifesto but also in a programmatic pamphlet issued by a quite different wing of the French emigration, whose most prominent member was Victor Alfred Delahaye. 28. 20 years younger than Marx, Delahaye was a mechanic, active in the French movement since about the late 1850s. When the Commune revolt broke out, he was president of the Mechanics' Union, which adopted a statement advocating a socialist reorganization of production. He also worked on commune commissions. In London emigration, he became a member of the International's General Council. There he tended to the right at any rate. In May 1872 Marx mentioned that Delahaye supported Hales's faction, with the comment that the other communard members of the GC had a low opinion of him. 29. In August 1872 Delahaye took a leading part in the formation of a new group in emigration, Comité Révolutionnaire du Proletariat. 2 years later, in October 1874, this group published a programme à la classe ouvrière. 30. The group clearly had in mind the formation of a mass workers' socialist party, unalloyed with Blanquist secret societyism. The 9 signers all identified themselves as workers, craftsmen. The organization would be federated nationally and internationally and conduct electoral political action for working-class candidates. Its principal means of agitation would be elections, strikes, and anti-religious propaganda. The pamphlet specified what would happen upon the conquest of power. As to the form of government, although in principle we are federalists, we believe that the dictatorship of the working class is indispensable, at least during the period of transformation, in order to establish a society based on social equality. We are convinced that the means which serves the bourgeois minority so well in order to oppress us could with greater reason serve the working class majority to emancipate itself. 31. Though this formulation assumed a working class majority, in opposition to the Blanquists, it is likely that by dictatorship this group meant dictatorial deviations from democratic forms and methods. However, there is no clarification one way or the other. Further along, the program for the revolution in power called for the following actions inter alia: to implement a program of immediate abolition of individual and private property. Organize the army of the revolution, finances, police, education, crush the clerico-bourgeois reaction at home. Prepare to defeat the foreign coalition abroad. When the ground is cleared, when the destruction of the bourgeoisie and its institutions is complete, the form of government will evidently be no more than a detail, a simple administrative question. 32. The group apparently did not last long. Delahaye returned to France after the amnesty, became a radical, i.e., non-socialist, municipal councillor in Saint-Ouen in 1883–88, a member of the government's Labour Commission, and in 1890 a government delegate to the International Labour Conference in Berlin. Then he was decorated with the Legion of Honor. I mention this sad end because it was already implicit in his politics when Marx found him voting with Hales, and just before he came out for the dictatorship of the working class. Delahaye was trying to work out a reformist solution to the problems of the movement, and the dictatorial forms he envisioned must have seemed to him mainly a convenience. Dictatorship has greater affinity to a desire for efficiency or efficacy than to a hankering for absolute power. His 1874 program testified mainly to the spread of the dictatorship of the proletariat formulated in the communard ranks in this period. 19 Marx and Engels in the second period. The preceding chapter has shown how the dictatorship of the proletariat, at least as a phrase if not a concept, made its way in the London emigration of the communards. Once again, very much as in the period following the defeat of the 1848-49 revolution, Marx had to discuss political issues with revolutionaries and would-be revolutionaries who started from the traditional Jacobin notion of dictatorship. Once again, this is my hypothesis. Marx found it most educational to counterpose his own version of dictatorship, rather than to flatly reject the word, to argue for the dictatorship of a class in terms which equated this dictatorship with the generally accepted goal of the conquest of political power by the proletariat. In this period we will find Engels setting down in so many words the distinction between Marx's view of dictatorship and the Blanquist idea. As a result, in the second period, dictatorship of the proletariat crops up 5 times in Marx's and Engels' productions, 3 times by Marx, twice by Engels. 1. The case of Vermersch. First, an incident which is too dubious to count as a locus. This is a second-hand reference to Marx's thinking that comes to us via Eugene Vermersch, who had been the editor of Le Père Duchesne during the Commune period. An émigré in London after the defeat, Vermersch had one talk with Marx probably in mid-September of 1871. Vermersch told of this conversation 2 years later in a letter to Maxime Vuillaume, who published it just before World War I. Vermersch's letter quotes Marx as telling him that society is historically obliged to pass through the working-class dictatorship too. This reported formulation raises no particular problem. Of course, Marx might well have said something of the sort to any of the communard visitors. But the source is so tainted that it has to be treated with reserve. Vermersch was notorious as editor of a filthy sheet, so commonly called, which achieved a large circulation in Paris as a yellow journal type of sensational rag of the worst sort, yelling wildly for bloodletting and mass guillotining. Its language was marked by the routine use of fuckin', this or that, as an expletive in every other sentence or several times in one. Its main approach to politics was uninhibited slander. In London, Vermersch launched another sheet, Qui vive when it died. Engels, informing Liebknecht that it had choked in its own filth, observed that if the editor Vermersch was not a stool pigeon, he at least wrote in such a way that the French police could not wish anything better. 3 of the few scoundrelly elements that came along with the communard influx, Engels wrote, Vermersch was the arch-scoundrel, for when this habitual liar got into a row with the Blanquists, Engels referred to him publicly as one of the most disreputable people of the Paris yellow press, a certain Vermersch, who under the Commune published the Fille Duchesne, a wretched caricature of Hebert's paper of 1793. This gentleman answered their moral indignation with a pamphlet, and poured a rare flood of scatological invective over their heads. Point 5. Vermersch's reputation crossed party lines. Not only the Blanquists but also the Bakuninist faction leader Guillaume held him in bad odor. Point 6. Not only is this wretch a dubious source in general, but the letter in question is a brew of poisonous hatred, the longest section being a racist hymn of hatred against Germans in a fulsome vaunting of French chauvinism. This follows another quotation ascribed to Marx, against the Latin races, which is simply absurd. Even Vuillaume, his old ally, in a footnote separated himself from Vermersch's racist ranting against Marx as a pan-Germanist, an exercise in which this blackguard repeated the similar racist ravings that Bakunin was sending around about this time in his assault on the International. It is questionable whether anything in this letter is trustworthy for any purpose, but it provides the following vignette. Vermersch's letter bitterly informs his friend that after the Commune, the City Hall rascals, i.e., the Commune leaders, or those who passed for such, had gathered around Karl Marx, whom he calls a pope. When he, Vermersch, arrived in London and saw X, the latter took him to Marx's house. Marx, he boasts rather naively, was very affable and spent much time talking to him, but, he soon adds, he resented being pumped of information or grilled like a prisoner in the dock. In the course of this conversation we get the reference to the remark on working-class dictatorship. Vermurst was never in Marx's house again, he says. It is likely that Vermurst omitted from this account, for understandable reasons, any report on what really was discussed by Marx under the head of dictatorship, namely, Vermurst's own views on the subject. These were made plentifully clear in the next 2 years, probably before, too, but I find no record. Vermurst was an assiduous proponent of a kind of dictatorship, and his talk with Marx did not change his style. In February 1872 he published a letter to a French deputy in which he explained that before the people can govern there must be a dictatorship. 7 The following year, in the second of a series of little pamphlets, this one titled La Dictature, Vermurst elaborated on what he meant. His starting point was of course similar to the Blanquists: the mass of people is not capable of directing public affairs. When it comes to power, the people turn stupid, because, being uneducated, hence no logicians, it is naturally good-hearted, because from the viewpoint of real politics each generation of workers is no more advanced than the preceding one, the people gets the cruel but just punishment for its ignorance and presumption. The people must have the good sense to understand that the task which it was not up to accomplishing by itself should be handed over to a well-tested agent, who will assure its safety. Therefore for the revolutionary people there is only one means of safety, that is, the establishment of a dictatorship. 8. He repeatedly stressed the theme of the incapacity of the people to govern, almost as often as he quoted Machiavelli. His original contribution was a proposal for a two-phase dictatorship. The first dictator, whose task was to repress counter-revolution with bloody violence, would inevitably become too odious in the eyes of the people. The second part of the dictatorial mission, construction of the new order, required a second dictatorship, ergo a second dictator to take over. Take over how? This depended on circumstances, but Vermurst was certain that Marat's idea of electing a dictator was wrong, the political capacity of the people being lacking, as before, etc. The dictatorship, then, would be the prize of force. That is, to interpret in Vermurstian terms, the most bloody ruthless jungle killer would prove himself fit to wield power. 9. Though Vermurst started from the traditional Jacobin notion of dictatorship, he soon steered in the direction of Bakuninist concepts. In the last of his pamphlet series, La Société Secrète, he polemized against the idea of a secret society by glorifying a vague notion of revolutionary mass spontaneity, which he counterposed to any organized leadership. This pamphlet wound up with a vicious, or Vermurstian, attack, solely slanderous, on the anti-Bakuninist exposé which the International published in mid-1873, written mostly by Engels and Lafargue. 10 It seems apparent that Vermurst was speculating on taking over Bakunin's clientele. We have mentioned Vermurst's repetition of Bakunin's anti-German racist agitation, which was a very important element in the Russians' propaganda leading up to the Hague Congress. In another of his pamphlets Vermurst took over the Bakuninist notion of revolutionary brigandage: let the people pillage, let them steal, let them kill, you the bourgeois have made them beasts of prey. 11. This exponent of revolutionary cretinism operated, to be sure, in a corner of what passed for the workers' movement, but it was not without all effect on the muddle of ideas pullulating in the emigration. 2 Locus 5, Marx's banquet speech. Did Marx regard the Paris Commune as a dictatorship of the proletariat? This question was long considered moot, for, while it was well known that Engels had attached the label, in Locus 11, it was long believed that Marx had refrained from doing so. Behind this issue was the interpretation of the term itself. If, in Marx's view, it meant a workers' state or the rule of the proletariat, no more and no less, then obviously Marx would have called the commune by one or the other term interchangeably. If however it meant some special form of workers' state, or only one that takes some specific dictatorial steps, then the Paris Commune could be called a dictatorship of the proletariat only by some process of argumentation, or not so called at all because it was too democratic. My thesis in this book has been the first of these two opinions. It was also the thesis of my 1962 essay. Shortly after its publication, Volume 17 of the Marx Engels Werke appeared, calling attention to a hitherto obscure report of a speech by Marx. For anyone who needed a Marx quote to settle the matter, here it was. Right after the end of the September 1871 conference of the International, held in London because the scheduled Congress had to be postponed, a banquet was held as usual. It was billed as the 7th anniversary celebration of the International's founding, but it was also the London Conference's wind-up social affair. The detailed account we have is an unsigned article that appeared in the New York World, headed "The Reds in Session," etc., datelined from London. 12. It was a convivial affair, at which Marx was voted into the chair by acclamation. In the only other extant notice of the banquet, Marx's daughter Jenny told friends in Germany. Infinity more Marx was made to preside on the occasion, much against his will, as you may imagine, and he had the honor of having on his right hand the heroic Polish General Rybołuski. On the other side sat the brother of Dombrowski. A great many members of the Commune were present. 13. The World Dispatch said that the banquet was held by the members of the General Council and a select company of friends, most of them members and officers of the Paris Commune. Marx's short speech as chairman was reported in some detail, not between quotation marks but in paraphrase. The passage that concerns us, on the Commune, went as follows. Locus 5. The last movement was the Commune, the greatest that has yet been made, and there could not be two opinions about it. The Commune was the conquest of the political power of the working classes. There was much misunderstanding about the Commune. The Commune could not found a new form of class government. In destroying the existing conditions of oppression by transferring all the means of labor to the productive laborer, and thereby compelling every able-bodied individual to work for a living, the only base for class rule and oppression would be removed. But before such a change could be effected, a proletarian dictature would become necessary, and the first condition of that was a proletarian army. The working classes would have to conquer the right to emancipate themselves on the battlefield. The task of the International was to organize and combine the forces of labor for the coming struggle. 14. Thus Marx's first recorded use of the term since 1852 took place in a setting heavily conditioned by an audience that was Blanquist in good part. There were many little speeches and toasts, said the World, but the name that set the whole assembly in motion like an electric shock was Blanky's. I submit that to find Marx reviving, or reusing, the term after 2 decades in this context tends to confirm the thesis that Marx's term rule of the proletariat was reformulated as dictatorship of the proletariat when Marx had to confront the Blanquist mind. There are 4 circumstances to note about this affair. 1. Marx's formulation here was proletarian dictature. The Gallicized form of dictatorship may have been due to the fact that Marx was speaking, at least at this point, in the type of macaronic English that is so common in his letters, or perhaps he was even speaking in French, in whole or part. Besides, the form dictature is met with in English writers at this time. 2. There can be no doubt that Marx was applying proletarian dictature to the Commune. This passage began with the reiteration of the proposition that the Commune was the conquest of the political power of the working classes, and it continued with an exposition of that idea. 3. The World paraphrase had Marx saying, contradictorily, both that the Commune represented the political power of the working classes and that it could not found a new form of class government. Of course, Marx must have been making his customary point that the working class state or government had the task of inaugurating a classless society. As usual, he presented the proletarian dictature as a transitional stage toward the abolition of all class rule, before such a change could be effected. 4. Because of the interest attaching to this banquet speech, it is unfortunate that its exact date has been muddled. It is usually dated September 25, because the World article, dateline September 26, said that the celebration took place last night. But the aforementioned letter by Jenny, who was at the banquet table, according to the World, gave the date as September 24. To be sure, Jenny might have made a mistake. On the other hand, editors have been known to change, for example, 2 nights ago to last night in order to make a piece look more current. I think Jenny's date is more likely for 2 reasons. A. The conference sessions ended on September 23rd, and the pattern was to hold the banquet the next day. 2. The 24th was a Sunday, the 25th, a Monday. Outside of Marx, it is difficult to find anyone who raised the question of the relationship of the Paris Commune to the common formulations about revolutionary dictatorship, dictatorship of the people, or any other favored dictatorship. According to Venturi, the Russian revolutionist Lavrov was one of the first in Europe to define the Commune as an instrument of power of the proletariat, as a government of the workers, this in an article published shortly after the Commune revolt broke out. Then he went to London, became well acquainted with Marx and Engels, with whom he corresponded for many years, and with the General Council, and participated in discussions on the Commune. He must have chatted with Marx about dictatorship. Some years later, in 1879, he summarized his views in a long pamphlet, The Paris Commune of the 18th of March 1871, and here he mentioned that only Milliere, in NOS 23,29 and 30 of the Marseillaise, had described a plan to organize the revolutionary dictatorship of the people. 15. This report is second-hand and rather vague, but it is all I can find. 3. Locus 6, Marx on political indifference. Marx's next use of the term came in an article written for the Italian socialist press, Enrico Bignami's annual Almanacco Repubblicano per l'anno 1874, published in Lodi in December 1873. Marx had written it about a year before, in December-January, around the turn of the year 1872 into 1873. Bignami was the editor of La Plebe and an opponent of the Bakuninists, though on the reformist side, a valued ally of the General Council. Marx's article was an attack on the anti-politicalism of Proudhonism, an important target at the time since it was Proudhon's theoretical writings, certainly not Bakunin's, that fed the anarchoid ideology of Bakunin's Italian clientele. The article was entitled L'indifferenza in materia politica, Indifference to Political Affairs, a title probably conferred by Bignami, who also did the Italian translation. Marx's own manuscript, probably in French, is not extant. Since this passage was one of those cited by Lenin in State and Revolution, it has often been referred to and reproduced, but usually without an explanation of its peculiar context. Out of context, it must be puzzling. The article begins abruptly with a long section, all in quotation marks, which purports to set forth what an anti-political Proudhonist anarchist would say if he wrote down his views frankly and bluntly. In other words, this part is a fictitious speech, purporting to represent not Marx's views but those of his target. The dictatorship phrase occurs in the course of this fictitious speech, for the speaker is shown attacking the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the same way as any idea of political action or power. It is quite clear if you read the entire article, but if you are only served up the cited paragraph, you have to remember that the formulations are being put in the opponent's mouth by Marx. Locus 6. If the political struggle of the working class assumes violent forms, if the workers substitute their revolutionary dictatorship for the dictatorship of the bourgeois class, they commit the terrible crime of violating principle, because, in order to satisfy their wretched, profane everyday needs, in order to crush the resistance of the bourgeois class, instead of laying down arms and abolishing the state, they give it a revolutionary and transitional form. 16. The idea is being alluded to only in passing. The fictitious speaker is using the dictatorship phrase only as another formulation for workers' political power. This is underlined by the direct counterposition of the two class dictatorships, one the alternative to the other, thereby putting the accent on the social basis of the power rather than on the political forms or methods of a regime. Here the dictatorship of the bourgeois class is clearly used as a general formulation for the bourgeois state, any bourgeois state, just as the workers' revolutionary dictatorship is being used as a general formulation for a workers' state. Here we very clearly find Marx using the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie as a term coordinate with the dictatorship of the proletariat, one counterposed to the other. Earlier, in 1850 for example, Marx's class struggles in France had referred to Cavenac's rule as a bourgeois dictatorship recognized officially and the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the sabre. 17 But in those cases the generalized meaning of bourgeois dictatorship was only latent. This use of bourgeois dictatorship was certainly not unknown in socialist circles, where tu quoque arguments were common enough. At the 1866 Congress of the International in Geneva, a report by Dupont and Ecarius had argued that cooperatives could transform the wage system and destroy the capitalist dictatorship, which was deliberately hostile to cooperatives. 18 At the same Congress, the report on trade unionism incidentally remarked that unions could be organs of transformation of the system of wage labor and of capitalist dictatorship. 19. Such a general counterposition of dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to dictatorship of the proletariat implicitly defines the latter in terms of the class nature of the political power rather than special governmental forms. 4. Locus 7, Engels on the housing question. Hard on the heels of Marx's Italian article, the term was next used by Engels in Part 3 of his work The Housing Question. This is the first time that it occurred in Engels' writing, unless we count Engels' signature on the SUCR document, Locus 2. This work was originally published as a series of articles in the Leipzig Volksstadt, mostly in 1872, but the installments constituting Part 3 were written in January 1873 and published in the course of February. The term occurred in two passages of Part 3. The first one, dealing with the Blanquists, has already been mentioned. Point 20 The reason why the term occurred to Engels in this connection is contained right in the passage itself, namely, the reference to the Blanquist Manifesto Internationale et Revolution, which had been published in 1872. Here is the passage. Locus 7a. When the so-called Blanquists made an attempt to transform themselves from mere political revolutionists into a socialist workers' group with a definite program as was done by the Blanquist refugees in London in their Manifesto Internationale et Revolution, they adopted, and almost literally at that, the views of German scientific socialism on the necessity of political action by the proletariat and of its dictatorship as the transition to the abolition of classes and with them of the state. Views such as had already been expressed in the Communist Manifesto and since then on innumerable occasions. Point 21. Obviously Engels was not saying that the dictatorship phrase appeared in the manifesto nor that it had been expressed on innumerable occasions. These statements applied directly only to the rest of the formulation about political action by the proletariat. What is striking is that Engels treated it all as a single integrated idea. In this sense he was dating the proletarian dictatorship idea back to the manifesto, where the term does not appear. The second passage is interesting for a similar reason. Here Engels was polemizing against a Prudenist, whom he has just quoted. Locus 7b. Friend Mühlberger thus makes the following points here. 1. We do not pursue any class policy and do not strive for any class rule. But the German Social Democratic Workers' Party, just because it is a workers' party, does necessarily pursue a class policy, the policy of the working class. Since every political party sets out to establish its rule in the state, so the German Social Democratic Workers' Party is necessarily striving for its rule, the rule of the working class, hence a class rule. Moreover, every real proletarian party, from the English Chartists onward, has always put forward a class policy, the organization of the proletariat as an independent political party, as the first condition of the struggle, and the dictatorship of the proletariat as the immediate aim of the struggle. By declaring this to be ridiculous, Mühlberger places himself outside the proletarian movement and inside the ranks of petty bourgeois socialism. Point 22. What leaps to the eye is Engels' assumption that dictatorship of the proletariat has no special meaning whatever other than the establishment of the rule of the working class. This is put beyond doubt by the direct statement, underlined by Engels, that every real proletarian party necessarily stands for it, including the Chartists, and has always put it forward. The reference to the Chartists is sufficiently explained in chapter 8.23. This statement by itself speaks volumes about Engels' conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat and single-handedly refutes a good deal of what has been written about it. It can make no sense to anyone who believes that there is some special theory of proletarian dictatorship in Marx and Engels, some theory beyond that of the workers' state as the embodiment of the political power of the proletariat. At such points, the Engels versus Marx myth becomes very handy. Incidentally, in this same work we find that Engels considered it a tactical matter of indifference whether the proletariat in power will simply take possession of the instruments of production, raw materials, and means of subsistence by force, or whether it will pay compensation for them immediately or whether it will redeem the property involved there by slow installment payments. Point 24. It does not sound very dictatorial, but, as is well known, Marx agreed with this relaxed view of the compensation-confiscation issue. The point is that the character of a workers' state as a dictatorship of the proletariat has nothing to do with tactics of this sort. 5. Marx's notes on Bakunin's book. The two preceding loci were directed against Proudhonist lines of thought, involving not anarchism so much as general anti-politicalism. In response, Marx and Engels were led to emphasize the necessity for the conquest of political power, the transitional rule of the proletariat. While Marx had brought out the formulation dictatorship of the proletariat as a counterpoise to the Blanquists, we are now at an interesting point where he obtrusively refrained from using the term. This negative fact is relevant to our inquiry. The case concerns Bakunin's book Statism and Anarchy 25, published in 1873. Marx made his way through this work partly for his Russian language study during 1874 and early 1875, writing out a detailed summation, in quotations, and paraphrase. Point 26. It was mainly toward the end of these notes, which take over 40 printed pages, that he began to interpolate some comments of his own. Even so, it must not be thought that he wrote up a systematic refutation. The scribbled comments tend to be expletive, exclamatory, telegraphic, and ungrammatical. The background issue is Bakunin's principled attack on democracy, as we explained in chapter 7.27, not simply his criticism of universal suffrage but his rejection of democratic control of authority as an aim. Any limitation on the sovereignty of the ego is authoritarian. Representation is an unalloyed evil, the more thoroughly democratic, the worse. While Bakunin sometimes gave the impression he was only complaining about the defects of democracy, statism and anarchy as usual excludes any possibility of democratic representation. Both the theory of the state and the theory of the so-called revolutionary dictatorship in equal measure are based on this fiction of the pseudo-representation of the people and on the real fact that the popular masses are governed by a handful of privileged people elected or indeed not even elected by mobs voting under constraint and ignorant of whom they're voting for, on this abstract and fictional expression of what is represented to be the people's will and thought, of which the real living people do not have the least idea. Point 28. So it must be understood that Bakunin's objection to revolutionary dictatorship is essentially the same as his objection to any democratic state. He attacks Marx from the same direction that he attacks the very idea of representative institutions. By a people's government, the Marxists understand the government of the people by means of a small number of representatives elected by the people by universal suffrage. The election by the whole of the nation of the self-styled representatives of the people and leaders of the state. This is the last word of the Marxists as well as of the democratic school, is a lie that conceals the despotism of the governing minority, a lie all the more dangerous in that it is presented as the expression of the alleged will of the people. Point 29. There are always two possibilities about such attacks on democracy. 1. They criticize democratic forms for not being democratic enough, for not really affecting democratic control by the people, or, 2, they utilize the widespread cynicism about elections solely for the purpose of discrediting democracy itself. In general, anarchism takes the second road. Bakunin continually denounces the Marxists because they favor universal suffrage. It is interesting that at no point in his book does Bakunin refer to the dictatorship of the proletariat or to any dictatorship really advocated or discussed by Marx. Instead, By a juggle equating Marx and Lassalle, he ascribes to Marx the notion of a dictatorship by savants and whips himself to a fury of denunciation against this mythical Marx's idea of the despotic government of the proletarian masses by a new and very small aristocracy of real or alleged savants. Since such a dictatorship is the worst of all, says Bakunin, the Marxists console themselves with the idea that this dictatorship will be temporary and short-lived. 30. Marx scribbles a note on this, non, mon cher. We console ourselves, rather, with the thought that the class rule of the workers over the old world strata they have been fighting can last only as long as the economic basis of the existence of classes is not destroyed. 31. We see that Marx underlines class rule here, as if demonstratively refusing to follow Bakunin in using the word dictatorship, he substitutes Klassenherrschaft. The concoction about the government of the savants he dismisses with a scornful Kell reverie. If Marx refuses to take the term dictatorship from Bakunin, it is no doubt because he knows well enough what meaning was attached to it by our libertarian, especially with respect to the various dictatorships he planned for himself. Among Marx's interpolated notes are other remarks bearing on his customary description of the rule or dictatorship of the proletariat. In one passage Bakunin poses what he doubtlessly considered a very clever stumper. If the proletariat becomes the ruling class, one asks, whom will it rule? There will, then, remain still a class subjected to this new ruling class, to this new state. 32. In Marx's paraphrase summary, this reads, there will still remain another proletariat. In his comment on this, Marx does not bother to make the elementary point that the proletariat as ruling class has to rule, in the first place, the old defeated ruling class which seeks to regain power. He does make a general point. This means, as long as other classes, especially the capitalist class, still exist, as long as the proletariat fights against them, for upon its taking governmental power its enemies and the old organizations of society do not yet disappear, it must employ forcible means, hence governmental means, it is itself still a class, and the economic conditions on which the class struggle is based along with the existence of classes have not yet disappeared and must be forcibly cleared out of the way. Or transformed, and their process of transformation forcibly hastened. 33. The style leaves something to be desired, but Marx did not intend these notes for any eyes but his own. Bakunin asks, about a passage in the Communist Manifesto, what does it mean, the proletariat organized as the ruling class? Marx scribbles. It means that the proletariat, instead of struggling as individuals against the economically privileged classes, has gained enough strength and organization to employ general means of coercion in the struggle against them, but it can only employ economic means that abolish its own character as a salariate body of wage earners and hence as a class. Therefore, with its complete victory its own rule is ended too, since its class character has disappeared. 34. The dialogue of paraphrase and scribbled comment goes on for a bit. Bakunin will perhaps the whole proletariat stand at the head of the government. Marx, for example, in a degree trade union degree does the whole union form its executive committee? Will all division of labor in the factory cease, also the various functions which arise from it? And in Bakunin's formation from below to above, will everyone be above? Then indeed there's no below. Will all members of the commune likewise administer the common interests of the region? In that case, there's no difference between commune and region. Bakunin the Germans number about 40 million. Will, for EX, all 40 million be members of the government? Marx degree certainly, degree since the whole thing begins with the self-government of the commune. 35. The last remark is unexpected. What, all 40 million will be members of the government? This is how it is summed up in Marx's notes, but the original wording by Bakunin provides a more explanatory context. What does it mean, the proletariat organized as ruling class? Is this to say that the proletariat will be, altogether, in control of public affairs? The Germans number about 40 million. Can it be that these 40 million will form part of the government and, with the entire people governing, there will no longer be any governed? Point 36. To this Marx answered certainly. Bakunin's challenging question might just as well have been, what does it mean, the dictatorship of the proletariat? Or, equally, substitute workers' state. 6 Locus 8, Engels on the Blanquist refugees. The most important expository statement on the dictatorship of the proletariat came in 1874 in an article by Engels. In terms of our thesis on the genesis of the term, we should not be surprised to find that this article was an overall sketch of the Blanquist group in London and its political ideology. That year, Engels started writing a series of articles for the Volksstaat on refugee literature. The second of these took up the program of the Blanquist refugees of the Commune, a review of the Blanquists' pamphlet Auxiliary Communes. 37 We have already cited several passages from this article, especially to describe the Blanquist group. 38 But this article is one of the most important presentations of political views to be found in Marx and Engels. I would urge the reader to study it in one piece and as a whole. Unfortunately, it is typical of the situation that this important article appeared in English for virtually the first time 39 in MESW, that is, in 1969, and that it has been included in none of the selected writings collections that have come out since. Engels writes of Blanqui himself. Blanqui is essentially a political revolutionary, a socialist only by sentiment, sympathizing with the sufferings of the people, but he has neither a socialist theory nor definite practical proposals for social remedies. In his political activity he was essentially the man of action, believing that a small well-organized minority, attempting a revolutionary coup de main at the right moment, can carry the mass of people with them by a couple of initial successes and thus make a victorious revolution. Point 40. In this article Engels pinpoints the meaning of dictatorship of the proletariat as against the Blanquist dictatorship. Locus 8. From the fact that Blanqui conceives of every revolution as the coup de main of a small revolutionary minority, what follows of itself is the necessity of dictatorship after its success. The dictatorship, please note, not of the entire revolutionary class, the proletariat, but of the small number of those who made the coup de main and who themselves are organized beforehand under the dictatorship of one person or a few. One can see that Blanqui is a revolutionary of the previous generation. Point 41. There could be no clearer differentiation between Marx's conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a class dictatorship and the traditional conception, the dictatorship of the party as the anteroom to popular democratic government, hence excluding the latter at least as first, hence entailing the dictatorship of the party over the proletariat. 7 Locus 9, Marx on the Gotha program. The confrontation with the Blanquists, which led directly to loci 5 and 8, had produced several contexts for the dictatorship of the proletariat during the first half of the 1870s. The term was around, and this no doubt accounts for the fact that it was used by Marx in an important document in 1875. The two German socialist parties, the Eisenachers of Babel and Liebknecht and the Lassalleans, were preparing to unite at a congress in Gotha. The draft program was filled with concessions to the Lassalleans. Marx was incensed. He sent a letter of critical analysis to some of the Eisenacher leaders, attacking the Lassallean formulations and ideas. This document, usually called his Critique of the Gotha Program, was neither a personal letter nor a public article, but a restricted circular of political discussion. The passage referring to dictatorship of the proletariat here is one of the two most often quoted loci, but also one of the barest. It came in the course of Marx's discussion of the democratic section of the program, that is, the section on democratic demands and planks. Marx aimed his shafts, for one thing, at the Lassallean term, the Free State. He wanted to show how imprecise and misleading it is to call a state free. One should keep in mind that Marx insisted on differentiating scientifically between the term state, meaning the organized machinery of suppression of one class by another in the course of enforcing its political power, and other terms such as government, society, country. Free state, what is this? It is by no means the aim of workers who have rid themselves of the narrow mentality of subjects to make the state free. In the German Empire the state is almost as free as in Russia. Freedom consists in transforming the state from an organ set above society into one thoroughly subordinated to it, and today too the state forms are more free or less free to the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. 42. In emphasizing that, for real freedom, the state must be transformed from an organ set above society into one thoroughly subordinated to it, Marx was, of course, hitting at Lassalle's fetishism of the state, the theoretical side of his pervasive authoritarianism. As Marx wrote, a little further on, the whole program, for all its democratic ring, is contaminated through and through with the Lassallean sex-servile belief in the state. 43. Marx went on to argue that the state is based on existing society and is not an independent entity that possesses its own intellectual, moral and freedom-related basis. 44. He objected to the terminological confusion involved in the program between present-day state and present-day society. Present-day society is capitalist society. There are different present-day states, yet what they have in common is their social basis. Then. Locus 9. In this sense one can speak of the present-day state, in contrast with the future, in which its present root, bourgeois society, has died off. The question comes up, then, what transformation will the state undergo in a communist society? In other words, what societal functions will remain there that are analogous to the present state functions? This question can be answered only scientifically, and you don't get a flea hop nearer the problem by juxtaposing the words people and state 1,000 times. Between the capitalist and the communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. To this there corresponds a political transition period whose state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 45. Marx adds, now the program has nothing to do either with the latter, i.e., the dictatorship of the proletariat, or with the future state of communist society. And in fact he does not discuss the matter any further. Another passage is relevant. Marx wrote that in the transition period the state would be the dictatorship of the proletariat, and on the next page he injects a sharp reminder that when he says state he does not mean the government machinery. This came up because he objected to the program's formulation that the party demands as the economic basis of the state, a single progressive income tax, etc. No, Marx insisted, taxes are not the economic basis of the state, taxes are the economic basis of the government machinery and nothing else. He put the finger on the terminological confusion in the program. By state is meant the government machine, which really means the state only insofar as it forms an organism separated from society through division of labor. 46. Perhaps this objection struck Marx's correspondents as terminological quibbling, but it is today that this quibble takes on a vital meaning. Do not confuse the nature of a state with government forms, Marx warned. This has to be applied to the preceding statement that the state in the transition period will be a dictatorship of the proletariat. For Marx, this is a statement about the societal content of the state, the class character of the political power. It is not a statement about the forms of the government machine or other matters of government structure or policies. Marx's statement that the program has nothing to do either with this, the dictatorship of the proletariat, or with the future state of communist society has been subjected to some scrutiny. The preceding is a literal translation of Marx's words, which has also been translated more freely as follows: now the program does not deal with this. 47. The result is that Marx's statement has been interpreted as a complaint that the draft program did not deal with this question. Even if we leave aside the meaning of Marx's words, the translation issue, it is very difficult to believe that Marx was urging the party to include dictatorship of the proletariat in its program. There is not the slightest ground in the next paragraphs to leave this open. On the contrary, in the next paragraph Marx objects to the inadequacy of the democratic section of the program, and he points out that one thing has been forgotten. It is not, of course, the dictatorship of the proletariat, but rather the demand for the democratic republic. The main thing, namely, that all those nice little things are based on the recognition of the so-called sovereignty of the people, and that hence there is room for them only in a democratic republic. 48. And even with respect to the democratic republic demand, he immediately agrees that it is wiser for the program to omit it, simply out of prudence before the threat of government persecution. Not before the critique of the Gotha program and not after it did Marx ever indicate that the party program should include the dictatorship of the proletariat, or any formulation involving the word dictatorship. He did not do so when the program of the French Gauche d'Ist party was drafted in his London study in 1880. It was enough for a program to call for the conquest of political power by the proletariat. And if the dictatorship formulation was only a special form of this plank, why should he have brought it up? The opposite view is based entirely on the belief that dictatorship of the proletariat was a formula with special properties that were evidently entirely alien to Marx's own view. Though the statement about the dictatorship of the proletariat is quite undetailed, it does say enough to quash one common misinterpretation. In the later socialist and communist movement, it was quite frequently said or implied that a workers' state might or might not be the dictatorship of the proletariat depending on what it did, by which, one supposes, some staunchly dictatorial measures were expected. But in this locus Marx wrote very clearly that the transition period can be nothing but the dictatorship of the proletariat. He was plainly not thinking that the dictatorship of the proletariat was only one kind of a transitional state, other workers' states being non-dictatorial. Once again, we find, Marx refutes in advance the conception of a theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat which is anything other than the theory of the workers' state. Marx did not change his mind. The passage in the Critique of the Gotha program was the last appearance of the dictatorship of the proletariat during his lifetime. 20. The third period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat was Marx's terminological contribution, not Engels', this is beyond doubt. It was only in the 1870s that Engels adopted it in his own writings. When Marx died, the term had not surfaced for 8 years, and another 7 years passed before it appeared again from Engels' pen. During this 15-year hiatus, of course, the old Blanquist problem that had originally elicited the term had completely changed. As the 1880s wore on, the tendency on the French left that was still reminiscently called Blanquist was rapidly moving towards social democratic normalization, though it still preened itself on being revolutionary. The era of secret society conspiratorialism and putschism was buried under Vaillant's leadership. Our previous discussion of the Blanquism of the 50s would be irrelevant now except for our analysis of the reformist essence of Blanquist politics. The term might never have re-emerged, conceivably, except for the reappearance of Marx's Critique of the Gotha program, as related in section 3 below. But first, a couple of preliminaries. 1. Lafargue's landmark. In 1888 there took place what can be considered a landmark event in the history of the term, as far as the movement was concerned. It prefigured what was going to happen after Engels' death. Émile Bottigelli's introduction to the correspondence between Engels and the Lafargues claims that Paul Lafargue was one of the few members of the French workers, or Gauche d'Ist party to affirm the necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat. What this says or implies was not true, rather, Lafargue was one of the first to utilize the reverberations of the term to apologize for politics that can be called dictatorial in the modern sense. The article in which Lafargue performed his alleged service was written for the Social Democrat published by the Russian Social Democrats in Geneva. Its title was Parliamentarism and Boulangism. In Boulangism lies the tale. The background fact is that Lafargue was, at this time, one of the few people in the leadership of the French Gestists, Marxists, who leaned toward critical support of the would-be military dictator General Boulanger. To give him the benefit of the doubt, he was soft on Boulangism. To put it more accurately, he wanted the movement to ride on the Boulangist wave in order to get a piece of the action, thus appearing as left Boulangists. There were leftists galore who were taking this line, and Boulanger had a substantial socialist Republican wing for a while, led by Henry de Rochefort, editor of L'Intransigeant. The Blanquist group split on the issue, a wing under Granger, breaking with Vaillant, formed its own Boulango-Blanquist organization and ran candidates as supporters of the man on horseback. Lafargue tended to push his own party into a similar position, but not as boldly. Lafargue's position emerges from the correspondence at the time between him and Engels, who was trying to straighten him out on the issue. There was no doubt at all, in the mind of anyone in France over 4, that General Boulanger aimed to install a military dictatorship. The left Boulangists could only dream that, in such a dictatorial regime, they could grab their share of power naturally, in order to do good things and eventually elbow the bumbling Boulanger out. What was at stake was the destruction of France's democratic republican institutions in favor of a military dictatorship. This was the little game that Lafargue was inclined to play. It would be anachronistic, of course, to call Boulanger a fascist flat out, but it would be not at all invalid to investigate the many similarities between the Boulangist movement, short-lived as it was, and the fascism of the 20th century. And the politics of Boulanger-Blanchism and of left Boulangism can only be clarified by this analogy. For one thing, part of the support for Boulanger from both right and left came from a general disillusionment and disgust with parliamentarism, which in practice meant, with bourgeois democratic institutions. Boulanger was going to rid France of its parliamentary paralysis and get things done. In the middle of this situation, our Boulanger-Marxist on the half-shell, Lafargue, faced with the task of justifying his flirtation with the military dictator, remembered something. Hadn't Marx himself talked about dictatorship somewhere? Or was it Engels? Lafargue might not have known as yet of Marx's critique of the Gotha program, but Engels' polemic against the Blanquists, Locus 8, would be familiar. That was 14 years ago. The foregoing line of thought is speculative, to be sure. What is certain is that in his article on parliamentarism and Boulangism, Lafargue wrote, "When the proletariat takes possession of the state, it will have to organize a revolutionary authority and rule society dictatorially until the bourgeoisie has disappeared as a class, i.e., until there has been completed the nationalization of the means of production." 3. There is no conception here of a class dictatorship, and it is doubtful that Lafargue understood this to be Marx's meaning. If he did, he would have known that when the proletariat takes possession of the state, this possession already is the dictatorship of the proletariat. Instead, he has the proletariat undertaking to rule society dictatorially, but a class cannot, as such, rule dictatorially in this sense. What Lafargue implicitly meant was that the representatives of the class, real or alleged, would rule dictatorially. There can be no question about what Lafargue's words would have meant in 1888 to any French reader. Indeed, Lafargue did not leave it entirely to speculation, for in the same article he referred to a number of dictators into whose arms the French people had thrown themselves, Cavaignac, Louis Bonaparte, Thiers. In 1871 he does not quite apply the term to Boulanger. 4. So, at precisely the time when a mass movement was being attracted to a military dictator, Lafargue found it opportune to mention that, after all, we too want to rule dictatorially. 2 Locus 10, Engels' letter to Schmidt. The first time we meet the term again, after the 15-year hiatus, was in a private letter by Engels written in October 1890. The only evident reason why the term might have reoccurred to Engels at this point is that he was already looking at the old manuscript of Marx's critique of the Gotha program, in preparation for making it public the first time. See next section. In mid-December he was already telling Karl confidentially that a clear copy of the manuscript had been produced. 5 And so there is good reason to suppose that in October he had just dug it out of the archive. The letter he wrote to Conrad Schmidt on October 27, 1890 was one of the group on the materialist conception of history which constitutes a basic source on the meaning of Marx's theory. In this letter Engels explained that historical materialism does not say that only economic factors are operative in history. He was discussing a book by Paul Barth. Locus 10. If, then, Barth thinks that we deny any and every reaction by the political etc. reflections of the economic movement on this movement itself, he is simply tilting at windmills. He need only look at the 18th Brumaire by Marx, which almost exclusively concerns itself with the special role that political struggles and events play, naturally within the framework of their general dependence on economic conditions. Or capital, example the section on the working day, where legislation, which after all is a political act, operates so incisively. Or the section on the history of the bourgeoisie, chapter 24 26-32 in English. Or why then do we fight for the political dictatorship of the proletariat, if political power is economically powerless? Force, i.e., state power, is also an economic power. 6. The great significance of this locus is the extreme casualness with which dictatorship of the proletariat is tossed in, as a mere synonym for the conquest of political power by the proletariat. It plays no other role, can be explained in no other way. As soon as the term is assigned a narrower or more specialized meaning in this context, Engels' statement ceases to make sense. 3-second round on the Gotha program. When Engels was writing to Schmidt, the German party was preparing to adopt a program to replace the one on which unification had been effected at the Gotha Congress in 1875. The new program was going to emerge from the Erfurt Congress in 1891 as a more Marxist-sounding document than the earlier one. In the pre-Congress period, Engels was determined to make known to the movement what the party leaders had been doing their best to suppress, namely, Marx's views on Lassalle and Lassalleanism. Besides, the party was supposed to discuss the Gotha program in order to replace it, and so more than ever Marx's 1875 critique of that program was in order. As we have seen, Engels disinterred the old document from the archive and moved to get it published for the first time. Getting it into the party organ Vorwärts would be difficult, for its editor was Liebknecht, who had the greatest interest of all in suppressing it again, as he had done in 1875, when he had kept it from Babel's knowledge. 7 The alternative was the Neue Zeit, less widely read, of course. Engels twisted arms a bit. He threatened editor Kosky that he would otherwise send the document for publication in the Vienna party press. In any case Kosky went along, and got the critique into print before the party executive could order it killed. Engels warned Zarga in advance that Marx's suppressed document would raise a storm. A bombshell is coming in number 17 of the Neue Zeit, Marx's critique of the draft program of 1875. You will be delighted, but there will be anger and indignation from many in Germany. 8. This prediction came true in spades. Engels' target was not only the shards of Lassalleanism in the program but also the rapidly developing opportunist trends among the party leaders and ranks in Germany, now that the pressure of the anti-socialist law had been removed. The most violent reaction came from the parliamentary group, Reichstag fraction, of the party, where the right-wing power was concentrated. After the bombshell had detonated, Engels wrote Kosky. You say Babel writes you that the treatment of Lassalle by Marx has caused bad blood among the old Lassalleans. That may be. These people, indeed, do not know the real story, and it seems besides that nothing has happened to enlighten them about it. A very nice thing, that voices have been heard in the Reichstag fraction saying that the Neue Zeit should be placed under censorship. Are we still haunted by the ghost of the fraction's dictatorship during the anti-socialist law, which was necessary, to be sure, and well carried out, or is it a matter of reminiscences of Schweitzer's old tight organization? 9. The reference to the Reichstag fraction's dictatorship was to the recourse the party had been forced into when Bismarck outlawed it in Germany. The Reichstag deputies, who still operated legally, became the equivalent of the party executive inside the country, while the elected party leadership worked out of Zurich, in exile. Even around that time Marx had commented, in a letter to Zarga, that the reformist corrupted social democratic deputies are already so much affected by parliamentary idiotism that they think they stand above criticism and condemn criticism as a crime of lèse majesté. 10. The situation was worse in 1891. Engels told Lafargue. Marx's article has excited great anger in the Central Committee of the party and much praise in the party itself. There was an attempt to suppress that whole edition of Neue Zeit, but it was too late, so they put a good face on it and boldly reprinted the article in the official organ Vorwärts. In the meantime I am not receiving news of them directly, they boycott me a bit. 11. In fact, the irate leadership sent Engels to Coventry for a considerable period, for his effrontery in forcing Marx's critique into the open. The center of the party hubbub was Marx's uninhibited attack on the laissez-aller fetish in the party. The other element that got involved was the fact that the document used the term dictatorship of the proletariat, locus 9. This led to a confrontation in the Reichstag. 4 Rumpus in the Reichstag. In the Reichstag, as might be expected, the uproar in the socialist camp was utilized for anti-socialist purposes. Dr. von Bennigsen arose on February 28 to bait the Social Democratic deputy Karl Grillenberger about Marx's document. Let us quote Bennigsen's speech on this point so as to get an idea of the reverberations in the country. Grillenberger has stressed that his position and that of his friends provide no basis for the charge that they intend a violent overthrow or revolutionary acts, and this is certainly very gladdening to hear. But I want to point out here that Herr Grillenberger, one of the leaders of the German Social Democratic Party, thereby puts himself in open contradiction with the program of the intellectual head of the German and European social democracy, Herr Marx, which was published not long ago by Herr Engels. Herr Marx said there, with a clarity that leaves nothing to be desired, that, between the present state of the bourgeois economy and state institutions and the social democratic economic and political order to follow, an in-between state of affairs must necessarily intervene. This is to be the state of affairs called the dictatorship of the proletariat here, on the right. Is there anyone here in the House who thinks such a dictatorship of the proletariat possible on the path of reform, to be carried out in a gradual transition, mirth instead of only on the path of a victorious revolution of the social democracy? Even Herr Grillenberger will maintain the contrary with difficulty, in any case he will not believe it. 12. Herr Dr. von Bennigsen, of course, knew well enough that Herr Grillenberger was furious at the publication of the Marx document. He wanted to get the Social Democratic spokesman to repudiate Marx in public, and he succeeded handsomely. Grillenberger took the floor again, and toward the end of the speech, confronted the challenge. Herr Dr. von Bennigsen has said that it seems we are not so serious about our reforming activity because the most prominent savant-galard whom the social democracy has to show, the late Karl Marx, stated, in the letter that recently was made public, that as a transitional stage from the present-day capitalist to the social democratic society, a dictatorship of the revolutionary proletariat must come to pass. But Herr Dr. von Bennigsen has forgotten to add that the Social Democratic Party did not acquiesce to this programmatic proposal by Marx. Marx was, indeed, indignant that the social democracy made its programmatic decisions just as it felt was right for German conditions, and that in consequence for us there was never any question of a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Precisely that which we ought to get some appreciation for, the fact that we don't jump up and salute when somebody from outside expects us to adopt an unacceptable program. This is brought up here against us. 13. Grillenberger and the party had, of course, the right to separate themselves from Marx's statement if the party made a decision to that effect, as it had not done, but Grillenberger, no doubt carried away by rage at the parliamentary difficulties Marx was erecting for him, went much further in this speech. Marx was indignant, he told his chortling audience, because the party insisted on making its own decisions, without being ordered around from outside. This was simple slander. It should be noted, too, that Grillenberger assumed that Marx was proposing dictatorship of the proletariat for inclusion in the program. It is doubtful that he could read Marx's words clearly through the red haze that obscured his vision. When the worthy Berger repudiated the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat, he certainly shuddered less over dictatorship than the word before it. After all, the Social Democrats knew as well as anyone how often dictatorship had been on the lips of their hero laissez-aller, and with an entirely familiar meaning. About 2 months later, Liebknecht took the floor to treat the question in a different way. On the floor was a bill attacking the workers' right to organize. If you destroy the right to organize, Liebknecht warned, the development of the workers' movement in peaceful, legal ways would be negated. those who advocated forcible means would be encouraged. He then veered off to discuss the recent to-do about the dictatorship of the proletariat. After this he came back to his main subject in a passage which needs quoting in order to provide the context. He said, "By giving the workers full possession of their political rights, and especially the right to organize, by protecting them from the predominant economic power of capital, by doing this you can moderate the struggle, and bring it about that, as has been the case in England up to now, the socio-political movement in Germany will get into the bed of peaceful, legal development, and any possibility of a solution by force and violence, a social revolution, and indeed a bloody social revolution such as the police and the bourgeoisie imagine, will be precluded. The assured right to organize guarantees as much as possible the social peace that you, the conservatives and national liberals, have on your lips." 14. This, coming from a party leader, constituted a promise of social peace and opposition to revolution in return for dropping the bill. It should be kept in mind when interpreting Linnec's role in 1895 of Baudelairizing Engels' introduction to Marx's class struggles in France. At any rate, it will help to dispel the notion that Liebknecht was following the line of revolutionary parliamentarism. It was in this context that Liebknecht formulated his remarks on the dictatorship of the proletariat. Essentially, his tactic was to take the tu quoque line. In your press you have been throwing at our heads the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat used by Marx. By the way, it is 30 or 40 years since Marx used it. At your heads I throw the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, or rather let's say, the dictatorship of capitalism. What have you done in this Reichstag since 1878 other than dictatorially take care of capital's business affairs by means of the instrument of legislation, by the grain tariffs, by the whole of the so-called economic policies? Haven't you systematically shaped the economic conditions to your class advantage, and furthermore politically suppressed the class and the party that came out against you, that stood in your way, by an anti-socialist law? Can dictatorship be exercised in sharper, more brutal fashion than it is by the united German capitalist class, to which the Messrs. Junkers over there belong as surely as do the Messrs. National Liberals, and in part also the members of the Centre Party? Can one imagine dictatorship more sharply pronounced? When you take away from the workers the right and possibility of carrying out their demands in legal ways, then you simply prepare the way for the revolution and make the dictatorship of the proletariat a necessity. 15. This was a cleverer effort than Grillenberger's attempt to appease the right by slandering Marx. In effect, Liebknecht was arguing that a dictatorship of the proletariat would be the bourgeoisie's punishment for abolishing the right to organize. He was probably unaware that he was giving a thoroughly false interpretation to the term. In his explanation, dictatorship of the proletariat became necessary only if the workers had to take power in a forcible revolution. The implication was that in the latter case some specially dictatorial measures or institutions would have to be adopted. But at any rate he avoided a repudiation of Marx. The Reichstag ruckus helped to give a certain public notoriety to the publication of Marx's critique of the Gotha program and to the term dictatorship of the proletariat. And the frightened reaction of the social democratic targets made the term seem, in comparison, the very embodiment of a revolutionary orientation. 5 Locus 11, Engels on the Paris Commune. In between the speeches made by Grillenberger and Liebknecht in the Reichstag, Engels finished his introduction to a new edition of Marx's Civil War in France, adding the dateline, London, on the 20th anniversary of the Paris Commune, March 18, 1891. The last words of this piece were, "Dictatorship of the proletariat." Let us follow the line of thought developed by Engels in leading up to this climax. We start with a passage in the middle which also speaks of dictatorship, specifically of Blanquist dictatorship. Engels was here using a good deal of the material he had put into his article Program of the Blanquist Refugees of the Commune, which at this time had not yet been reprinted from its original periodical form. Engels made the point that, although the Commune was composed largely of Proudhonists and Blanquists, yet, In both cases the irony of history willed, as is usual when doctrinaires come to the helm, that both did the opposite of what the doctrines of their school prescribed. 18. In the case of the Blanquists, this meant the following. Brought up in the school of conspiracy, and held together by the strict discipline which went with it, they started out from the viewpoint that a relatively small number of resolute, well-organized men would be able, at a given favorable moment, not only to seize the helm of state, but also by a display of great, ruthless energy, to maintain power until they succeeded in sweeping the mass of the people into the revolution and ranging them round the small band of leaders. This involved, above all, the strictest, dictatorial centralization of all power in the hands of the new revolutionary government. And what did the Commune, with its majority of these same Blanquists, actually do? 19. Here again, as in the 1874 article, Engels was pointing to the connection between the Blanquist conception of revolution and the Blanquist conception of dictatorship. Yet the Blanquists, Engels went on to say, found themselves acting in a different way. Firstly, instead of their oft-proclaimed dictatorship of Paris, the Commune came out for a free federation of all French communes with Paris, a national organization which for the first time was really to be created by the nation itself. 20. Here, Engels was echoing Marx's views, as described in chapter 2.21. Secondly, instead of the strictest dictatorship, and centralization of all power in the hands of the new revolutionary government, a whole series of democratic measures was taken against the old centralization and against the old type of repressive state machinery. In this connection Engels resurveyed the Commune's expansion of democracy, as had Marx before. 22. The working class had to safeguard itself against its own deputies and officials, by declaring them all, without exception, subject to recall at any moment. The old state organs had transformed themselves from the servants of society into the masters of society. This can be seen, for example, not only in the hereditary monarchy, but equally so in the democratic republic. It is precisely in America that we see best how there takes place this process of the state power making itself independent in relation to society, whose mere instrument it was originally intended to be. The Commune went in the opposite direction. Against this transformation of the state and the organs of the state from servants of society into masters of society, an inevitable transformation in all previous states, the Commune made use of two infallible means. In the first place, it filled all posts administrative, judicial, and educational by election on the basis of universal suffrage of all concerned, subject to the right of recall at any time by the same electors. And in the second place, all officials, high or low, were paid only the wages received by other workers. 23. Engels explained that he was repeating this, as Marx had done, because in Germany particularly the superstitious belief in the state has been carried over from philosophy into the general consciousness of the bourgeoisie and even to many workers. 24. This superstitious reverence for the state and everything connected with it leads people to think that even a democratic republic would be a very bold step. But the state, as a machine of class oppression, is at best an evil inherited by the proletariat after its victorious struggle for class supremacy, whose worst sides the victorious proletariat, just like the Commune, cannot avoid having to lop off at once as much as possible until such time as a generation reared in new, free social conditions is able to throw the entire lumber of the state on the scrap heap. 25. It was after this line of thought that Engels had his say on the recent party uproar over Marx's critique. Locus 11. Of late, the Social Democratic Philistine has once more been filled with wholesome terror at the phrase, dictatorship of the proletariat. Well and good, gentlemen, do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. 26. The Social Democratic Philistines who infested the party office had the last word in one respect. They changed the reference to Social Democratic Philistines to German Philistines when the introduction was printed. This little Bowdlerization was a warm-up for the big Bowdlerization to come, the one that sanitized Engels' introduction to Marx's class struggles in France in 1895. but they did not dare change Engels' essential idea. The Paris Commune was, in the view of Marx and Engels, the fearsome dictatorship of the proletariat that had the Reichstag fraction trembling with fury. In calling the Commune a dictatorship of the proletariat, Engels was repeating Marx's banquet speech of 1871. 6 Locus 12, Engels on the Erfurt program. 3 months later, Engels had another bombshell ready for the Social Democratic Philistines, a critique of the new draft program of the party which was to be taken up at the coming Erfurt Congress. He had written it, between June 18 and 29, for the edification of the party leadership involved in drafting the program. In this critique, as he wrote Koski on June 29, 1891, he took the occasion to strike out at the peaceable opportunism of the Vorwärts and at the frisch from fröhlich freie growth of the dirty old business into socialist society. 27. Engels' critique of the draft program was directed head-on against the trend toward reformist adaptation to the German imperial state. In the course, he sharply raised the question of including a demand for the democratic republic as one of the democratic planks, and argued that a peaceful assumption of power was not possible in Germany. One can fancy that the old society could peacefully grow into the new in countries where the people's representation concentrates all power in its own hands, where you can constitutionally do what you will as soon as you have the majority of the people behind you, in democratic republics like France and America, in monarchies like England where the imminent buyout of the dynasty is spoken of day after day in the press and where this dynasty is powerless against the people's will. But in Germany, where the government is almost all-powerful and the Reichstag and all other representative bodies have no real power to proclaim something like this in Germany, and without any necessity at that, means to take the fig leaf off absolutism and cover one's own nakedness by tying it on oneself. 28. To forget the big essential considerations because of the transitory interests of the day is opportunism, he explained. Locus 12. Now which are these ticklish but very essential points? Firstly, if anything is established, it is that our party and the working class can come to power only under the form of the democratic republic. This is even the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat, as the Great French Revolution has already shown. It is after all unthinkable that our best people should become ministers of state, as Miguel did. 29. He immediately added that it might be inadvisable for legal reasons to include the demand for a democratic republic in the program, but if so, this fact itself showed how colossal is the illusion that a republic could be instituted there in Germany in a good-natured peaceful way, and not only a republic but communist society. It is easy to understand why the reference to the dictatorship of the proletariat came to Engels' pen. There was not only a party but a public to do over the term. There are two other problems about this passage that have led to a great deal of confused discussion. 1. What Great French Revolution was Engels referring to? The assumption has been common that this combination of words meant the Great French Revolution inaugurated in 1789, and in fact English translations tend to add the capitalization, which is not in Engels' German text, incidentally. This assumption has been made from various standpoints, from Jean-Georges 30 to Lenin. Thus the historian Daniel Guérin supposes that Engels was stretching the term dictatorship of the proletariat to cover the dictatorship of the sans-culottes in arms, democratically organized in their clubs and in the Commune. 31. Not only does this fail to square with everything else that either Marx or Engels wrote about the Jacobin dictatorship. 32. But it would require a rather tortuous interpretation to justify. I think it is next to impossible to believe that Engels thought a dictatorship of the proletariat existed in, say, 1793. There is a very simple alternative to this impossible interpretation. At least in the 19th century, it was not uncommon to refer to recent French revolutions 1848 and 1871 as the French Revolution, or even to call them great. Two such cases can be found in the minutes of the General Council of the International in 1872, referring of course to the Commune. 33. Marx called the 1848 revolution the French Revolution in the letter which gave us Locus 4.34. In a letter to Marx in 1851, Engels referred to the Great French Revolution of 1789 as the First French Revolution. 35 There is actually no problem at all in assuming that Engels was using French Revolution to refer to the Revolution of March 18, as it was long called, and that he was describing it as great. Only 3 months previously, he had already described the Commune as a dictatorship of the proletariat. This new allusion to the same thought would require no special explanation, especially since the document was not being addressed to the broad public but to the party leadership. 2. The second problem is the meaning of Engels' statement that the democratic republic is even the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat, as the Paris Commune has already shown. This statement raises no problem for me. Plainly, Engels was thinking that the dictatorship of the proletariat would exist in the form of a democratic republic. The dictatorship term describes the class content of the state, the term democratic republic describes the governmental form. Not only is there no incompatibility between the two concepts, they necessarily complement each other. It presents a problem for those who, as was common in the Second International, regarded a dictatorship of the proletariat as a special form of state outfitted with some special dictatorial methods or institutions not to be found in an ordinary workers' state. This was why Lenin, in his State and Revolution, implicitly offered a reinterpretation of Engels' words when he wrote that they meant merely that the democratic republic is the nearest approach to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 37, my emphasis added. Lenin avoided repeating Engels' actual statement, that the democratic republic was the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat, even though he had just quoted those words. Let us try to disentangle some lines of thought which have led many into the same difficulty. For one thing, there seems to exist a belief in some Marxist circles that the term democratic republic means only bourgeois democratic republic, and that it is forbidden to apply it to a workers' state. The exegetical basis of this superstition may lie in a muscle-bound reading of Marx's critique of the Gotha program, which criticized vulgar democracy, which sees the millennium in the democratic republic and has no suspicion that it is precisely in this last state form of bourgeois society that the class struggle has to be definitively fought out. 39. Now this idea, that the democratic republic, meaning the bourgeois democratic republic, is the last state form of bourgeois society, also appeared in Engels' 1891 document, but it did not exclude the added thought that the state form, no longer bourgeois in content, was also characteristic of the workers' state. This was equally the combined thought in a polemical piece by Engels in the Italian press in 1892. For 40 years Marx and I have repeated to the point of satiety that for us the democratic republic is the only political form in which the struggle between the working class and the capitalist class can be first universalized and then reach its conclusion with the decisive victory of the proletariat. 41. Now even a muscle-bound interpretation of Marx's words in the critique of the Gotha program can hardly maintain that the democratic republic must be the last state form of bourgeois society, since both Marx and Engels thought it quite possible that the embattled bourgeoisie might as a last resort institute a dictatorial regime against the threatening working class. This sort of exegetical rigidity makes nonsense of a fairly simple idea. That a workers' state would be a republic was unquestioned in the socialist movement, that this republic would be democratic, well, this too was unquestionable unless one counterposed dictatorship, of the proletariat, to democracy. Since the latter notion was incompatible with Engels' 1891 critique, Engels had to be thrown into the discard. For another angle on this question, let us recur to the fact that Engels was alluding to the Paris Commune as the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the eyes of Marx and Engels, the Paris Commune was not the nearest approach to a dictatorship of the proletariat, it was a dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin's interpretation was bedeviled by the assumption that Engels was referring to 1793. For still another slant, we can come back to Engels' remark about ministers, like Miguel. It is unthinkable that our leaders should enter the cabinet under a Kaiser, Engels said, and obviously he was saying this because it was not unthinkable that they should become ministers in a democratic republic which is the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat, that is, a democratic republic clothing a workers' state. Why then did Lenin, and many others, boggle at what is, after all, the simplest interpretation of Engels' words, and one which is in no way at odds with the views expounded in State and Revolution? The answer may lie in the aforementioned common assumption that the word democratic meant only and exclusively bourgeois democratic. This terminological custom, sometimes found in Marx and Engels, became far more widespread in the period of the Second International, especially in political formulas. Compare Lenin's famous political formula democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, whose meaning is decipherable only if you understand that democratic here stands for bourgeois democratic and specifies the class content of the regime. Or we can think of the pattern most common, I suspect, in the Russian movement of distinguishing between the democratic revolution and the socialist revolution, without implying that the latter is undemocratic. The democratic revolution is simply a short form for bourgeois democratic revolution, a form which eventually took on a life of its own. In short, part of the difficulty with later interpreters, including Lenin, is that they assumed anachronistically that Engels was using the later terminological pattern. Therefore Lenin could not understand how Engels could say that a bourgeois democratic republic could also be a dictatorship of the proletariat. However, the question must now be brought around to its beginning. The exegetical difficulty we have been discussing would likely have been overcome except for the more important misunderstanding behind it, the assumption that a dictatorship of the proletariat had to be something more than a democratic workers' state, that it had to be a workers' state with special dictatorial attributes. This, at bottom, is the conception that makes it difficult for its holders to accept Engels' statement in Locus 12. Once again, then with apologies for the repetition, we see what the distinction is: the dictatorship of the proletariat, formula for the class character of the political power in the transitional workers' state, is clothed in the democratic republic as the form of its governmental structure, or state form. The first labels a type of state in class terms, the second, a form of government. In this critique of the Erfurt program, Engels pressed the demand for the democratic republic on the gentlemen of the party's Reichstag fraction who were so appalled by the idea of revolutionary dictatorship. He agreed that legally the program could not openly come out so boldly, but insisted that ways had to be found to express the same idea. Still, one can possibly get around the question of the republic. But in my opinion, what should go in and can go in is the demand for the concentration of all political power in the hands of the people's representation. And this would suffice for the time being if one cannot go any further. Point 43. So, concentration of all political power in the hands of the people's representation stands for the illegal democratic republic, and this in turn is the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Engels, the advocate of that revolutionary dictatorship which so perturbed the social democratic Philistines, was arguing with them that they should at least hint at their goal of a democratic republic instead of adapting themselves to the legality of the Kaiser's regime. 7. Engels' talk with Wotan on Plekhavov. By a coincidence that was not entirely fortuitous, the last echo of dictatorship of the proletariat to be recorded during Engels' lifetime, and involving him, points straight ahead to the next period, in which the term parted company with Marx and Engels. Alexei Mikhailovich Wotan was a young man of 23, a Russian social democratic émigré living in Switzerland, when he came to London on a visit in 1893. Plekhanov gave him letters of recommendation to a number of people in England, including Engels, whom Wotan was naturally eager to meet. A third of a century later, Wotan wrote up his memoirs. We are interested in his account of talks with Engels 44. The dictatorship of the proletariat came up in one of these conversations. Just why it came up is not clear from Wotan's account. The two were discussing the relations between Narodniks and Social Democrats in the Russian movement, including Plekhanov's attitude to the Narodniks. The following passage occurs in Wotan's memoirs without even a paragraph break to introduce it. Engels asked how Plekhanov himself stood on the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. I was forced to admit that G.V. Plekhanov had repeatedly expressed his conviction to me that when we come to power, of course we would allow freedom to no one but ourselves. However, in response to my question who exactly should be taken to be the monopolists of freedom, Plekhanov answered, the working class headed by comrades who correctly understand Marx's teachings and who draw the correct conclusions from those teachings. And in response to my question on what comprises the objective criteria for a correct understanding of Marx's teachings and the correct practical conclusions flowing therefrom, G.V. Plekhanov limited himself to the statement that it was all laid out clearly enough, it seems, in his, Plekhanov's, works. After inquiring whether I personally on the other hand was satisfied with such an objective criterion, Engels expressed the opinion that the application of that sort of criterion would either lead to the Russian social democracy's turning into a sect with its unavoidable and always undesirable practical consequences, or it would give rise in the Russian social democracy, at least among the émigré Russian social democrats, to a series of splits from which Plekhanov himself would not benefit. 45. Engels also remarked that Plekhanov seemed to him a Russian analogue of H. M. Hindman, leader of the Marxist sect in Britain. Voden footnoted that Plekhanov took this as a compliment. A Russian analogue of Hindman would not know any better, naturally. It goes without saying that the complete accuracy of Voden's 1927 recollections cannot be guaranteed, but if they are at least approximately valid, we have a prototype and archetype of what the dictatorship of the proletariat was going to mean in the period of the Second International. We have already emphasized the general characteristic. The dictatorship of the proletariat would be a special kind of workers' state or POS revolutionary regime, one with special dictatorial attributes. In Plekhanov's interpretation, specifically, there would be two attributes in particular: withdrawal of democratic rights, freedom, from some portion of the population, exercise of the dictatorship by the Revolutionary Party, we, or by its leadership, those who correctly understood. Now we have seen that others had given a similarly dictatorial interpretation to the term, but this was the first time that either Marx or Engels was confronted with it and commented on it. Engels' comment to Voden went far beyond mere disagreement. In his view, such a perspective by the party would wreck the movement, either by a split or, what amounts to the same thing, sectification. In a few years, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party was going to become the first socialist organization in the world to include the dictatorship of the proletariat in its program, though Marx and Engels had refused to propose such a step. The term was written into the party program by Plekhanov, who by that time was perhaps the most prestigious theoretician of Marxism outside of Germany. Thus the new era of the dictatorship of the proletariat was launched on its way not by Lenin, as the usual myth has it, but by the future leader and theoretician of Menshevism, G.V. Plekhanov. The latter's anti-democratic interpretation of the idea, though repudiated by Engels as soon as it was reported to him, was going to blossom in the Second International and particularly in the Russian movement. But that is another story. Special notes. Special note: A Marxologists at work. Various writings have been mentioned in the course of this work, but special bibliographical attention should be paid to those publications that purported to provide surveys of Marx's and Engels' uses of the term dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. Surveys. The first substantial effort to bring together Marx's and Engels' statements about the dictatorship of the proletariat was Lenin's State and Revolution, a work that has rarely been given credit for its innovation simply in the field of scholarship. 1. As originally published in early 1918, the first edition mentioned only 4 loci in Marx and Engels, the loci here numbered 6,7a, 9, and 12, 2 by Marx and 2 by Engels, that is, nothing earlier than 1873. That Lenin was unaware of any earlier use was indicated by his statement, after quoting some passages from the Communist Manifesto, that these concerned the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, as Marx and Engels began to call it after the Paris Commune. 2. In his Anti-Koski 3 written in the fall of 1918 and published toward the end of that year, Lenin charged that Koski must know that both Marx and Engels, in their letters as well as in their published works, repeatedly spoke about the dictatorship of the proletariat, before and especially after the Paris Commune. He added that Marx and Engels spoke about the idea for 40 years, between 1852 and 1891, for the reference to 1852 showed that Lenin was now aware of Marx's letter to Wedemeyer, locus 4, but it was not actually mentioned in this pamphlet. It was, however, covered in a new section, Section 3 of Chapter 2, added in the second edition of State and Revolution, written December 1918 and published in early 1919. Although Lenin had written about the dictatorship of the proletariat concept before the war, he had never published a survey of Marx's use of the term, nor had anyone else. In his important pamphlet of 1905, Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, he had a closing section on the vulgar bourgeois and the Marxist views on dictatorship, 5. But here he discussed material he had found in the volumes edited by Mehring, Aus dem literarischen Nachlass etc., namely, Marx's Neue Rheinische articles of 1848 to 1849 about dictatorship in Revolution. 6. Koskai's brochure The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, 1918, gave only Marx's locus 9, critique of the Gotha program, as if this were Marx's only use of the term. It also referred, without quoting, to Engels' locus 11, about the Paris Commune. Koskai alluded disparagingly to the little phrase, the dictatorship of the proletariat, which Marx used in a letter in 1875-7. Even in his later work Social Democracy versus Communism, Koskai added only Engels' locus 12, on the Erfurt program, even though much had been published on the subject by this time. 8. The first serious attempt at a work entirely devoted to our subject was Ernst Drahn's Karl Marx und Friedrich Engels über die Diktatur des Proletariats, 1920, a pamphlet. Drahn, whose letter of resignation from the Social Democratic Party was reprinted in the pamphlet, signed himself ex-archivist of the SDP. The work is rather rambling, and though he could already have read Lenin's State and Revolution, Drahn knew only of loci 4, 9, and 11, omitting 3 that Lenin had already cited, and adding only one new one, locus 11. The next contribution was made by the German-born historian of British and international socialism, Max Beer, in a 3-part essay, An Inquiry into Dictatorship, published in the Pro-Communist Labour Monthly, London, in 1922. As the title indicated, its scope was wide, and indeed Beer posed the question of the historical development of the word dictatorship, and while his answers were inadequate, he deserves great credit for suggesting an approach that no one else picked up. In the third installment Beer mentioned Marx's loci 1a and 1c as well as 4,6, and 9, hence he was the first to bring up Marx's initial mention of the term in the class struggles in France. He mentioned nothing by Engels, not even the 2 loci already offered in State and Revolution. It is hard to see why he did not, but in all the cases we are listing, the reasons for inclusions and exclusions are very dark. The answer may be something simple, like Schlampire. The preceding publications were sympathetic to the new Third International, but Social Democrats other than Koskai also took a hand. For example, Kuhnau and Hillquit. 9 Another right-winger weighed in 1924, with a brochure on Die Diktatur des Proletariats und das Ratesystem, 2nd edition, which cited more loci than anyone else had done, while locus law was paraphrased only. Deal gave loci 1c, 6, 7a, 9, 11, and 12. These were all the passages so far pointed out, with the exception of locus 4, the letter to Wedemeyer. Deal remarked in passing that there are perhaps only a half-dozen places in all of Marx's and Engels' writings where the expression dictatorship of the proletariat is used, though he himself had pointed to 7, and at that mostly in letters or small political articles, but not in the major fundamental works. 10 Presumably he demoted the class struggles in France from the list of major works. In terms of interpretation, Deal's essay was a rather standard argument in favor of Bernsteinian revisionism. But he had no idea what Marx meant by dictatorship. He thought that for Marx a dictatorship was necessary wherever generally speaking there is no democratic constitutional situation yet available. 11. For the next survey we jump to 1931. Sherman H. M. Chang was a young Chinese scholar, a follower of Sun Yat-sen, who came to the University of Pennsylvania to study political science and wound up writing the first scholarly book on the Marxian theory of the state, as John R. Commons said in the introduction. Chang's The Marxian Theory of the State expounded the viewpoint of Lenin's State and Revolution. His 2 chapters on the dictatorship of the proletariat, chapters 5 to 6, easily constituted the most thorough analysis seen up to that point. Chang noted loci law, LC, 4,6, 7a, 9, and 11, thus doing slightly better than Deal, and better than anything else up to the 1960s. Yet Chang cited no loci that had not already been pointed to by Lenin, drawn, or Beer. In fact, he omitted one that Lenin had given, locus 12, once again, difficult to understand since he quoted other passages from the same work by Engels. In 1945 a French periodical Economique et Humanisme published a survey by Charles F. R. Hubert, entitled Note chronologique sur l'idée marxiste de dictature du prolétariat. It looked like an attempt to trace all usages, but actually, in the midst of a standard exposition of Leninist-Stalinist state theory, it offered only 5 loci, 4,6, and 9 by Marx, 11 and 12 by Engels. If, up to the 1960s, Chang did best, the opposite record was held by Stanley W. Moore, whose Critique of Capitalist Democracy, 1957, offered an introduction to the theory of the state in Marx, Engels, and Lenin. It is the only book devoted to the subject that fails to mention that the term was used at all by Marx and Engels, even though the book is structurally a collection of citations. My essay Marx and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat was published in 1962. 2 books by others based one or more chapters directly on its material, with due acknowledgement, Bertram D. Wolfe's Marxism, 1965, chapters 10 to 11, and Richard N. Hunt's The Political Ideas of Marx and Engels, Volume 1, 1974, Chapter 9. As far as I know, there has been no other independent inquiry into the subject since Chang's 1931 study. There are a number of books whose titles look as if the main subject was Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat but which are actually concerned with Russian Bolshevism and Stalinism, not with Marx. Here are 3 examples. Thyssen, N. Sud, of N. Y. Kagan, La Dictadura del Proletariado según Marx, Engels, Koski, Bernstein, Axelrod, Lenin, Trotsky Bauer, Madrid, 1920. Prikelmajer Domanovic, Zorica, Contemporary Socialist Thought, The Discussion on Democracy and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat in the West European Communist Movement, in Review of International Affairs, Belgrade, Volume 17, No. 394-97, September-October 5, 1966. A 4-part essay in a Titwas theoretical propaganda organ. Rajavi, Kazem, La dictature du prolétariat et le dépérissement de l'état de Mar Lénine, Paris, 1975. This listing does not mean that these works lack interest on subjects other than our own. 2 Marxological mentions. General works on Marx customarily have a mention of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but, as we have said elsewhere, it is rather surprising to find what a high proportion of simple factual errors are to be found in these mentions. We are concerned here not with books on general subjects that happen to mention Marx, but only with substantial works on Marx, many of which are considered authoritative. For convenience, the authors are listed in alphabetical order, with a brief note on what they do. Full bibliographical information is given in the bibliography. Avinri, Shlomo. The Social and Political Thought of Karl Marx. Marx, says Avinri, does not use the term more than 2 or 3 times in his life, and then always in what is basically a private communication 12 he lists only loci 4, 5, and 9. Aside from the oddity of thinking that a speech at a banquet, reported in a daily paper, is a private communication, it is, as usual, hard to understand why Avinri does not know about the 3 passages in the class struggles in France, or any one of them. Also, Locus 6 was quite a public article. Berlin, Isaiah. Karl Marx. This biography mentions no loci, but offers one of the most singular interpretations, highlighted by the belief that the permanent revolution is brought about, or dominated, by the dictatorship of the proletariat. 13 Berlin seems to have no idea of how Marx uses either term. Cave, J.Y. La Pensée de Karl Marx. Its section on the term devotes much space to the Communist Manifesto but thinks the term was first used in Locus 4, also mentioned is Locus 9.14. Karl, E.H. The Bolshevik Revolution 1917–1923, Volume 1. In 1849 he means 1850, Locus LC Marx described Blanky's revolutionary socialism as a class dictatorship of the proletariat. We have explained that this is a very common misquotation. Karl adds, in 1852 Locus 4 he adopted the term himself. Elsewhere Karl makes clear he knows only Locus 9 in addition. 15 Since much of Karl's discussion is on Lenin's state and revolution, it is especially odd that he does not utilize the facts in this study. In his biography of Marx, which cited no loci, Karl thought the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat was an incidental afterthought, which is devoid of any theoretical basis. 16. Kott, David. Introduction and Notes to Essential Writings of Karl Marx. Kott mentions that Marx first used the term in 1850, without further reference, and among his excerpts, cites Locus 9. He opines that to Marx the term implied a harsher, post-revolutionary concentration of power than mere working-class rule. He also thinks that Engels rashly described the Paris Commune as the dictatorship of the proletariat. 17. Cole, G.D.H. History of Socialist Thought in Volume 1, Cole retailed the Marx-Blanquist myth, as discussed elsewhere. 18 In Volume 2, where Marx's views are expounded, Cole quotes only Locus 9.19. Duncan, Graham. Marx and Mill. Duncan asserts that for Marx and Engels the proletarian dictatorship requires a centralist, autocratic structure of power, some pages after he has cited loci 4,9 and 11, but he makes no effort at a tie-up. 20. Fitzscher, Eyring, HRSG. Grundbegriff des Marxismus. Subtitled A Lexicographical Introduction to the Concepts of Marxism, Fitzscher's book has a section on the dictatorship of the proletariat and its political form, which is, however, despite the title, not mainly concerned with the dictatorship of the proletariat. He cites only loci 9 and 12. His peculiar treatment is discussed elsewhere. 21. Gay, Peter. The Dilemma of Democratic Socialism. Gay claims that Marx's call for a dictatorship of the proletariat was made only in one or two places of his work. 22. Harrington, Michael. Socialism. Author of The Theory of Marx's Rhetorical Sin, mentioned elsewhere. 23. Harrington claims that Marx used dictatorship of the proletariat during his ultra-leftist period of 1848 to 1850, and, it seems, recovered from that tragic error within a matter of months, so that in the 1850s Marx became the first Marxian revisionist. Where Marx revised the dictatorship of the proletariat is not revealed. Harrington cites Locus 2, gives Locus 8 incompletely, and alludes to Locus 11. Hook, Sidney. Marx and the Marxists. Hook says that the phrase was not used in any major published work of Marx and only twice in his correspondence. 24. In this popular game of minimization, Hook must argue that Marx's Class Struggles in France was not a major work, and that one of Marx's political documents on the list of loci was simply correspondence, that is, a personal letter. He implies that there were only 3 Marx loci. Hunt, R. N. Carew. Marxism, Past and Present. Hunt quotes loci 7b and 9, alludes to Locus 4 and one passage in Locus 1, and asserts that Marx only uses the expression, on the 3 occasions noted, that is, loci 1, 4 and 9. 25 In his Theory and Practice of Communism, Hunt knew only of loci 1 and 9, plus Engels and 12.26. Jassy, Oscar. Article Socialism in Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences. In a passage on the dictatorship of the proletariat, we learn that it was not only in his youth that Marx entertained such an opinion, as late as 1875, and he quotes Locus 9. We do not find out anything more about Marx's youth in this connection, or about any other loci. 27. Landauer, Karl. European Socialism. Landauer asserts, as a fact so well known as to need no evidence, that Marx accepted the idea from Blanqui that a convinced minority must establish its own dictatorial rule, and that the dictatorship of the proletariat means depriving the persons of the enemy class of political and personal liberties. 28. Apart from this, he cites Locus LC, mistranslated 29, plus loci 4 and 9, also Engels 11 and 12. Leff, Gordon. The Tyranny of Concepts. Leff states that it was in 1875 that Marx in his critique of the Gotha program first publicly spoke of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 30. A footnote refers to the 1852 Wade-Meyer letter, Locus 4, as a non-public case. But Marx's three passages of 1850, Locus 1, were exceedingly public, and in 1875 Marx's critique document was not yet public at all. It became known in 1891. It would be difficult to pack more misinformation into one sentence. Lichtheim, George. Marxism. This work is unusual in its refusal to cite a single passage about the dictatorship of the proletariat, or even allude to a locus apart from a footnoted allusion to Locus 9. The sole reference to a work that is supposed to present the term is to the address to the Communist League, which however is innocent of the term. Nevertheless, Lichtheim twice calls the term quasi-Jacobin. 31 for a reference to the Paris Commune, see Chapter 17, Section 9. McClellan, David. The Thought of Karl Marx. Mentioning loci 4 and 9, even McClellan falls into the usual error. This expression was seldom used by Marx and never in documents for publication. 32, see the comment on published loci at the end of this section. Sanderson, J.B. An Interpretation of the Political Ideas of Marx and Engels. Though this book is specifically devoted to Marx's political theory and has separate chapters on the state, revolution, and future society, there are two bare mentions of the term, no loci are quoted or even alluded to, not two words are devoted to explaining what the term means. 33 I think Sanderson walks away with the prize. Shapiro, Leonard. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This work, of course, is not primarily about Marx, but it is piquant to quote an authority who knows all about Lenin's state and revolution, the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which Marx on one sole occasion had asserted would intervene between the conquest of power by the proletariat and the establishment of socialism. 34 This telltale case shows, I think, how many authorities simply looked it up in Koskai's Dictatorship of the Proletariat and took the word as gospel. The preceding is not intended to be a complete list, far from it, but only to record some prominent examples. A roll call of howlers could go on endlessly, but do bear with me while I present my personal favorite. It is from Time magazine's 1948 celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Communist Manifesto, which, with Marx on the cover, summarized Marx's life and ideas, communism, etc. It said, toward the end of his life he wrote the words dictatorship of the proletariat. That phrase had always been buried in Marx's thought, he had in fact used it in conversation. Written down, it was to become an extension of his own tyrannical political methods. Etc. 35. If Times writers are scorned as politically illiterate, one cannot claim that all socialist theoreticians are necessarily more knowledgeable. The Socialist Labour Party issued an edition of Marx's critique of the Gotha program, in which the publisher's preface averred that so far as we know, it contains Marx's only direct reference to and authority for the phrase, the dictatorship of the proletariat. 36. As I have mentioned before, I do not understand why so many well-intentioned authorities have remained ignorant of the fact that the dictatorship of the proletariat appeared in Marx's class struggles in France in 1850, 3 times moreover. It is not an obscure work. When it was first published in book form in 1895, under Engels' editorship, it made a great splash not because of Marx's brilliant analyses, to be sure, but because of the bowdlerization of Engels' preface. Indeed, perhaps this controversy kicked up so much dust that no one paid any attention to Marx's writing. But whatever happened in 1895, this peculiar situation obtains to this day, as the above cases show. It would be breaking in an open door to point out that few of our authorities are much interested in finding out what Marx really said. In part because of the fact that the class struggles in France is commonly ignored, the above list shows how often the assertion is encountered that Marx never published any reference to the dictatorship of the proletariat or that he never stated it publicly. Yet of Marx's 7 loci, all but one were either immediately published or were written with a view to present or future publication. The obvious exception was Marx's 1852 letter to Wedemeyer, Locus 4. Locus 1 was immediately published, in 3 different installments of Marx's essay. Loci 3 and 6 were written for periodical publication and published more or less promptly. Locus 2, the SUCR statement, was written for publication, some sort of eventual publication. It remained unknown only because the society never came to life. Locus 9 was written immediately for a considerable group of people, the party leadership collectively, and undoubtedly with a view to greater publicity in the future. That leaves Locus 5, the banquet speech, which was published, made public, to a substantial audience, and printed in a daily paper. Whatever the circumstances, not one of these 6 loci was a personal or private communication in any sense. Yet the myth hangs on and repeats itself with all the tenacity of the other myth that Marx got the whole thing from Blanky. Finally, let us look at the opposite end of the spectrum, those writers who have explained the dictatorship of the proletariat with at least a basic amount of knowledge and understanding. Before the 1960s this was quite rare, all the more reason to say a good word for J.K. Turner's challenge to Karl Marx, H.B. Mayo's Democracy and Marxism, later revised to Introduction to Marxist Theory, and M. Bober's Karl Marx's Interpretation of History, quite apart from their difficulty in understanding other aspects of Marx's theory. As for later books, leaving aside works that are discussed elsewhere in these pages, attention should be called to the useful section on our subject in Michael Evans' Karl Marx. Special note B. Fabrication of a Fable, the Marx-Blanquist Myth. The substantive content of the Marx-Blanquist myth is taken up in several sections of this volume 1, describing the real relationship between Marx and Blanky or Blanquism. But a word is necessary on the myth itself, which lies leadenly over all the products of the Marxological industry. In the usual way, repeated from one book to another, by one eminent authority after another, it has by now been established as a rock-ribbed article of Marxological faith that Marx's revolutionary views were Blanquist, at least in his early years. The starting point of this phenomenon is well known. It was the book by Edward Bernstein that presented his revisionist version of Marx, that is, his successful effort to found a systematic social democratic reformist doctrine that pretended, in its first period, to be a new and improved form of Marxism. This approach was necessary in Germany because by the time of Engels' death the social democratic movement in that country had solidly accepted Marxism as its theory. In contrast, essentially the same reformism could be established in England by the Fabians, Bernstein's mentors, without any obeisances to Marx's image. The history of Bernsteinian revisionism, then, began with the pretense that this neo-socialist reformism was simply a better kind of Marxism, purged of revolutionary foolishness and all that. Later, Bernstein more or less dropped the pose when it was no longer useful. But back in 1896 when, with Engels safely dead, he began cobbling up a sham Marxism, Bernstein had to explain away in some fashion the revolutionary ideas that every social democratic recruit was familiar with from the Communist Manifesto. He solved this problem handily in his basic work of revisionist theory, Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie, 1899. It was translated into English in 1909 as Evolutionary Socialism. With this a curveball breaks into the picture. The Voraussetzungen had done the job in its chapter 2, Marxism and the Hegelian dialectic, which in its section 1 exposed the snares and pitfalls of the Hegelian dialectical method, and in section 2 went to work on Marxism and Blanquism. The link was the thesis that Hegel's dialectic is the real devil of the plot, but we skip this aspect. It was in section 2 that Bernstein set out the story that Marx had really been a Blanquist, and that all his revolutionism was really due to the pernicious influence of Blanqui. But the English version, Evolutionary Socialism, simply omitted all of chapter 2, without a word to the hapless reader. Not only in its first edition of 1909. For some reason, the information that the English version is seriously incomplete has never been brought to readers' attention by those from whom we would expect this service. I know of no bibliographical reference to the book that mentions it. Not only was it kept mum by the publisher in 1909, but a new edition published in 1961 likewise forbore from letting it out even in the special introduction contributed by none other than Sidney Hook. 3 The chief English language biographer of Bernstein, Peter Gay, found no call to mention the omission even in his bibliography. 4. The result is that the very source of the Marx-Blanquist myth is scarcely known in English-speaking circles, both Marxist and Marxological. 1. Bernstein's case. Since Bernstein's argumentation on Marxism and Blanquism has never appeared in English, let us review it. What were those powerful arguments, those cogent items of evidence, in Bernstein's treatment that were so irrefutable that they convinced everyone who was eager to be convinced? 1. Bernstein's section begins briskly by putting the finger on precisely that early article by Marx from which everything went wrong. It was, says Bernstein, his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, introduction, published in 1844.5. In this article, we are told, Marx idealized the modern proletariat, exaggerated its capacities and propensities, and came out for a proletarian revolution. It was, in fact, the very first article in which Marx identified the proletariat as the revolutionary class. This essay, writes Bernstein, led directly to Blanquism. This is a very clear statement, yet all the more puzzling. The offenses committed by the article, as listed, were undoubtedly serious from the standpoint of revisionism, but how did these sins lead to Blanquism, moreover directly? Perhaps Blanqui also exaggerated and idealized the modern proletariat. This is the reverse of historical truth, to be sure, in fact, falsification. But we need not argue this point because Bernstein does not even raise it. What? He asserts that this article of Marx's led directly to Blanquism and does not say what it had in common with Blanqui? Right, he does not a word. The assertion stands by itself. 2. Having refrained from boring us with evidence for the first assertion, Bernstein goes on to a second. What defines Blanquism, he states, is not its method, putschism, etc., but rather its theory of the boundlessly creative power of revolutionary political force, its apotheosis of pure will as the revolutionary drive. 7 In fact, Blanqui's putschism, he finds, is partly defensible, not so irrational as Germans think, and besides Blanqui had some important temporary successes. Now unquestionably Blanquist conspiratorial putschism, the method, was indeed based on an extreme voluntaristic view of politics. As explained in Chapter 10, voluntarism is characteristic of Blanquism but is not its definition. Bernstein uses the ploy of counterposing voluntarism to putschism, instead of linking them as a unity, for he has to get around the fact that Marx was a virulent opponent of putschism. Yes, Bernstein keeps telling us, Marx did oppose putschism, but he was a Blanquist because, like Blanqui, Marx and Engels, made pure and simple will the driving force of revolution. What? Bernstein claims this of Marx. But his very quotation about pure and a simple will is from Marx's blistering attack on this notion. 9 What does he cite in evidence for this startling claim? Nothing whatever. This cannot be proven by citation because there is nothing to cite. Nothing, writes Bernstein, shows this more clearly than the study of the writings of Marx and Engels deriving from the period of the Communist League. 10. This sounds like a prelude to such a study, but Bernstein does not make it. In fact, he makes no pretense of citing a fact to show that Marx and Engels, like Blanky, made pure will the revolutionary driving force. Since Bernstein's chief butt is naturally the Marx-Engels address to the Communist League of March 1850, perhaps he thought the evidence was contained in that document. Unfortunately, this address says nothing about the primacy of the will. So Bernstein writes that the address says the communists have to exert themselves to the utmost to make the revolution permanent. One is supposed to gather that exerting oneself, which is not Marx's formulation anyway. 11, equals exerting the will equals willing the revolution equals Blanquism, QED. Set down in black and white, this looks silly, but that's all there is. 3. Perhaps more to the point, Bernstein then argues that since a theoretical understanding of capitalism shows that socialism was impossible on the continent at that time, advocacy of revolution must have been based only on apotheosis of the will. Therefore, anyone who advocated revolution at a time when it was, in hindsight, impossible must have been relying on the power of will. The logic of this argument will not overwhelm one, but it is nevertheless very significant. For it means that it is advocacy of revolution that is Blanquist. All that logic chopping about methods and voluntarism and putschism was beside the point. If you advocate a revolution, you are a Blanquist, regardless of anything else. No matter what else might be proven about Marx's views, as long as it is clear that he advocated socialist revolution, then it is deducible that he was a Blanquist. All revolutionaries are Blanquists whether they are Blanquist or not. We are dealing with a code word. Even Bernstein's biographer Peter Gay at this point departs from custom and separates himself from his hero. It is revolutionary violence, says Gay, that Bernstein characterizes as Blanquism, and he argues against Bernstein's charge, that Marx overestimated the effectiveness of the creative power of violence. He adds that Bernstein was ill-advised to charge the advocates of a forcible revolution with being imbued with irrational Blanquism. 12. 4. But Bernstein cannot do without the obfuscation, since he is not, in 1899, yet willing to put forward the above anti-revolutionary conclusion baldly. Instead of trotting out some evidence that Marx's views entailed a Blanquist-type apotheosis of revolutionary will, he brings up a brilliant exploit in dialectics for which he has never been given due credit. We have mentioned his claim that Marx's and Engels' writings in the period of the Communist League, 1847 to 1852, clearly breathe the Blanquist or Bobovist spirit over and over again. And now he adduces evidence, we hasten to quote it. In the Communist Manifesto, significantly, of all socialistic literature the writings of Babeuf remain uncriticized. Of them the manifesto says only that in the Great French Revolution Babeuf's writings expressed the demands of the proletariat, which is anyhow an anachronistic characterization. 13. If this statement were true, we would have an extraordinary exploit in forensics. The fact that the manifesto does not criticize Babeuf is significantly tipped to us as proving that Marx was then a Bobovist, or breathed the Bobovist spirit, etc. Otherwise, why bring it up so significantly? The possibilities of this polemical method are endless. It proves, for example, that Marx was also breathing the spirit of Savonarola, who is not repudiated anywhere in the manifesto, of Moses and Jesus, neither of whom, significantly, is attacked, and of Genghis Khan, who emerges from the manifesto scot-free. If this method becomes generalized, the intellectual history of the world is likely to be revolutionized. But in point of fact, Bernstein's statement is a falsification. As it happens, the manifesto did not leave Babeuf's writings uncriticized. The first sentence of this section stated prominently that it would not take up the literature that has given voice to the demands of the proletariat, such as the writings of Babeuf and others. Thereupon the manifesto exercised the Ciceronian praederitio, or paralypsis, and devoted the whole next paragraph to precisely this subject. Now it seems to me outside the pale of possibilities that Bernstein failed to grasp the fact that this paragraph is about Babeuf's movement and its similars about the first direct attempts of the proletariat to attain its own ends, etc. For this is how the paragraph begins. Only a few years before, Bernstein had himself supplied an afterword to his own translation of a book about the Babeuvist conspiracy by the Gouze d'Ist, Gabriel Deville. 14 Whom else did he think the paragraph was about? But for Bernstein to have brought out this paragraph of the manifesto, the paragraph whose existence he ignored, would have been peculiarly embarrassing, for this paragraph refutes him. This paragraph on Babouvism concludes: these attempts necessarily failed, owing to the then undeveloped state of the proletariat, as well as to the absence of the economic conditions that had yet to be produced, and could be produced by the impending bourgeois epoch alone. 15. With this, the proof of Marx's original sin Babouvism would have blown up before the reader's eye left Bernstein's page, since Marx here, as elsewhere, makes it crystal clear that he entertains no fanciful notion about making a revolution while the economic and class conditions for proletarian revolution were absent. The manifesto's paragraph continues with a stern criticism of Babeuvist-type movements. The revolutionary literature that accompanied these first movements of the proletariat had necessarily a reactionary character. It inculcated universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. 16. To be sure, even if Marx had left mention of Babeuf completely out of the manifesto, this would hardly prove him a Babeuvist. Marx had criticized this crude communism before the manifesto and would do so after it. The indications are that Marx decided at some point not to include sections in the manifesto on those tendencies that called themselves communist, viz., Cabet, Weitling, Babeuf. A fragment of an early draft outline shows that Marx originally did plan to cover these 317, a discussion of the probable reasons for the change would be digressive here. But in any case, the whole business fails to prove that Marx was not only a Babeuvist but also a Cabetist and Weitlingite. 5. Bernstein's section on Marxism and Blanquism continues with blatantly unsupported assertions. The next one after the Babeuf bust is, I think, as mind-boggling as any. The revolutionary program of action of the manifesto is Blanquist through and through. This dictum refers to the 10-point transitional program near the end of section 218, a series of measures popular in leftist groups, proposed for the post-revolutionary period, sometimes scorned as being unexpectedly mild. It does not, for example, propose the general socialization of industry. Blanquist through and through. Every plank? The demand for a graduated tax was Blanquist. Free education was Blanquist extremism. This begins to verge on nonsense. When this fairly moderate program is labeled Blanquist through and through, one has to suspect that Blanquist is a code word. It has to do with the conquest of political power. For Bernstein, the conquest of political power is ipso facto Blanquist unless it is done by the bourgeoisie, when it becomes realistic, responsible, respectable reform. For Marx, as the manifesto itself says, the conquest of proletarian power is the aim of every proletarian tendency, including the Chartists. There is the crux. By this time, Bernsteinian Marxoteratology begins to suffer some of the difficulties that confronted Senator Joe McCarthy, as he revealed that everyone he didn't like was a communist. If personae who were non grati to Joe McCarthy were all communists, then could communists really have tails and hooves? And so McCarthyism started turning dialectically into the old business of making communist dupes. Similarly, if anyone who is not a Bernsteinian revisionist parliamentary legalist constitutional cretinic reformist is a Blanquist, then can Blanquism be all bad? But it is a falsification to say that politics divides between Bernstein and Blanqui, that is, between two ways of wrecking revolution. Two other aspects of Bernstein's argument are taken up elsewhere, the social composition of the Blanquist movement, and the meaning of terrorism. 19. Finally, let us clear up a misapprehension. At the start of his section on Marxism and Blanquism, Bernstein seems to say that Marx was a Blanquist in the period that ended 1852. By the end of that section he was saying something different. Marxism has shaken off Blanquism only from one side in respect to method. But as for the other side, the overestimation of the creative power of revolutionary force for the socialist transformation of modern society, it has never fully got rid of the Blanquist conception. Point 20. Never, says Bernstein now, having screwed himself up to a pitch of undocumented assertiveness, Marx and Engels, he must mean them, never fully got rid of the Blanquist conception. Their Blanquism, then, was permanent. Bernstein has still not given a single statement by either Marx or Engels which overestimates etc., but we can now recognize the code word. What they never fully got rid of was their dedication to socialist revolution. But was it really necessary for this news to come from Bernstein in this peculiar way? Marx had said it for him, writing to a good friend and comrade about the Philistine crew that made up the London German societies. These Germans, young and old, are nothing but all too clever, solid, practical-minded men who regard people like you and me as immature fools who have still not been cured of revolutionary fantasies. 21. Two Lichtthemes push against Marx. For about a half-century, Edward Bernstein's authority made references to Marx's Blanquism a common feature of Marxological presentations. Even some of Bernstein's opponents, sharing the common ignorance, assumed that where there was so much smoke there must be fire, neglecting the possibility of smoldering rubbish. There is a piquant example in a 1932 lecture by the Menshevik leader Theodor Dan, writing in defense of the Russian Party's adoption of the dictatorship of the proletariat into its program in 1903. His argument was that the mature Marx was for majority revolution, thereby throwing the young Marx to the Bernsteinian wolves. Marx and Engels, in the years of their youth, no doubt pictured the dictatorship of the proletariat in the Jacobin form of a seizure of power by a proletarian minority conscious of its revolutionary mission and basing itself on an amorphous social agitation inside the broad proletarian masses. But already in 1845-46. Point 22. The phrase no doubt meant that he knew nothing about it. He was willing to make the concession in order to rescue the mature Marx from Bernstein's clutches. In point of fact, in the years of their youth Marx and Engels never mentioned the dictatorship of the proletariat at all. Dan's comrade Martov did very much the same thing in his essay Marx and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. 23. During this half-century it cannot be said that any new contributions were made to the shoring up of Bernstein's case. But in 1961 George Lichtheime's Marxism made a notable effort. We review some of the features of his exposition. 1. In one respect Lichtheim did not go as far as Bernstein, for he saw Marx's brief Jacobin Blanquist aberration as extending only to 1852. The prize exhibits, of course, are the March 1850 address and the SUCR episode. In the March address, says Lichtheim, is found the entire compendium of communist tactics in 1848, including the establishment of proletarian dictatorship. 24. In fact, dictatorship of the proletariat is not mentioned in the address. But the question is, what's Blanquist about all this? There is no answer in Lichtheim. 2. Marx, asserts Lichtheim on the same page, was then under the influence of Blanqui. What is the evidence? There are 3 erudite footnotes on this page of Lichtheims, but not a word on this allegation. Lichtheim does not indicate that this is a deduction of his, perhaps from what he calls a hint of terrorism in the address, for he does not know what terrorism meant at that time. He states it as a bald fact. Since he is an authority, a naive reader would assume there is evidence behind the assertion, and would be disappointed to learn that Lichtheim is inventing falsification freehand. 3. Even in terms of the Marxological habit of referring to SUCR as if it were simply a Marxist-Blanquist alliance, 25 Lichtheim is one of the slipperiest, for he does not give so much as a mention to the presence of the Chartists in the enterprise. Marx in 1850, says Lichtheim, was in a tactical alliance with the Blanquist emigrants in London. The latter even persuaded him to join a super-secret international society. 26. The Blanquists persuaded Marx. Lichtheim, of course, knows nothing of the sort. He is inventing his facts with as much originality as any fictioneer. At the risk of boring the reader, I must repeat that he offers not a hint of evidence in text or notes. Marx, relates Lichtheim, never quite repudiated his activities during this period. 28. The aforesaid naive reader would be eager to learn where Marx almost repudiated them, if never quite. Alas, as I have detailed elsewhere. 29. Marx and Engels kept showing their approval of the 1850 address until the end. When Engels actually had the address reprinted in 1885, he explained that this 35-year-old address is still of interest today, etc. 30. Lichtheim even quotes this, because, he says, Engels schemes over this point, with a brief remark. 31. Thus, to support an assertion that Marx never quite repudiated, and a further assertion on the same page that Marx tacitly abandoned the assumptions of the address and Engels did so explicitly to prop up this whole farrago of falsification, we find the argument that although Engels reprinted this abandoned and repudiated document, he did so with merely a brief remark, in an essay for party education which had already gone through the whole history of the Communist League with general approval. 4. After quoting Marx's words at the September 1850 split meeting of the CL32, Lichtheim winds up with a complaint. In Marx's speech there was no specific recognition that the day of Blanquist coups might be over for good. 33. The naive reader will think that somewhere in his book Lichtheim has presented some evidence that Marx ever approved of Blanquist coups. But no, all Lichtheim has done is refrain from mentioning the several writings in which Marx had been repudiating Blanquist coups for several years already. He left out this material because it might confuse his readers. 5. Lichtheim quotes the passage in the March Address which sees the proletariat as the successor to the bourgeoisie in political power. I give his translation, with his mistakes and omissions corrected in brackets. Alongside of the new official government they must establish simultaneously their own revolutionary workers' governments, whether in the form of municipal committees and municipal councils, or workers' clubs or workers' committees, so that the bourgeois democratic authorities' governments, from the outset see themselves supervised and threatened by authorities backed by the whole mass of the workers. 34. Lichtheim then states, this was the Blanquist strategy in a nutshell. What? The Blanquists looked to organize the whole mass of the workers into workers' committees, etc., as a dual power alongside the official state. What Blanquist ever suggested anything like this? None whatever, and the naive reader by this time should not be surprised to learn that Lichtheim makes no effort to link this type of revolutionary strategy with any Blanquist he ever heard of. It is just another assertion diametrically contrary to the entire political character of Blanquism. In fact, the cited passage in the March Address is the first great sketch of an approach to revolutionary power around what later came to be called workers' councils. This was the Blanquist strategy in a nutshell. Our naive reader may wonder why a certain something seems to disappear when Lichtheim is fabricating links between Marx and Blanquism. What disappears is the content of Blanquism as conspiratorial putschism by a small band of bravos. It simply vanishes from Lichtheim's nutshell. 6. After 1850, says Lichtheim, the German Communists' actual circumstances had little to do with Blanquist's strategy, and so we get another exercise in falsification. As soon as Marx realized this, it did not take him long. He dissolved the League, turned his back upon the Blanquist emissaries, though not upon Blanqui himself, and for the remainder of his life adamantly refused to engage in revolutionary conspiracy. 35. Every phrase in this sentence is a triumph of creative imagination. There is no record of any moment when Marx realizes, with a start, that his actual circumstances have little to do with Blanquism, and thereupon hies himself off to dissolve the Communist League. Indeed, we know very well the circumstances under which Marx proposed dissolution of the League. This took place on November 17, 1852, 3 days after the sentences were handed down in the Cologne Communist show trial after the smashing of the League organization throughout Germany. Hence it was more than a year after Marx had turned his back upon the Blanquists in SUCR. Lithium's scenario, we see, has the biographical reliability of a Hollywood script on the life and times of Billy the Kid, and he enjoys the same privilege as any director not to let mere facts interfere with his art. 7. All this, says Lichtheim, amounts to Marx's tacit renunciation of Blanquism. Tacit means that Marx said nothing about renouncing Blanquism. How true! This is something of an improvement on the famous question by the fabled prosecutor who asked, "When did you stop beating your wife?" In the up-to-date version, that cross-examination would go somewhat as follows. "When did you tacitly renounce beating your wife?" "I never said anything about renouncing beating my wife." "Exactly, that's what I just said, you renounced it tacitly." 8. The rest of Lichtheim's falsification is outside our purview, for practical reasons. He claims that in abandoning Blanquism, Marx also repudiated communism, meaning revolutionary socialism, and abandoned the entire perspective of a worker-peasant rising, at least in Germany, becoming a respectable social democrat. 36 Naive readers who are eager to find out where Marx performed these renunciatory feats will find that Lichtheim is still directing Billy the Kid. It is such a beautiful story, this tale of the young fire-eater who settles down to be a parliamentary cretin even as you and I, so touching that it is especially popular among types who have themselves done some heavy repudiating. Ex-communists, for example, and ex-Marxists. The ex, or former person, knows with what pleasure Lichtheim reports. It is not too much to say that after 1848–49 Marx became what is nowadays called an ex-communist. 37. This is a delightful improvement on all that chortling over Marx's revelation, "I am no Marxist." 38. It turns out that Marx is an ex-Marxist. Just like Lichtheim himself, as it happens. A divine idea, the sky pilots create God and Marx in their own image. 3. Decrying Wolff. Not long after Lichtheim, another ex-communist went into the lists to make much ado over Marx's alleged period of Blanquism, Bertram Wolff. I think there is a connection between their own devolution from communism to anti-communism and the fact that these two have become the outstanding contemporary proponents of the Marx-Blanquist myth. These are men who early fell under the spell of a rebellious sort of revolutionism, and then with the onset of age whined about their youthful foolishness. For such unfortunates, all revolutionaries are also misguided dupes of their early illusions. Wolff writes in his chapter 9. Marx was completely under the spell of the barricade and conspiracy traditions of Paris. Marx's socialism during this period 1848 to 1850 was the romantic, equalitarian, street fighting, barricade, and seizure of public buildings brand of socialism of the Paris conspirators Babeuf, Bonarata, and Blanqui. 39. This is such a phantasmagorical description of Marx's activity in Cologne, as hard-working editor of the most successful revolutionary daily in Germany, that no one can doubt who is sitting for the portrait. It is autobiographical bitterness, typical of ex-communists who have spent the best years of their lives working for a cause, and then have spent the rest of their years spitting on their former selves. Anyway, out of the several volumes of writings and letters by Marx and Engels during these years, Wolff cannot find one passage in which the above type of socialism is expressed. He certainly cites none. He is doing the foxy grandpa act, "Ah yes, my children, I too was a revolutionary when I was young and green," etc. This goes very well over a cracker barrel, but elsewhere one expects that some evidence will be offered for the flat statement that Marx's socialism was that of the Paris conspirators, Babeuf, Bonarata, and Blanqui. But to avoid repetition, we will now ignore mere assertions in Wolff's chapter 9 and look for some argument or documentation, leaving aside some points taken up elsewhere. 1. Wolff undertakes to expound the Blanquist content of the much-abused address of March 1850. The question, of course, is not whether the views in the address are good or bad, but only whether they are Blanquist. Wolff cites the address's plan for setting up their own revolutionary workers' governments in the form of workers' clubs and workers' committees, the same passage targeted by Lichtheim and quoted above. 40 Well now, What's Blanquist about that? Wolf explains in a parenthesis. Here one is reminded of the many clubs Blanqui formed, of the Jacobin clubs of the 1790s which were his model, and no less of his Jacobin centralism and his conviction that Paris should control and decide for all France. 41. All this just from the mention of clubs. Blanqui formed clubs, the Jacobins formed clubs, Marx wants clubs. Aha! Blanquism. I hesitate to mention that everyone formed clubs, Republicans left and right, Royalists, militant women, society dames, coffee shop habitués, for to make this point might suggest that this Wolfian nonsense should be taken seriously. But it is perhaps better than boringly repeating that Wolf shovels in assertions without a pretense of evidence. 2. Wolf cites the injunction in the address that the communists should seek to take the lead in militant actions reflecting the people's revenge against hated individuals or public buildings, and he comments. In these words echo the storming of the Bastille, the clubbings to death with rifle butts, the heads raised on pikes, and rise and fall of the sharp blade of the guillotine. 42. In Wolf's mind, the storming of the Bastille is assimilated to mob slaughter. More important, the whole point of Marx's exposition was precisely to replace wild mob passion with organized and rational political action, disciplined struggle, and leadership. But in any invocation of revolution, all Wolf can hear is the clubbings to death by rifle butts. Very well, who is clubbing whom? Historically, of course, it is usually the police, gendarmes and soldiery who club demonstrating rebels. Perhaps this is law and order, while the reverse is revolutionary anarchy. If so, it is not the clubbings that exercise Wolf but the different question of whose noggin gets knocked. The apparently moral revulsion against clubbings to death then turns out to represent the opinion that only the revolutionary side should be conscientiously cudgeled. 3. Wolf's chapter 9 is one of the worst cases of those who distort locus LC into a mythical avowal of Blanquism by Marx. The middling cases are those who at least quote the passage, so that a reader can see what they are doing. The defeat of the revolution, claims Wolf, with Marx on the couch, had for the moment made Marx into a Blanquist and Blanqui in Marx's eyes into the living incarnation of the movement of revolutionary socialism or communism. 43. Notice that Marx is a Blanquist, squarely, flatfootedly, unqualifiedly. The telltale words in quotes at the end leave no doubt what Wolf is using for this claim, Marx's words in locus LC. There Marx refers to revolutionary socialism, communism, for which the bourgeoisie itself has invented the name of Blanqui. In short, Marx writes that Blanqui had become the incarnation, etc., in the eyes of the bourgeoisie. Wolf alters this to in Marx's eyes. I repeat that I do not think Wolf is consciously falsifying, no matter how hard it may be to explain this blatant alteration in any other way. I think that in his last incarnation Wolf could no longer read plain English or plain German as soon as his anti-communist button was touched. A red haze hung over Marx's address, there was a dull roaring in the ears, and the damnedest things came off the pen. I do not insist on this explanation. 4. So far, Wolf's chapter 9. A strange thing happens in chapter 10, it presents a point of view according to which everything in chapter 9 is nonsense. I have been told by an acquaintance of Wolf's that he had decided at this point to investigate Marx's use of dictatorship of the proletariat, and was delighted to find that it had already been done in my 1962 essay. 44. He found this essay thorough and dispassionate and its interpretation sound, so he states in chapter 10, and proceeds to summarize my essay in his next 10 pages. True, he leaves out some material that would ruin his Marx-Blanquist thesis, but it makes him uneasy. The puzzling question is why at this point Wolf did not throw away chapter 9, if not more of his book. Instead, there is one point in chapter 10 where he seeks to retrieve some remnant of the Marx-Blanquist falsification in chapter 9. This attempt hinges on the citation of locus 1c, which, we have seen, he previously distorted. Now he does quote it, including the crucial phrase for which the bourgeoisie itself has invented the name of Blanqui, and he lifts a lance. This leads Mr. Draper to conclude that in the cited passage Marx was not defining Blanquism but expressing his own views, the revolutionary socialism or communism which he himself advocated, and to which the bourgeoisie has given, invented, the name of blanking. Obviously, Mr. Draper's solution of the enigmatic passage raises as many problems as it solves. Point 45. What are these problems? Wolff states for, which I quote in full seriatim. A. For when Marx wrote it, he was entering into his association with the Blanquists. This refers to SUCR, which we have already discussed. Wolff does not realize that his problem is whether Marx became a Chartist or a Blanquist, since both of these tendencies were supposed to become his allies in SUCR. The first problem is in pretending that SUCR was a united front with the Blanquists. 46. More important, we have seen that at the same time that Marx entered into this nearly non-existent front that included the Blanquists as its French wing, he published a scathing dissection of traditional Blanquism. Now the next strange thing about Wolff is that he discovers this in his next chapter, chapter 11. There Wolff suddenly reveals that, as I had stressed in my 1962 essay, Marx attempted to re-educate the Blanquist émigrés, to induce them to substitute his idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which Marx considered synonymous with the winning of the battle of democracy, for Blanqui's revolutionary dictatorship of an elite, conspirative minority. Point 47. To be sure, he does not disclose what Marx actually wrote in 1850 about these Blanquist allies of his, for this would have terribly confused the readers of his chapter 9. But anyway, why on earth should Marx, described in chapter 9 as bubbling over with Blanquism, flatly labeled a Blanquist, want to re-educate his fellow Blanquists? What does this Blanquist Marx want to re-educate the other Blanquists to? No answer. In fact, no question. It is admittedly gratifying that Wolff has learned, by chapter 11, that Marx attempted this re-education of the Blanquists, and it is good to report that he passes this information on to his readers, and I do not want to seem to demand too much of a Marxologist. Yet one must mention that, in the same passage, he quotes Engels' devastating characterization of Blanquism in 1874, our locus 8, but introduces it with these words, at least, so Engels has explained the matter. Does he offer any counter-explanation of his own? No. All this, remember, in chapter 11. When Wolff, in the preceding chapter, had written as if Marx's entering into his association is a problem for which he has no explanation, the puzzling thing is why, after getting to chapter 11, he didn't throw away this part of chapter 10 into the same round receptacle as chapter 9. B. Marx was agreeing to, or more probably he was writing, virtually the same formula into the joint statement of principles of SUCR. We now have a second point, out of 4, on SUCR, which Wolff obviously thinks is the smoking gun of Marx's Blanquism. A minor point, the SUCR statement, as extant, is copied out in a handwriting that is probably Willica's, certainly not Marx's or Engels', and there is absolutely no information on who drafted it. When Wolff writes that Marx probably wrote it, he is simply inventing a falsification. Point 48. Of course, it makes no difference one way or t'other, but such inventions suggest that mere facts do not quite suffice for the fable under discussion. The crux of this second Wolffian problem is, what is meant by virtually the same formula? Same as what? Same as what Marx had written in Locus 1c, Class Struggles in France? In this case, I do not know what the problem is. Or is it possible, does Wolff mean same as Blanqui's formula? But we have shown that Blanqui never had a formula about dictatorship of the proletariat or anything like it. What, then, is the point of trying to squeeze a second problem out of SUCR? See, he was issuing his peculiarly Blanquist circular, that is, the March 1850 address. The problem, obviously, lies with Wolff's preceding demonstration that the content of the address was Blanquist, not merely deplorably revolutionary but Blanquist. The reader will remember that on this point we had to discuss clubs and clubbings to death, but a repeated examination of Wolff's 2 pages on the matter turns up no other effort to make a connection. 521 suggests there is an element of circularity here. Marx is a Blanquist because we know the address is Blanquist, and we know the address must be Blanquist because it is filled with revolutionary talk by a Blanquist. Finally, and he was using Blanquist conspirators as emissaries to the branches of the Communist League. This refers to Wolff's deduction from the June 1850 address, based on a passage discussed in chapter 12.53. If I explain that Wolff's deduction is half imaginative, the reader might think that the deduction, if valid, has something to do with Wolff's fourth problem. For present purposes, then, let us assume that Marx really did use Blanquist conspirators as emissaries to Communist League branches on the continent. I can make this assumption all the more happily since, personally, I hope that Marx did get some use out of these characters. Well now, what exactly is Marx's crime? In the first place, as we have seen, Marx is trying to work on these French Blanquist elements politically, to re-educate them, and it is not fanciful to assume that he may have had some impact on 2 or 3. As we have stressed elsewhere, these Blanquist conspirators were not hard-shelled revolutionary fossils, they were largely young and relatively inexperienced recruits who were Blanquist mainly because they admired Blanqui, wanted to be revolutionaries, and had never heard of any other way of being revolutionary. 54 Why doesn't Wolff ask himself why a Blanquist conspirator would consent to act as emissary for a rival tendency, German at that, which moreover published sharp critiques of their fellow conspirators? Wolff thinks the arrangement shows something awful about Marx. He does not realize that it shows something quite different about the self-selected Blanquist conspirators who agreed to work for the CL. I think that in Wolff's mind's eye there was a different picture, as if some naive liberal were trying to use a communist KGB agent on a mission abroad. But the young Blanquist refugees in London had no resemblance to the types who give Wolff his modern jitters. Many of them were passing through the Blanquist group, which, like most sects, had a turnstile style of turnover in membership. Let us imagine Wolff as Marx, in a historical playlet. A Blanquist, who perhaps has been undergoing re-education, says he is willing to be used as emissary for the CL. Wolff Marx, hand and heart no. I cannot permit you to help us. You are his conspirator. Blanquist, astonished. Why, are you afraid I'll cook up a conspiracy with your CL branch? WM, huffily no, our communists know very well to stay away from conspiracy. B, reasonable like don't you agree that our mission has to be kept secret, since the continental governments will throw me and your people into the pokey if I'm caught? WM, offended yes, I understand the difference between secret work and conspiratorial organization and have explained the difference several times. B, wheedling then, please, why can't I do this service for you and your estimable CL? WM, drawing himself up because then the Marxologists will be able to prove that I'm a Blanquist. This theater of the absurd suggests a link between the pathos of a kind of Marxology and the pathology of a kind of American anti-communism. For taradiddles and Seolists. Up to the 1960s, when Lichtheim and Wolff published the books we have reviewed, most references to Marx's mythical Blanquism were, I think, more or less routine echoes of Bernstein. Thus, in 1912 Simchowitsch quoted the manifesto's introduction to the 10-point program near the end of section 2, and opined that Babeuf or Blanqui might have written this passage because it was in keeping with the viewpoint of conspiracy or forcible overthrow. 55 It seems that conspiracy and forcible overthrow fused in his mind like two fog banks merging in a murk. Isaiah Berlin's much-praised biography of Marx, which on strictly factual matters is one of the least reliable ever published, has Marx persuaded by Weitling and Blanqui in 1847-1848 that a successful revolution could be made only really, by means of a coup d'état, carried out by a small and resolute body of trained revolutionaries. 56 In the case of Berlin's biography, to complain of lack of evidence is an irrelevancy, but it is hard to see why he did not refer to 1850, which more knowledgeable writers emphasize. But then, Berlin does not even mention the existence of the March Address or SUCR. And if he did, he would be in trouble, for he has not the slightest idea what permanent revolution meant. 57. Berlin had his rivals in Scialism, one of the major isms of history. Adam Ulam, for example, repeating the obligatory exposition of Marx's Blanquism, reveals that he thinks the Blanquists were anarchists, and that Blanqui was a pioneer of syndicalism. 58. Such a survey could go on indefinitely. Before each taradiddle. Uncowed by CO lists. Robusta persons twiddle. Tremendously big fists. 59. But to little avail. However, two other cases have some claim on our attention. The first is the Marx biography by Nikolaevsky and Mencken-Helfen, because it has so often been cited on this point as an eminent authority. This work by Nikolaevsky, I use his name as the major author, was partly considered in chapter 12 under SUCR, but another, more general passage requires notice. Nikolaevsky's takeoff point is a little odd, for it is not the March 1850 address, the document in which Lichtheim and Wolff had particularly discerned the imprint of the devil's hoof. By not a word does Nikolaevsky suggest that the March address is Blanquist. What shakes his soul is apparently the paragraph about the Blanquists in the June 1850 address, with its news that Communist League delegates had been entrusted by the Blanquists with important preparatory work in connection with the next French Revolution. This is the reverse of Wolff's problem, but the considerations are similar. Nikolaevsky wonders, who were these delegates and what was this work? He replies that the answer to both questions is unknown. But what the Blanquists were occupied with during the years 1850 and 1851 is known. 60. He then summarizes the oft-repeated characterization of Blanquist plans for a putsch by a small gang of men. This is followed, without so much as a paragraph break, by this conclusion. The fact that Marx accepted this kind of revolutionism, which he condemned so violently both before and afterwards, note that, please, and was so utterly foreign in every way to the essential nature of the proletarian revolution, the fact that he formed an alliance with the Blanquists, proves better than anything else the extent to which his judgment had been affected. Italics added 61. The fact that Marx accepted this kind of revolutionism, but Nikolaevsky, here we get repetitious, has not adduced a single fact, note, argument, or ground to prove, his word, that Marx accepted the Blanquist putsch idea. Worse than that, 5 pages later, he gives a substantial passage from the book Review by Marx and Engels which dissected conspiratorialism so cuttingly, published at exactly the same time that Marx accepted this kind of revolutionism. No explanation for this self-refutation, apparently no consciousness of a problem. Was it poor Marx whose mind had been sadly affected? Moreover, the above-quoted paragraph by Nikolaevsky ascertains a second fact that shows how poor Marx's mind was affected. This is the fact that he formed an alliance with the Blanquists at all. We have already said enough about this item of proof, insofar as it pertains to 1850. But Nikolaevsky is in a stranger position than Wolff or Lichtheim. For him, the Blanquist aberration suddenly descends on Marx's psyche in the midsummer of 1850, nothing like it before or afterwards, he says, and all on the basis of the unknown revolutionary work done by unknown clerks with unknown Blanquists. Bernstein had seen Marx's Blanquism as covering 1848 to 1852 at least, and Marx's whole life at large. Wolff and Lichtheim saw it ectoplasmatically enveloping Marx at least through 1850, but Nikolaevsky sees it as a brief moment of midsummer madness unrelated to anything before or afterwards except the poor man's shock, apparently much delayed, at personally losing the revolution. This approach is utter nonsense on the face of it, but to this baseless fantasy we can counterpose a historical fact not yet brought up. It concerns alliances with the Blanquists. A comparison. In 1850 the so-called United Front with the Blanquists never got off paper. In 1872 what Wolff calls another United Front with the Blanquists never existed at all, since the Blanquists, commune refugees, entered into the wide-open international. But a little later came the period of real united fronts between the French Marxists, that is, Guestists, and the Blanquist movement in France, especially when the latter was led by Vaillant, who, German-educated, had absorbed a considerable amount of re-education. The period of the development of the French socialist movement in the 1880 to 1890s, leading up to the unification of 1905, when gulp, they actually merged, is full of united fronts, alliances, coalitions and collaborations with the Blanquists. Somehow this has never proved to any sane person that, say, Guesde, or Georges, Sacre Bleu, had become a Blanquist. But when people write about Marx, the simplest laws of logic go through a space warp. The second case takes us full circle back to Bernstein, with a difference. Also in the 1960s, Stanley Moore published a curious book, Three Tactics, The Background in Marx, with a thesis. He wants to marry Bernsteinism with Stalinism. This is not a strange aspiration in these days when sectors of the communist movement are thinking of how to create Euro-communist parties that would slough off the revolutionary socialist component and leave them unembarrassed practitioners of parliamentary reformism, to fill the slot being vacated by the social democracies as these slough off any kind of socialism at all. In this context Moore has several pages arguing in favor of Bernstein's thesis about the young Blanquist Marx. Moore's specialty is running Marx quotes through his interpreting machine, which minces them up and reconstitutes them in the desired form like a sausage. Investigating the contents of these sausages is very space-consuming. Thus, out of quotes by Marx not one of which comes near favoring minority revolution, he deduces handily, after processing, that Marx proposed minority revolution, just as Bernstein said, and he naturally ignores all the passages where, unminced and unprocessed, Marx stated straight out that he advocated majority-supported revolution. When Moore comes out with a whopper, he starts off with undeniably. Undeniably Marx and Blanqui shared at that time the doctrines of class struggle, permanent revolution, and proletarian dictatorship. 62. Let us taste one sausage because it is another case of the distortion of locus LC. Moore writes as follows. The communism of Blanqui, he Marx writes in the class struggles in France, is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat etc. 63. This is a falsification, fabricated by joining Moore's own words to the truncated Marx locus. As we have seen more than once now, Marx really wrote that the bourgeoisie has invented the name of Blanqui for revolutionary socialism or communism. The rump quote used by Moore then occurs in the next sentence. Not all of Moore's falsifications are as unoriginal as this one. He strikes a new vein with the argument that the very name Communist League was Blanquist. For the predominantly German-speaking league to call itself communist was to affirm publicly its solidarity with the French followers of Blanqui. 64. He deduces this, he says, from locus LC, for he is under the impression that in those days if a German or French worker said communist he meant Blanquist. But if our CO list had looked in any one of several places, he would have found that in the 1840s Marx knew of a whole bushelful of different communisms. On a single page of the German ideology, Moore could have learned of 4 different kinds of communists, Kabatists, who may have been the most prominent, Whiteling, non-revolutionary communists, and apparently the Chartists, no mention of Blanquists. 65. Another page of the same work lists no less than 14 English communists alone, past and present, besides Whiteling, Cabet, and François de Chasteloz, no mention of Blanquists. 66. On a single page of the Holy Family, Marx mentions the communists Owen, Bentham, Cabet, Desemy, and Gay, besides the Bobovists. No mention of Blanquists. 67. In a pre-Marxist article of 1843, written for the English Owenites, Engels surveyed the ranks of French communists, beginning with Babeuf and featuring Cabet's Icarian communism, together with their differences from English communism, meaning Owenism. We learn further that Leroux is a communist, apparently also George Sand, Lemonius, and Proudhon. But Blanqui is not mentioned, nor any Blanquist. 68 The label communist usually referred to the Kabbatists. In 1850 Marx's and Engels' book Review on the Conspiratorial Societies clearly identified the communists as the Kabbatists only, counterposing them to the professional conspirators. 69 Another interesting case, in March 1848, in Paris, Marx and his CL associates wrote to Cabet, as editor of Le Populaire, asking him to publish their protest against the German Legion scheme, since such a declaration was in the interests of the Communist Party, and it is this, the letter adds, which makes us count on your compliance. 70 In other words, Cabet was viewed as a fellow communist. Of course, Marx later narrowed this usage, it goes without saying, but the usage reflected the popular opinion of the time. And that is precisely what more is appealing to the popular image of communist, but he simply does not know that in the 1840s, and later, communist was as amorphous a term as socialist. It is not More's argumentation that is interesting. It is his demonstration of an old pattern from a new direction, the unflagging need among Marxologists to stamp Marx's revolutionary socialism as Blanquism. For the Bernstein-Lichtheim-Wolff type, the need is to smirch revolutionary socialism with an unsavory label, especially one associated with minority revolutionism. For More, the need is to legitimize minority revolutionism with Marx's imprimatur, thus using the Bernsteinian component to underpin the Stalinist component. Or, as Samuel Hoffenstein put it, the small chameleon has the knack of turning red or pink or black. And yet, whatever hue he don, he stays a small chameleon. 71. 5. The case of Ernst Schriepler. Since its publication in 1972, Ernst Schriepler's Handwerkerbund und die Arbeiterverein 1830-1853 has been regarded as an authority on the early history of German workers' organizations. It appears to the naked eye to be well annotated and documented, and for all I know, may be so in general. But the author is not well served by his violent anti-Marx obsession, and where the devil, Marx, shows up on the scene, scholarship goes to the place the devil came from. Especially on SUCR, I have run into several references to the authority of Schriepler's work. Let us look into it, since Schriepler repeats the Marx-Blanquist tale. In the first place, Schriepler has found no hard facts, or soft ones, about SUCR that have not been known for 50 years. This is no fault of his, of course. He had to carpenter his own interpretation of the facts, but instead of doing so, he took an unusual course. He translated Nikolaevsky's old biography without credit. In question are some of the same passages by Nikolaevsky that I have discussed in this special note. In both Nikolaevsky and Schriepler the spotlight is put on the paragraph in the June, not March, address to the CL, referring to Blanquist delegates associated with CL delegates. The main point is made as follows in both books. Nikolaevsky. Schriepler. Who these delegates were and the nature of their duties is unknown, but what the Blanquists were occupied with during the years 1850 and 1851 is known. They were engaged in preparations for an armed rising, just as they had been before 1848. 72. There was nothing said about these delegates and the nature of their duties. But what the Blanquists were occupied with during the years 1850 to 51 was generally known. They were preparing for an armed rising, as they had done before 1848-73. Taking the passage which we quoted from Nikolaevsky 74, beginning the fact that Marx accepted, Schriepler transposed a few expressions from other lines, and came out with the following, the crux of his conclusion, and Nikolaevsky's. The fact that the leader of the Communist League entered into a close alliance with Blanquistic, whom he esteemed as a resolute revolutionary though Putsch methods were repugnant to him, proves unequivocally that after the breakdown of all revolutionary efforts in Europe Marx had lost above all his previous inner certainty. 75. Note that Schriepler has added the falsification, which was not in his source, that Marx's alliance was with Blanky the man himself. Not for Schriepler the small beer of charging little alliances with inconsequential Blanquists in London. But outside of this artistic retouche, he has copied Nikolaevsky without credit. Why he omitted the customary footnoted acknowledgement, without which this sort of business is called plagiarism, is hard to understand. Perhaps he wished to conceal the fact that he had nothing of his own to say. We trust that future footnoters will be saved from committing the gaffe of referring their own readers to Schriepler's second-hand version when the original fable can be read in Nikolaevsky. Special note: see the meaning of terror and terrorism. Dictatorship has a close competitor in the contest for the 19th century word most abused in Marxological writings. The original meaning of terror and terrorism appears to be almost completely forgotten today. Since much conjuring with these words takes place in discussions of Marx's dictatorial politics, the question has to be taken up. Many passages in Marx and Engels make no sense whatever if terror is taken in its current sense. The situation testifies to the prevalent belief that our present-day vocabulary began with Adam. To be sure, everyone knows that the beginnings of terror as a political term lie in the French Revolution, but this is part of the trouble, for distortions of that historical experience color all our perceptions of what happened in 1793 to 1794, the period of the Red Terror. Not only the popular but the lexicographical view of the Reign of Terror comes from sources typified by the Scarlet Pimpernel. The terror meant the bloodthirsty massacre of innocent women and children, and a few God-fearing nobles, unless they were saved by Leslie Howard, or, as in certain novels, it meant that the revolutionary masses were depicted as degenerates drooling at the sight of spurting blood. Now it is no part of our task to investigate what really happened in the so-called Reign of Terror, let alone the French Revolution in toto. We are only interested in explaining how Marx used the term, that is, what terror meant to him. But we must immediately add that it was not a question of his personal opinion. Marx used terror-ism, in the current fashion of his time. Indeed, the first question for an objective historian would be to inquire into what the terrorists conceived themselves to be doing, what terror meant to them. We will see, then, that a distinction will have to be made between the terror proper and the final degeneration of the terror into a bloody caricature of itself. We will be especially interested in the first. It is a mistake to confound the first with the second. Later, the political meaning of terror went through a new transmogrification at the other end of the 19th century. This was due to the rise of what was called individual terrorism, especially as practiced by anarchists in Western Europe and by the Narodniks and nihilists in Eastern Europe. The term individual terrorism arose precisely to differentiate this political mode from what the left had previously called terrorism, and from there on, it tended to take over the ism. Today the end product of this process has brought it about that terrorism is mainly a short form of individual terrorism. It has merged in the public consciousness with what was previously the Philistine calumniation of leftist violence. The other side of the merger in this century has come from the mindless bomb thrower, who has adapted himself to what the calumniators told him was the proper way to be a revolutionary. But this gets us into territory we cannot explore here. We focus on what terror-ism meant to Marx, and to political circles in his time. 1. Marx on the Jacobin terror. We have already seen one important aspect of Marx's view of the French Revolution, the distinctive emphasis he laid on the social Girondin current, cercle social, etc., and the enrages, Jacques Roux, Leclerc, as the precursors of communism, with the concomitant devaluation of the Jacobins. 2. Marx and Engels were not Robespierrists in historical interpretation. They did not regard Robespierre's political current as the central progressive leadership of the revolution. Let us begin with an early reference by Marx to terrorismus, the Gallicized form, not Schrecklichkeit. This occurred in the very first political article written by Marx, in 1842, published 1843, hence while he was still a radical Democrat but not a communist. It was the first written of Marx's two powerful polemics in favor of complete freedom of the press. 4. The government's censorship decree permitted suppression for a writing's tendency, its intentions or point of view, and Marx argued that this creates a police state and sanctions of lawlessness. The writer is thus subjected to the most frightful terrorism, the jurisdiction of suspicion. Laws about tendency, laws that do not provide objective norms, are laws of terrorism, such as were conceived by the state's exigencies under Robespierre and the state's rottenness under the Roman emperors. 5. Now, obviously the writer who was subjected to this terrorism was not about to be guillotined and did not require Leslie Howard's services, blood was not flowing like borscht. What was this terrorism which reminded Marx of Robespierre's resort to similar laws? Before answering this question, let us look at Marx's remarks on the Jacobin terror soon after adopting communist views, in a period of intensive study of the French Revolution. Perhaps he became more favorable to Robespierreism after becoming a communist. The opposite is true, for plainly seen reasons. In an article of the summer of 1844, Marx focused on the neglect of social issues by the Jacobin leadership of the revolution. Robespierre, he wrote, saw the existence of extremes of poverty and wealth only as an obstacle to pure democracy, not as a social issue to be overcome. His solution was a universal Spartan frugality. His politics were based on the glorification of the will. For Robespierre, the principle of politics is the will. The more one-sided the political mind is, the more does it believe in the omnipotence of the will, the more is it blind to the natural and spiritual limits of the will, and the more incapable is it therefore of discovering the source of social ills. 6. With this line of thought, Marx naturally rejected the Jacobin tendency in favor of the revolutionary elements who confronted the source of social ills. He specified this in his next work, The Holy Family, in the passage on Babeuf and the enrages that we have quoted. 7. In The Holy Family, Marx certainly connected the terror with the work of the guillotine, like everyone else, but what exactly was the connection? Bloodthirstiness. In point of fact, his mentions of the terror, or terrorismus, were associated with the following: the use of porters by the secret police, the campaign against speculative hoarding, the terroristic attitude of the French Revolution to religion, Napoleon as the last struggle by the revolutionary terror against the bourgeois society, and a couple more similar associations that did not run with blood, to which we have to add the above-mentioned passage on Babeuf and the enrages. 8. If we ask what conception unites all of these usages, the only answer is, the idea of coercion through intimidation. This indeed is the original background meaning of terrorization. The Oxford English Dictionary's general definition of terrorism says: a policy intended to strike with terror those against whom it is adopted, the employment of methods of intimidation, the fact of terrorizing or condition of being terrorized. Now, intimidation can be accomplished by various methods and on several planes, and Marx's and Engels' use of the term terror evoke different kinds of cases, from purely psychological intimidation to bloody force. But when forceful intimidation of the enemy is carried on by government troops in a war, is this terrorism? It was in Marx's language. Speaking of Napoleon's wars. 10. Engels also remarked that Napoleon's reign of terror took the shape of war. 11. Internally, Napoleon applied revolutionary terrorismus to the liberal bourgeoisie. 12. While the Scarlet Pimpernel took arrest in an 1847 article, Marx associated the reign of terror with bloody action, right enough, the bloody action of the people, not Robespierre, that cleared away the remnants of feudalism from French soil with its powerful hammer blows. A job which the timidly overcareful bourgeoisie would not have completed in decades. 13. During the revolutionary year of 1848, Engels compared the reactionary Belgian government's prosecution of republicans with the mock trials framed up during the Reign of Terror in 1793, though even the fanatical Fouquier Tinville did not conduct a trial with so much barefaced lying as the Belgians. 14. The same year, Marx returned to his analysis of the terror with this seminal observation: all French terrorism was nothing but a plebeian way of dealing with the enemies of the bourgeoisie, absolutism, feudalism, and philistinism. 15. By the same token, it was no model, the wielders of this power were doing it for another class element, without political consciousness of what they were really doing. It was neither a horrible aberration of history nor a glorious prototype. In 1851, reviewing Proudhon's recent book in a letter to Engels, Marx noted its positive or favorable side, its well-written attacks on Rousseau, Robespierre, the Montaigne Jacobin group, etc. 16 From the Holy Family, in which he castigated Robespierre's illusions. Marx's references to Robespierre are only scattered passages, but these are always cool or hostile, whether in connection with the Jacobin suppression of civil liberties or their anti-working class legislation. 17. This view, up to now expressed by both Marx and Engels in brief remarks, was given its sharpest formulation by Engels in discussion with Marx. Writing to Marx as Bonaparte's empire fell in September 1870 amidst a chaotic rising, Engels' thinking made a connection. From these perpetual little degree panics degree of the French which all arise from fear of the moment when one finally must face the truth, we get a much better idea of the reign of terror. We take this to mean the reign or rule, of people who inspire terror. On the contrary, it is the reign of people who are themselves terror-stricken. La terror is in large part useless cruelties committed by people who are in fear themselves, for their own self-assurance. I am convinced that the blame for the reign of terror in '93 lies almost exclusively on the shoulders of the terribly frightened bourgeois behaving like patriots, and on the little Philistines who are shitting in their pants, and on the lumpen mob making a profit out of the terror. These are exactly the classes in the present little terror. 2.18. In this view, the reign of terror in the narrow sense was regarded as the terminal stage of the revolutionary terror already in pathological condition. This distinction of stages was stated again by Engels in a late letter to Koskai. As for the terror, it was essentially a war measure as long as it had any sense. The class, or factional group of the class, that alone could ensure the victory of the revolution not only kept itself in control in this way, this was the least of it after the victory over the revolts, but assured itself of freedom of movement, elbow room, the possibility of concentrating forces at the decisive point, the frontiers. By early 1794, Engels went on to say, the defense against foreign intervention was going well, and Robespierre, who wanted an end to the war, saw the revolutionary wing as a danger to his power, especially the Commune led by the Jacobin left. The Commune, with its extreme tendency, became superfluous. Its propaganda for revolution became a hindrance for Robespierre as well as for Danton, both of whom wanted peace though each in a different way. In this conflict of three elements Robespierre won out, but now terror became for him a means of self-preservation and thereby became absurd. When the foreign threat seemed to be completely ended, Robespierre became superfluous in turn. On June 26, 1794 at Fleurus, Jordan laid all Belgium at the Republic's feet. With this, the terror became untenable. On July 27 Robespierre fell, and the bourgeois orgy began. 19. Where popular history sees only bloodthirsty irrationality in the last, pathological stage of the terror, this interpretation made a quite different analysis. But our own subject is not the French Revolution, only the meaning of terror. Before summing this up, let us note a last statement by Engels along these lines. It came 2 years after the letter to Koskai, but said exactly the same thing. While the reign of terror was now intensified to the point of madness because it was necessary to keep Robespierre in control under the existing internal conditions, it became totally superfluous as a result of the victory at Fleurus. And thereupon Robespierre became superfluous and fell. 20. In this letter Engels, furthermore, counterposed the peace perspective pursued by Robespierre and the leadership of the Committee of Public Safety against the left-wing Commune elements who wanted the propagandist war and the republicanization of Europe, that is, who wanted to internationalize the revolution in order to deepen it. It is this issue, measured at the time in the fortunes of war, that Engels saw as the very heartbeat and central nerve of the whole revolution and of the ups and downs of the plebeian wing whose energy alone saved the revolution. This wing which pressed the war for the liberation of the nations was proved to be in the right, said Engels, but only after Robespierre had beheaded it. 21. This passage in Engels' letter was preceded by a reference to Marx which indicated his agreement in a general way. But we have already seen that Engels had not developed this analysis by himself. We see that from Marx's very first political year to Engels' old age, in a continuous and consistent analysis, both men viewed Robespierre and the leading faction of Jacobins with political hostility, as compared with either the Hebertists or the Enrages, that is, in terms of the internal pattern of the revolutionary forces. The apotheosis of Robespierre and his methods came out of the Jacobin communist, Blanquist, tradition from Babeuf onwards. In line with the principle that it is much easier to imitate great men's flaws than their feats, Blanquists tended to glorify the pathological side of the terror as well as its necessities. When the Blanquists repeated this pattern with respect to the Paris Commune of 1871, Engels commented, in the article which will produce our locus 8, on the silliness of such an uncritical approach. If, he told the Blanquists, you glorify even the stupidities that are inevitably committed in the course of a mass revolution, if you declare every measure sacred and every step infallible, then doesn't this mean maintaining that, during that week in May 1871, the people shot exactly those persons it was necessary to shoot, and no more, that they burned down exactly those buildings which had to be burned down, and no more? Doesn't it mean the same as saying of the First French Revolution, every single individual beheaded got his just due, first those whom Robespierre got beheaded, and then Robespierre himself? This is the kind of childishness reached when people who are basically quite good-natured give free rein to their desire to seem fearsomely hair-raising. 23. Marx's and Engels' anti-Robespierrist viewpoint naturally conditioned their view of the terror. The precondition was their analysis of what the terror was, the revolutionary terror as such, apart from the pathological distortions engrafted by Robespierrism. The revolutionary terror was the mobilization of force to intimidate the counter-revolution, to defend the revolution against its enemies, to terrorize the reaction. Since we are not dealing with a scientific term, it tended as usual to sprawl to include intimidatory action by the central government, by the commune, or by the plebs from below. But it had nothing whatsoever to do with what today's newspaper headlines or government communiques call terrorism. La terreur, as the organized use of force to repress, terrorize, the counter-revolution, entered into the vocabularies of left and right through the 19th century, except that the right wing of politics turned it inside out like a pocket. If the White Terror tended to be systematically brutal and murderous, that fact could be gleaned only from serious histories, while popular literature wept only over the aristocratic victims of popular vengeance for centuries-long crimes. In the course of the 19th century, as we will see in Marx's and Engels' writings, the meaning of terror-ism broadened out and weakened like a light beam until at times the term meant little more than some form of coercion. Since we have been discussing the French Revolution, we have seen terror used for a revolutionary government's strivings to defend itself from counter-revolution, but the meaning did not remain so confined to Marx on revolutionary terrorism. It should be clear that terrorism as the use of force or other coercion in social struggle was not a usage peculiar to Marx. The fact that we focus on his writings should not give a false impression. Marx used the term precisely because it was a catchword, as Leydendorf said. Lorenz Stein, a very clever young man of a déclassé noble family, looking over the French scene before and after 1848, found the catchword at hand and fitted it into his own line of thought, like everyone else. Stein's thought was that the proletariat could never gain power through universal suffrage. Contrary to a widespread opinion, only force was open to it. Therefore the rule of the proletariat, he used this term freely, would have to be a despotism. Like all domination, this despotism is directed against whatever threatens its rule. The proletariat must use its power to destroy not only the opposing class, but also the social foundation of this class. Here a struggle starts which we call terrorism, a bloody and essentially endless struggle. Since working class power is an impossibility, terrorism must seek to accomplish its goal by mass murder, then the tide is reversed and the counter-movement begins. Any temporary victory by the proletariat is swept away, the ruling class usually takes bloody revenge, and may establish a dictatorship, as we saw in Chapter 5, point 24. Stein's use of terrorism, then, is almost explicitly class-bound. It is what a proletarian revolutionary power has to do for its end of a civil war. What the ruling class does is called police power, law and order, self-defense, etc., even though it may eventuate in a dictatorship. Further on, we find an amendment: terrorism is the inevitable result not only of a proletarian bid for power but the necessary consequence of the situation in which state power was exclusively in the hands of democratic extremists. The function of terrorism is defined as follows: the use of state power against any differences in society which might lead to differentiation within the state. 25 Stein understood the relation of state power to wealth and property. He brought terrorism down from thirst for blood to thirst for something else that the ruling class possesses in greater abundance. Note that terrorism is the use of state power in a certain way, not the use of bombs against the state power. Here, then, was one prominent explanation of terrorism published at around the middle of the century. We saw, in section 1 above, that Marx's very first use of the term spoke of the government's censorship as a form of terrorism against a writer, that is, a form of coercive intimidation. No rumblings about mass murder like Stein. He used it again in a few months during his first year as a radical Democrat in a context that was not even political. In a sally against a right-wing religious paper, he concluded by asking whether half and half or lukewarm types will get on better with the terrorism of faith than with the terrorism of reason. 26 There is no terror really involved here, the term merely means coercive pressure. Bruno Bauer had recently used the term in much the same way in a letter to Marx, a believer in the efficacy of ideas to change the real world. Bauer had referred to the terrorism of real theory whose job it was to clear the ground. 27. We find no less soft a meaning when the term occurs in a letter by Engels to Marx in 1846. The context was self-explanatory, as Engels discussed debates on communism in the Paris branch of the League of the Just. By dint of a little patience and some terrorism I have emerged victorious. Let no one think that he cut an opponent's throat while gurgling with glee, it was done with his tongue. He described his terrorism: his speech was so intimidating that an opponent made off. I lashed him so mercilessly with my tongue that he never showed his face again. 28 Of course, Marxologists like to prove that Marx and Engels were mean to opponents, unlike their own sweet and forbearing selves, as they heap their falsifications on Marx's hapless head, but we are only discussing the meaning of terrorism. In 1815-19, according to an article Engels published in early 1847, there was a reign of terror in Germany. These were years when a relative freedom of the press was temporarily permitted in German states, and the press took advantage of it. Engels observed, finally the federal decrees of 1819 put an end to this reign of terror by public opinion. 29 Of course, the remark was jocular. These decrees introduced new press censorship measures and other illiberal changes, but it implied the meaning of coercive intimidation. Jocularity was difficult as the revolution of 1848 to 1849 sputtered out in political tragedies and counter-revolutionary massacres. In the Neue Renaissance, Marx and Engels used the term terror-ism only a few times, but usually in connection with its basic historical content, coercive intimidation, in this case in the exigencies of civil war. Another part of the context was the practice of mass slaughter by the reactionary government's mass killings, which historians do not habitually call white terror. Marx and Engels were more even-handed about the terror of civil war, and in fact the first occurrence of the term in their NRZ articles was in such a balanced fashion. It referred to the terrible June days fighting in Paris. After a battle like that of the 3 June days, wrote Engels, only terrorism is still possible whether it be carried out by one side or the other. 30. One side or the other, red terror or white terror, the meaning of terrorism was determined by the reality of civil war, coercion at its maximum. Civil war was also the sign over Marx's formulation in November, after the bloody suppression of the democratic revolution in Vienna. Only equally ruthless warfare could have won for the revolution, wrote Marx. The fruitless massacres since the June and October days, the long drawn-out sacrificial rites since February and March, The cannibalism of the counter-revolution itself will convince the peoples that there is only one way to shorten, simplify, and condense the murderous death agony of the old society and the bloody birth pangs of the new society. Only one way, revolutionary terrorism. 31. This revolutionary terrorism was no more and no less exactly what the revolution was doing in 1848 whenever it really fought back. Of course, Lawrence Stein considered that the shooting of live ammunition in the direction of the counter-revolutionary troops was mass murder. We must allow him his class point of view. Engels greeted this revolutionary terrorism in Hungary when he saw, or thought he saw, the Magyar revolutionary movement under Kossuth seizing the situation with ardor. Summarizing the situation of the revolution as 1849 began the new Italian movement, the war against the Magyars, the defeats, etc. He wrote, the last act of 1848 passes through terrorism into the first act of 1849. Here it is not a threat of the future but a description of the recent past. For the first time in the revolutionary movement of 1848, for the first time since 1793, a nation surrounded by superior counter-revolutionary forces dares to counter the cowardly counter-revolutionary fury by revolutionary passion, the terror blanche by the terror rouge. 32. White terror or red terror, this was the choice. With this challenge Engels' article celebrated Kossuth, whose effort to terrorize the whites has not tagged him in history as a red terrorist. There were a couple of other such occurrences of the term in the NRZ in 1849, referring to revolutionary terror by the Democrats. 33 For an illustrative case, we can look to an article by Engels on the Austrians' defeat of the Italian army lighting under the Piedmontese king, who would be afraid to use the levée en masse as a revolutionary instrument. But the uprising en masse, the general insurrection of the people, these are means which a monarchy shrinks from using. These are means that only a republic uses. 1793 offers proof of this. These are means whose carrying out presupposes revolutionary terrorism, and where has there been a monarch who could resolve to make use of that? It would mean a real revolutionary war and a national mass uprising, possible if the conventional strategic war of armies had been turned into a people's war, like that waged by the French in 1793. But, really now? Revolutionary war, mass uprising, and terrorism, the monarchy will never agree to this. It would rather make peace with its bitterest enemy of equal rank than make common cause with the people. 34. Here terrorism and revolutionary war are virtually synonymous, especially when the question is raised of the possible adoption of these means by the nationalist monarchy. Finally, there was Marx's farewell piece in the last issue of the NRZ, as the paper bowed out before government harassment. This defiant editorial statement quoted the passage on revolutionary terrorism published after the Vienna fighting, and promised merciless revolutionary struggle the next time around. We are merciless, we ask no mercy from you. When our turn comes, we will make no excuses for terrorism. But the royal terrorists, the terrorists by the grace of God and right, in practice are brutal, contemptible, and vile, in theory cowardly, underhanded, and deceitful, in both respects dishonorable. 35. The merciless tone of this imprecation has been found very dazzling by quoters, for Marxologists tend to be violent champions of mercy in civil war except when dealing with the June days of 1848 and the massacre after the Paris Commune, so dazzling that they fail to notice that the view of terrorism here is again two-sided. There are the royal terrorists, the Prussian monarchy, as well as the revolutionary terrorists, just as there is a white terror and a red terror. In fact, just as there is a dictatorship of the proletariat and a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, though it does not follow that both sides of the dichotomy are on the same moral plane in terms of social interests. The white terror, the counter-revolutionary violence of the reaction, is always the terrorization of the majority by a minority. The revolutionary terror is the movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority, to paraphrase the manifesto. So Marx believed, at any rate, and that is what we are investigating. 3. Terrorism after 1848. The period of the revolution concentrated the meaning of terrorism on what was actually happening, civil war. After it, as before, the light beam effect could again operate, that is, the meaning could broaden out and weaken. Writing about the upheaval in the immediate post-revolutionary period, 1850–51, Marx tended to use revolutionary terrorism, when used at all, to mean just about the same thing as revolutionary action in general. For example, in his class struggles in France, Marx stressed the political heterogeneity of the leftist alliance which the reaction called the Party of Anarchy. From the smallest reform of the old social disorder to the overthrow of the old social order, from bourgeois liberalism to revolutionary terrorism, as far apart as this lie the extremes that form the starting point and the finishing point of the Party of Anarchy. 36. Now, what the right wing called the Party of Anarchy was, in Marx's language, the Social Democratic Party, and he counterposed it to the Proletarian Party of Revolutionary Socialism or Communism, which stood for the dictatorship of the proletariat, cf. locus LC, for example. This coalition of different interests was, then, not even the left wing of French politics but its left center, and it was this left-centrist coalition that included the acceptance of revolutionary terrorism on its flank. But for Marx this was merely the equivalent of saying that the leftmost wing of the social democracy advocated revolutionary action. How willing Marx was to ascribe revolutionary terrorism to relatively moderate elements was best shown, the same year, in the March 1850 address to the Communist League, which is so often ignorantly cited by Marxologists as an expression of wild revolutionism. In this document, the petty bourgeois Democrats, the German equivalent of the French social democracy, were expected to take power in the coming revolution. The task of the communists was to press the revolution to the left, to make the revolution permanent until the bourgeoisie was ousted from power. This entire section described the various ways by which the proletarian revolutionists would exert pressure on the centrists in power. It was in this context that Marx and Engels wrote the following. Above all things, the workers must counteract, as much as is at all possible, during the conflict and immediately after the struggle, the bourgeois endeavors to allay the storm, and must compel the Democrats to carry out their present terrorist phrases. And a couple of pages later. If from the outset the Democrats come out resolutely and terroristically against the reactionaries, the influence of the latter in the elections will be destroyed in advance. 37. It is hardly necessary to add that the terrorist phrases being used by the respectable Democrats were not bloodthirsty ones, merely revolutionary sounding. They were promising to clean out the old regime with energetic forcefulness. The address challenged these moderates to carry out their terrorist phrases, not Marx's. Yet this plain statement has been denounced as a terrible revelation by Marx of his sanguinary proclivities. Energetic forcefulness, this accounts for the way the term crops up in a production by Engels of the same year, The Peasant War in Germany. Usually, terrorism referred to action against the ruling class enemy. Here it came to Engels' pen in an entirely different context. Recounting the desperate defense of Thomas Munzer's plebeian forces against the prince's troops, he described the last life-or-death struggle in which the revolutionary army was finally duped, defeated, and massacred in the thousands. The princes had promised indulgence to the rebels if they delivered their leader Munzer's alive. A knight and a priest spoke in favor of surrender, that is, in favor of beheading both Munzer and the revolution. Munzer had them executed. This act of terrorist energy, jubilantly received by resolute revolutionaries, instilled a certain order among the troop. The historian related. 39 Others who wanted to surrender no doubt found the prospect intimidating, in fact terrorizing. In 1851, as part of its preparation of the Cologne witch hunt trial of communists that took place the next year, the government conducted raids which turned up the text of the address to the Communist League. It was published in the press. There was a blast of denunciations. Middle-class Democrats who were cooperating with the communists showed signs of panic. In a letter to Marx, Engels underestimated the possible damage. This ordinary petty bourgeois democracy, though evidently greatly piqued by this document, is itself far too much squeezed and oppressed not to arrive much sooner, together with the big bourgeoisie, at the necessity of passer par la mer rouge going through the Red Sea. Wordplay on the biblical reference. The fellows will more and more resign themselves to the necessity of a momentary terroristic rule of the proletariat. After all, they will tell themselves this can't last long, for the positive content of the document is indeed so nonsensical that there can't be any question about permanent rule by such people and eventually carrying out such principles. The vein here, of course, is ironic, but, besides, the passage itself contains the proof, if needed, that Engels did not suspect anyone would regard the contents of the address as especially terroristic in some unusual sense. After some argumentation he asked, why, then, the outcry now about a program that simply sums up in a very calm and particularly quite impersonal way what was printed long ago, and he pointed out, any halfway intelligent Democrat must have known from the first what he had to expect from our party. The document could not have told him much that was new. 40. The document also could not have reeked of bloodthirstiness, as he viewed its language. Terror-ism occurred infrequently in the subsequent writings of Marx and Engels, especially if we exclude passages in which it is plainly used to mean individual terrorism in the late century fashion. We can find one case in the large corpus of New York Daily Tribune articles, a reference to Bonaparte's system of domestic terrorism. Bonaparte makes attempts at playing the dictator of Europe, but these are failing. He needs to overawe France, that is, intimidate or terrorize it. Consequently, the reign of terror is progressively extending. 41. The readers of the NYDT knew well enough that the guillotine was not being overworked in France. The term occurred in capital in connection with the methods of primitive accumulation that included the usurpation of feudal and clan property and its transformation into modern private property under circumstances of ruthless terrorism. 42. Very similar was its use by Marx in 1867 in a lecture outline on Ireland, referring to English terrorism in that island during the time of transition after 1776.43. In the Civil War in France, it was the bourgeois republic after the June days of 1848, the parliamentary republic, with Louis Bonaparte for its president, that was called a regime of avowed class terrorism and deliberate insult toward the vile multitude. In the first draft, this appeared as the terrorism of class rule. In the second draft, it was the reign of terror of the ruling class, set in virtual opposition with the avowed instrument of the Civil War. The state of siege that followed the June days of 1849 also ushered in a new reign of terror. 44. In these passages, class terrorism differed little from class despotism and other less terroristic labels. In the last usage that I can trace, terror appeared as little more than the everyday word. This case underlines very nicely how terrorism came to be used for the defense of revolutionary power. In his 1873 anti-anarchist polemic on authority, Engels argued that the victorious proletariat must be prepared to maintain its state authority with armed force, as did the Paris Commune. And if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. 45. Here it is hardly a political term. Col terrore, in the Italian text, might just as well be translated through the fear, but in the last analysis there is little more to these usages of the term terror-ism, about which Marxologists have raised such a brouhaha. Their unwillingness to investigate the changing meaning of political language is characteristic of the industry. Special note: D ghosts, goblins, and garbles. This note takes up 4 ghost loci and 4 goblin garbles. A ghost locus, on the analogy of a bibliographical ghost, is a locus that isn't there, that is, a quoted passage in which Marx or Engels is erroneously alleged to use the term dictatorship or dictatorship of the proletariat. A goblin well known to the spirit of research is a sprite, says Merriam-Webster's, conceived as malicious or mischievous, sometimes sinister. Goblins produce garbles. Mangled quotations are mischievous indeed, especially when they appear in a book, for then they may reverberate down the marching columns of others' quotations, on and on into the vast stretches of scholarly notes which nobody ever rechecks. For example, one ghost locus, Feuer out of Meyer. Louis S. Feuer's Marx and the Intellectuals, 1969, offers a number of essays which, the author feels, provide an antidote to the irrationalism and amorality of the new movement of the 1960s which evinced a quickened interest in Marxism. Striking a sturdy blow against irrationalism, Feuer discovers that Marx suffered from a lifelong Promethean complex, and his essay on this subject offers a number of innovations, including the revelation that the newly detected Promethean complex was centered in Marx's liver troubles and determined his philosophy of history. 1. This liverish lucubration is accompanied by splenetic slips of a factual nature that dot the work. Among the innovations, I find, is a passage by Engels using the term dictatorship of the proletariat that I had never previously seen. The new locus is given by Feuer as follows: the suspension points are his. In 1850, Marx was writing that the revolution is imminent. Engels was reassuring him that the capitalist system was at the end of its tether, there are no more new markets to open, it is obvious that the domination of the factory owners has reached its end. What then? Social revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, say we. 2. Unfortunately, though there are 2 other footnotes on the same page, giving source references, there is none for this contribution. On the face of it, it would seem to be from a letter by Engels to Marx. Engels was reassuring him. In actuality, Feuer, unbeknown to himself, is quoting this from the English edition of Gustav Meyr's biography of Engels, where a fuller version of the passage is given in its chapter 13.3. The words dictatorship of the proletariat do appear in this edition. Meyr's book gives the source accurately. It had nothing to do with reassuring Marx, but occurred in Engels' article on the 10 hours question in the 1850 Democratic Review, which we quoted in our chapter 13.4. If we look back to this passage, we find that the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat does not appear in it. Instead, it says, social revolution and proletarian ascendancy, say we. Italics in the original. The article was in English, and so there would appear to be no problem of translation. How did proletarian ascendancy get transmuted into dictatorship of the proletariat between Marx? The answer is that there was a translation problem, not Feuer's, for he was simply copying without checking. He could not have been copying directly from the English language Meyer since the paragraph in question prominently identifies the correct source. The problem then shifts from Feuer to the English edition of Meyer. What did Meyer actually write? It was not Meyer's German text that inserted dictatorship of the proletariat 5 that was done in the English edition of his book. This edition is not really a translation of the work, though it is so labeled, translated, by Gilbert and Helen Hyatt / the translation edited by R.H.S. Crossman. It is a condensed rewriting of Meyer's book. It is only a part of Meyer's work, though there is no warning on the book's title page or verso that it is not complete. However, the introduction by G.D.H. Cole states that he, Cole, welcomed the chance of arranging for my friend Professor Gustav Meyer, to rewrite his classical German biography for the English-speaking public. This implies that Meyer himself, and not the Hyatts or Crossman, did the abridgment. The result is visible. The 2-volume German work has been reduced by substantially more than 50% to a single volume, not only by omissions but by rewriting everything. Whoever is responsible, whether Meyer or another, the result is so inferior to the original as to be a different work. The original work is still the classical biography of Engels, unsuperseded, and it remains untranslated. No doubt the existence of the aborted English edition forestalled a real translation. The introduction of the ghost locus on dictatorship of the proletariat was, then, only one example of how this book was treated. In a sense, Feuer was one of the victims, out of innocent ignorance. 2. Ghost locus, Iringfitzscher. Iringfitzscher's Grundbegriff des Marxismus, Basic Concepts of Marxism, subtitled A Lexicographical Introduction, presents itself as a reference work. But users had better beware. Fitzscher freely rewrites quotes from Marx and Engels between marks without notice. Such rewrites are put in italics, but italics are also used for 2 other purposes, so you never know whether the Marx quotation you are reading is by Marx or by Fitzscher. This remarkable system is revealed to those careful readers who notice a technical remark following the table of contents. Fitzgerald actually does rewrite Marx and Engels to make them say, between quotation marks, what Fitzgerald thinks they should have said. In his section on the dictatorship of the proletariat and its political form, Fitzgerald proves a difference between Marx and Engels by putting this unique method to work. In distinction from Marx, who in 1871 had greeted the Commune as the political form at last discovered of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Engels pointed in his critique of the Erfurt Programme, 1891, to parliamentary democracy as the form for the dictatorship of the proletariat. 6. In this case the italics indicate rewrites. Two pieces of misinformation are offered. 1. In the Civil War in France, what Marx actually wrote was that the Commune was the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. 7. Thus what Fitzgerald claims is that the words "work out the economic emancipation of labor" stand for dictatorship of the proletariat, a claim which is distorting even if the reader understands Fitzgerald's peculiar practice. There is evidence, as we have seen, that Marx looked on the Commune as a dictatorship of the proletariat, but Fitzgerald does not mention it. 2. In Engels' Locus 12, which in fact Fitzgerald then proceeds to quote correctly, it is the democratic republic, not parliamentary democracy, that is suggested as the specific form for the dictatorship of the proletariat. 8. In effect, what Fitzgerald claims, without analysis, is that these two phrases are mere synonyms. This is confusion compounded. 3. Ghost Locus, Georges Gurevich. Discussing Marx's notes on Bakunin's Book 9, we emphasized that at one point Marx declined to use dictatorship of the proletariat, as he commented on Bakunin's distortion of his views. No use, this did not serve the purpose of the Sorbonne sociologist Georges Gurevich, in his book Études sur les classes sociales. Gurevich proceeded he too to correct Marx by rewriting his words between quote marks. One reads in this book that, in these notes on Bakunin, Marx insists, the dictatorship of the proletariat is the class rule of the workers over the remains of the old world, etc. 10. The Gurevich operation is a little more complicated than a simple insertion of the term dictatorship of the proletariat. He has taken this already rewritten passage and hitched it onto the front end of another passage some pages away, thereby constructing a quotation that satisfied him. With all that going on, we had better ignore the fact that Gurevich's word remains, in his French, vestiges, is a mistranslation of Marx's strata, Schichten. The mistake blurs the meaning a little but doesn't matter much. 4. Ghost Locus, Easton Gutted. The Easton and Gutted collection writings of the young Marx on philosophy and society was the first, and is still the most comprehensive, of the anthologies covering Marx's first years in politics. But nobody is perfect. It provides an example of a ghost locus engendered solely by translation. According to an unwise rendering, the first political article that the young Marx wrote for publication contained a reference to dictatorship. But it did not. It is a question of Marx's article Comments on the Latest Prussian Censorship Instruction, written in January-February 1842 and published in a collection a full year later in Switzerland to escape the German censorship. At one point the Easton Gutted translation refers to the Prussian state, or a similar government, as a dictatorship. Actually, Marx labeled it as Wang state, a state based on coercion, coercive state in MECW's translation. 11. This bears on our discussion in the last pages of chapter 2.12. 5. The Goblins of Locus 1c. There is a telltale situation around Locus LC, namely, the passage in the third part of Marx's Class Struggles in France which speaks of communism, for which the bourgeoisie itself has invented the name of Blanqui. This passage goes on to speak of the permanent revolution watchword and the class dictatorship of the proletariat. 13. We have already noted more than one garbled interpretation of this passage, especially the kind brought off by astute paraphrasing. The frequent aim, as we know from our discussions of the Marx-Blanquist myth, is to work in Blanqui's name so as to have Marx saying that he, Blanqui, represented communism, Marx's communism. This, we saw, is supposed to make Marx a Blanquist 14. The stumbling block is the fact that Marx's reference to Blanqui is quite clear. The bourgeoisie, he says, has invented the name of Blanqui for communism. It is the bourgeoisie that has attached Blanqui's name to the thing as a bogey. And we saw in chapter 11 that this referred to what actually happened in 1848 to invent the Blanqui bogey. Point 15. All this offers Marxologists a challenge to ingenuity. One simple solution is mistranslation. There is no problem about Marx's statement in the original German. Communism, for which the Boer Kommunismus, for den die bourgeoisie itself has invented the name Geoisie selbst den Namen Blanqui of Blanqui. Erfunden hat. Point 16. The crux is the word invented. The German verb used here, erfinden, offers no problem. It is the ordinary, standard, customary word for invent. It may vary slightly in the direction of fabricate, concoct, but these synonyms only drive the point home more firmly. Now consider three translations. A. Vladimir G. Simchovich's Marxism versus Socialism, 1912, a work often praised by right-minded anti-Marxists, translates the crucial passage as follows. Communism, which the bourgeoisie has had interpreted to it by Blanqui. Point 17. According to this, Marx says that Blanqui became the interpreter of communism. The difference is blatant. One must wonder how Simchovich convinced himself that erfinden means interpret. B. Karl Landauer's two-volume History European Socialism gives the following translation of the same words. Communism, which to the bourgeoisie is symbolized by the name Blanqui. Point 18. This finds another odd way to avoid saying that the bourgeoisie has invented a Blanqui bogey. One still wonders, how did Landauer transmogrify erfinden into symbolize? C. Robert C. Tucker's The Marxian Revolutionary Idea raises a different problem about locus 1c. My 1962 essay on Marx and the dictatorship of the proletariat had a footnote warning that a certain edition of Marx's Class Struggles in France gave a garbled version of locus 1c. It was the International Publishers Edition, Marxist Library, Volume 24, published about 1935.19. This version inserts 6 words into the passage, given here in brackets. This socialism is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the necessary transit point, etc. 20. The result is that a brand new phrase has been fabricated and inserted in Marx's name, the class dictatorship of the revolution. It makes little sense, but this has never been an insuperable obstacle to Marx interpreters. At any rate, Tucker's book came out with precisely this garbled version of the passage. He plainly liked the new nonsense phrase. After quoting it once, he cited it yet again a few pages later as evidence for the proposition that Marx rejected democratic protection of the rights of the class minority. 21. He liked it so very much that he cited it a third time. 22. Send not to ask how the new garble was supposed to prove the old myth, Tucker did not explain. Later, Landauer's citation of locus LC, partially quoted above, inserted the same garbled formulation, the class dictatorship of the revolution, but his reference note claimed to be translating from the original German. This was puzzling. I eventually traced the common source of these garbled citations. It was indeed a German edition of Marx's work, that of 1911.23. The phrase invented by an errant typesetter, the class dictatorship of the revolution, will no doubt reverberate down the halls of scholarship from tome to tome as Marxologists rediscover it or copy it from Tucker or Landauer. 6. The Miguel Goblin. When I started on this inquiry in 1960, the very first mystery encountered was young Miguel's letter to Marx. 24. The invaluable Karl Marx, Chronik seines Lebens, KMC, which the Marx-Engels Institute published in 1934, dated Miguel's letter at February 12, 1850. 25. This is what created the mystery, for the letter spoke of the dictatorship of the working class as Marx's aim. Where had Miguel seen this phrase? The very first appearance of the term locus law, in the first installment of Marx's Class Struggles in France, did not come off the press until the first week in March, though Marx had written it in January. How could the young law student in Göttingen have known of it? KMC gave two sources for its information. 1. Pound. Bernstein had published the letter in the Neue Zeit in 1914.26, but the date he assigned to it was not the one in KMC, it was even stranger, viz., the second half of 1849. At this time not even Marx had yet seen the phrase. 2. The other source did clear up the dating problem, though not the KMC mistake, it was Wilhelm Mommsen's biography of Miguel. Mommsen said nothing about the February 12 date, but he pointed out that the letter had been correctly dated by Babel back in 1893 when he read parts of it to the Reichstag. In addition, Mommsen gave more evidence to show that the letter was written in the summer of 1850.27. In 1981 a volume in the new mega-series summarized the dating problem and its answer, without adding new information. 28 But part of the mystery remains, where KMC and Bernstein got their respective dates. 7. Ectoplasm 1c quotes, Domangit. There are a number of quotations ascribed to Marx that float, disembodied, without a local habitation and a name noted and quoted, but seldom or never pinned down to a source. Since we have focused on Marx's view of Blanky and the attendant myths, we should not overlook an ectoplasmic Marx quote used by Domangit. Domangit objected to the derogation of his hero in Engels' article Program of the Blanquist Refugees of the Commune, and wanted to show that Marx's opinion of Blanky was higher. He offered evidence with the following statement. It is known that Marx, as reported by Edouard Vaillant, who frequented him in London after the Commune, not only thought that Blanky was the most profoundly socialist of the French and the most revolutionary, but that he had arrived at a correct exact conception of communism. 29. His footnote gives sources. The first quote is entirely believable, as we have seen. 30. Given Marx's opinion of Blanky's rivals, Blanky was the most revolutionary of the French, it is not clear if this is the same as profoundly socialist. But Domangit is citing from an anniversary article of Ceremonial Recollections published by Vaillant in 1911, where the characterization of Blanky is put between quote marks without any indications of its source. 31 One can be fairly sure that Vaillant was giving his memory's version of various old statements by Marx which we have already reviewed, for example, in Chapter 9, Section 3. The second quote is a shady thing, befitting a wraith. Domangit quotes it with his own improvements from a book by Leon de Seelhack, Le Monde Socialiste, 1904, which contains a quick history of the Blanquist party done by Vaillant, apparently for this volume. Vaillant presents his news in a subordinate clause in a sentence about the convergence of socialism and communism in France. If Blanky had arrived at a correct conception of communism, as Marx recognized, it is evidently one more proof of that necessary progression that has more and more caused socialism and communism to converge. 32. We see, 1. There are no quote marks. Vaillant does not claim to be quoting any specific statement by Marx. 2. The reference to Vaillant's association with Marx after the Commune was inserted by Domangit. This addition gave the impression that Vaillant was relating something Marx might have told him, also the impression that this dated to the post-Commune period. Unlike Domangit's version, Vaillant's subordinate clause did not sound like a new revelation, but merely a reference to public knowledge. In other words, there was no new Marx quote involved here at all, the ectoplasm dissolves as light is turned on it. I think it likely that what Vaillant really had in mind was our locus LC, utilizing the pro-Blanky interpretation of that passage which was by that time becoming common among anti-Marxists and Bernsteinians. After all, if it was becoming standard anti-Marx dogma that Marx had been a Blanquist, Vaillant would be quite willing to exploit the story if only to carpenter a subordinate clause. In this operation with, or on, Vaillant's remark in Seelhack, one can see Domangit's predilections which have been pointed out more than once in these pages. Here is as good a place as any to summarize an understanding of Domangit, whose work is too valuable to be ignored and too one-sided to be accepted naively. Domangit, who was associated politically with the French communists, was capable of excellent scholarly contributions in the handling of historical material, and of extreme tendentiousness in his argumentation and conclusions, but the dividing line was usually clear. He did not twist facts to support his ideological ends, hence the weakness of his line was more apparent. His motivation was the opposite of Bernstein's. He did not want to make Marx a Blanquist so much as he wanted to make Blanqui a Marxist still. He was capable of uncritically quoting Bernstein's charge about Marx's Blanquism as if this testimony validated his own view. 33 Careening along on his hobby horse, Domanjit could go to lengths as fantastic as Bernstein in assuming without evidence what he wanted to prove. For example, he assumed that Marx's French sons-in-law, Lafargue and Longuet, both strong friends and admirers of Blanqui, must have been speaking also for their father-in-law when one or the other wrote something to Blanqui. 34 Given Marx's reiterated low opinion of their political capacities, this takes great determination. 8 Questions about MECW translations. The English translations presented in the Marx-Engels collected works are bound to be of the greatest importance for Marx studies. Their reliability is vital to all work in the field. We are here concerned with a case of tendentiousness in translation which blurs the understanding of Marx's views on a certain subject. We have devoted a great deal of attention to the Marx-Blanquist myth, the claim that at some period Marx underwent a Blanquist aberration, or indeed was a Blanquist. This Marxological campaign comes mostly from the anti-Marxist, bourgeois or social democratic, right. In analyzing this claim, it is crucial to distinguish between a revolution and a putsch in Marx's view. Well, it is precisely this distinction that is systematically obscured and confounded in MECW, at critical points, so that the MECW translations throw a veil over Marx's critique of Blanquism. The articles in which this occurs are discussed in chapter 10.35. The first case in which this occurs, in terms of chapter 10, has to do with the use of the word putsch, in German Putsch, in the final warning to the workers of Cologne published in the last issue of Marx's Neue Rheinische-Zeitung in May 1849.36 as noted on page 158. This was the first time that this word occurred in Marx, for it was still quite new. But amazingly enough, the MECW translation refused to use putsch in the English, substituting the word revolt. This word has no pejorative force, in terms of Marx's views, and is broad enough to cover both revolutionary uprisings and almost any kind of outburst. The significance of its use in the translation is that Marx is not seen as condemning putschs. MECW had to go out of its way to insert this translation. An English translation of the farewell warning had appeared in a previous collection of Marx-Engels writings put out under the same auspices, published jointly by Progress Publishers of Moscow and International Publishers of New York, The Revolution of 1848-49, 1972. There, on page 266, putsch was translated putsch. The translation was by S. Ryazanskaya, edited by Bernard Isaacs. In MECW 9, 5 years later, the translator was the same Ryazanskaya. But putsch had now been pursed of its content and transmogrified into revolt. This incident might be considered an aberration, but the hypothesis will not hold when we come to Marx's crucial attack on Blanquist conspiratorialism and putschism in 1850, namely, the book review of Aishanu and El de la Had, which is the subject of Chapter 10, Section 6. Here there are several cases, not one, of the same tendentious mode of translation with the same effect, blurring of the distinction between putschism and revolution, through the use of English words chosen to avoid the putschist connotation. Example 1. Where Marx, or Marx and Engels, wrote that movements provoked by small coat rise remained mere emeutes, using emuten in the German, MECW makes the word insurgency. 37 Now the French word émeute is not an obscure term, being fairly common even in English. It means a riot, or riotous outbreak, or a disturbance. To render it as insurgency takes a deal of strenuous reaching. Example 2. Where Marx called the Blanqui Barbes Putsch of May 1839 an émeute, MECW makes it revolt. 38 Since we are dealing here with an actual event, we can say that revolt is downright unhistorical, as well as erroneous translation. There are other loci where MECW uses revolt to translate emut, or Marx's German form, emuten. 39. Example 3. This is the most striking case of all. It is a question of the French term coup de main, which is not as common in English as its related coup d'état. A coup de main is as close as need be to the word putsch. The German literal translation of coup de main, which means a blow of the hand, is Handstreich. Well now, where Marx referred to coups de main, an editorial footnote in MECW translated it as, "Are we ready for this? Daring raids." In the same passage Marx referred to daring Handstreich, and the MECW translation makes this daring raids as well. 40 raids. Indeed, the coup de main has been vanished out of sight, as magicians say. There is a party line operating here to conceal the strength of Marx's attack on adventurist politics and putschism, hence to distort Marx's views. For some reason this has become the line of the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, Moscow and Berlin. The upshot is that, more than ever, Marx's attitude toward Blanquism becomes a football, as Marxism has been for a century a football kicked around, from several directions, to achieve various goals alien to Marx himself. It is particularly interesting that an objective united front on the question is established between the Stalinist professionate and the bourgeois Marxologists. It will be evident to readers of previous volumes that the plan of KMTR has changed and expanded since my original description in Volume 1. As apology or explanation, I need only say that the project has taken shape in the making. Obviously, references in Volumes 1 and 2 to material planned for forthcoming volumes need amendment. This essay was published, in English, in the Paris journal Études de Marxologie, No. 6, September 1962, edited by Maximilian Rubel, who had been helpful in getting me started on this project. A summary, only about a third of the whole, was published in New Politics, New York, summer 1962. Locus 5, Marx's banquet speech of 1871, was not included in the 1962 essay. I published a supplementary note about it in New Politics, summer 1962, page 130. The rest of the locus numbers, therefore, are changed from the 1962 list. For information and rates, address the Center for Socialist History, 2633 Etna, Berkeley, California 94704, enclosing a self-addressed stamped envelope. I must explain that I use the term Marxologist only pejoratively, much as others use Kremlinologist. I do not do Marxology, my subject is Marxism. For example, in 1906 Lenin, discussing the dictatorship of the proletariat, showed awareness of a terminological problem, the idea that there can be a dictatorship without any police, or that dictatorship need not be a police dictatorship, seems strange to people, he remarked. Point 2. Marat too took advantage of Lafayette's vulnerability. He accused the Girondins of wanting to make Lafayette dictateur supreme, sous le nom de protecteur 34, but for Marat, as we will see, this was a tu quoque response. L.R. Gottschalk, whose 1927 biography of Marat is still considered the standard one in English, thought that Marat must have gotten the idea from Rousseau's social contract, for this historian had evidently never heard of the Roman dictatura. He literally did not know what the argument was about. The positive side of Gottschalk's work was his refutation of the lies and calumnies invented or retailed by Brissot, Michelet, et al. Also, he finally did make clear that Marat's dictatorship was not of the Caesarian or Napoleonic type, and was undeserving of the condemnation that it has brought upon Marat. 43. This will do until someone publishes a half-decent work on Marat in English. It was Robespierre who is best known for the statement, "The government of the revolution is the despotism of liberty over tyranny." Was force meant only to protect crime? Report to the Convention, February 5, 1794. He was justifying terror as an instrument of liberty or tyranny. Terror is one of the fearful words that are completely misunderstood nowadays. In the context it meant the use of coercive force by the authorities to inspire fear in malefactors. The various ways in which it might be implemented are not a part of the definition of the term. It is further discussed in Special Note C. In spite of all the events of the 20th century, this meaning is with us still while working on some aspects of the present work. In 1974, one listened to a news broadcast on television, which reported that Vice President Gerald Ford was telling Republican gatherings that if the Democrats elected a veto-proof Congress, the result would be a legislative dictatorship, by which he meant that the legislature would become more powerful than the executive. No one thought that his language was odd. I dare say that this usage can be heard quite often. It is the dictatorship of the majority of people all over again, invented by the right wing of the French Revolution to attain the democracy. 5. For a note on the nature of Domangit's tendentiousness, see Special Note D, Section 7. Loubery is defending Blanc against Marx, who, he says, was critical of the little sultan for not setting up a personal dictatorship. 3. No note, no fact, in this book peppered with erudite reference notes. It is simply a falsification. One gathers that if Marx wanted him to impose a personal dictatorship, he was indeed a democratic paladin in wishing merely the dictatorship of a committee of public safety. You can feel this standpoint in the words of a French historian, who explained that the government forces wanted to defend a society threatened at its base by anarchical doctrines, and to end the insupportable dictatorship which the perpetual insurrection of the Paris workers made possible over the political life of the country. 16 of the perpetual insurrections that the workers had made, the last one had been the February revolt, which put into office the very forces who were now chafing at the working classes' influence over political life, which belonged exclusively to the bourgeoisie, in their view. The historian, writing a century later, uses dictatorship with the same irritation at extra-legal coercion which motivated his brothers in 1848. Yet, as previously mentioned, even today what is virtually the same conception is put forward under some circumstances. For example, an article by the essayist Gore Vidal, who is sophisticated in political matters, argued in the year 1981 that the American president is a dictator operating through executive decrees. Vidal made no effort to explain his use of the term, evidently assuming that the reader would understand. 11 In 1931 a Fabian tract by Sidney Webb discussed the fact that in effect a party dictatorship had been set up by the victory of the national government in the election by a great majority. 12 In neither case did the train of thought entail the charge that democratic institutions had been violated. The dictatorship was apparently established by the exertion of power through normal forms. I think this usage is fairly frequent today, but it is not admitted into formal political analysis. In the NRZ, the mayor of Trier, a king's man named Sebald, was called the dictator of Trier in passing, and the French right-wing Republican Marist was attacked for Alienherrschaft, one-man rule, and dictatorship on a single page. 18 In addition there were references to Cavenac's, one-man, dictatorship. For example, Cavenac's military dictatorship, June 27, the dictator Cavaignac, June 28, dictator of France, September 1, the dictatorship and the state of siege were decided, June 28, the frightened National Assembly named Cavaignac as dictator, and he, accustomed since Algeria to energetic intervention, knew what was to be done, July 2, 28. A Professor A. N. Holcomb tells us that according to Aristotle, a democratic government would ordinarily, therefore, be a government dominated by the poor. If there were no restraints upon their power, he also believed, the poor would use it primarily in their own interest. Hence an Aristotelian democracy corresponds to what is now called a dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. For the term terror-ism, see Special Note C. I cite an excellent remark by that pro-feminist socialist pioneer, James Morrison, in 1834. They women have been abundantly bantered and stigmatized for their talents and ambition for petticoat control, their curtain lecturing, and all the other dictatorships of the political economy of home, but all this has been mere twaddle on the part of the male, who whenever woman pretends to dictate to, or even to advise, her robust helpmate, brands the presumption by the name of petticoat rule. 17. The story of Mehring's operation, just before World War I, will be told in sufficient detail in the next volume of KMTR, which will also deal more thoroughly than here with Bakunin's theory of the secret dictatorship. For this reason, the present chapter is limited to some highlights. As a point of curiosity, let us mention that Marx did not use the ordinary German word for dictatorship, diktator, but rather diktatordom, which more or less corresponds to diktatordom. Indeed, in a previously cited passage Marx had used Diktatorskaft, which likewise cannot be found in a German dictionary. It sounds modeled after the English word. In the case of both neologisms, the stem is dictator, thereby emphasizing the person of the dictator rather than the office. To be sure, this was not the first outcry against dictatorship inside the Chartist movement. The older target had been Fergus O'Connor, leader of the so-called physical force Chartists on the left wing of the movement in 1889, writing to a Danish socialist who had been expelled from the party by its right wing. Engels attacked other cases in which a party leadership had expelled oppositionists. His first example was the secret societies of 1840-51, in particular the dictatorship of O'Connor among the physical force Chartists. 38. In an article Harney and Engels, much referred to because of its information on the correspondence between these two men, Peter Cadogan came out with the following assertion. Ernest Jones was the first man, at least in England, to accept Marx's theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a working oasis for an organization. 46. Interesting if true. But it was an invention. In an article otherwise outfitted with scholarly references, there was no note on this claim or other explanation of what it was based on. We must guess that Cadogan meant Jones's outreach for a personal dictatorship over the Chartist organization which Marx condemned, which heralded Jones's evolution away from proletarian politics, and which in any case had not the least connection in Jones's mind with Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat, which Jones never discussed as far as is known. Cadogan was even more unfortunate. On the next page he specifically counterposed the freedom-loving Harney to Jones's mythical acceptance of the dictatorship of the proletariat without any comment on Harney's latter-day acceptance of dictatorship in the very correspondence he was quoting. This is the way that myths get launched. The Engels-Moore translation blurred this last phrase into "win the battle of democracy," giving rise to numerous misunderstandings, but further discussion of this would be digressive. With his flair for swinging statements offered without a note or reference in factual support, Wolff added here digressively, it was precisely this class party, the Labour Party, that Marx and Engels treated with contempt. This is one of Wolff's many off-the-cuff inventions. It would have been very difficult for them to treat the Labour Party with contempt since Engels died a few years before the party was founded. But it is not only over the calendar that Wolff stumbled. In an anticipatory way, the Labour Party was what Marx and Engels had been calling on British Labour to organise. And when the Independent Labour Party was formed in 1893, Engels hailed it with enthusiasm and urged all socialists to join it, even though he was disappointed by its subsequent development. 11. For Marx's views urging the formation of a broad, class Labour Party not only in Britain but in America and elsewhere, see a 1934 John Day pamphlet titled Marx and America by Bertram D. Wolff. This pamphlet presented Marx's and Engels' writings on the issue in some detail. Having subsequently become an authority, Wolff asserted the exact opposite without a syllable of documentation. Marx's comments were not formal replies, let alone analyses, but simply remarks jotted down in passing in the course of making his conspectus of Bakunin's book. They were made as reminders to himself, not as expositions for a reader. C. J. Johnson's authoritative study of Cabet states that he left Nauvoo to face Paris lawsuits brought by disgruntled emigrants to Icaria, and that he arrived in France in 1850, month unstated. 16 Cabet himself, in a history of the American Icaria published in the early 1850s, stated that this trip took place in 1851. He left America on May 15 for London and Paris, and travelled for 23 days. 17 This would mean he was in London by about June 1851. But if Johnson, who examined the judicial records, had the year right, then Cabot may really have been in London in June of 1850. Perhaps he saw Harney about putting his article into the magazine, but this becomes speculative. Unfortunately, Johnson mentions neither the Democratic Review article nor the History of Icaria by Cabot. Marx's plan for the series of publications bears out what was said above about his omission of the Jacobin leaders. The figures whom he listed as representatives of the revolution were Cercle Social, Hébert, Jac Roux, Leclerc. The left-wing Jacobin Hébert has been added. Why not Robespierre or Saint-Just? Because they were not really communists. But neither were Hébert, Holbach, Helvetius, and others on this list where Bentham figures along with Godwin. Readers of Domangit's valuable book Us Idées politiques et sociales d'Auguste Blanqui should note that, perhaps through some mix-up of translation into French via German, this passage comes out referring to the bourgeois Barbes, Raspail, and Blanqui, italics added, 34 and then Domangit explains why Marx called them bourgeois. It is a disconcerting proof of the capacity of tendentious interpretation to explain anything, including mistranslations. The historian Samuel Bernstein found a member named Marx speaking at the Society of the Rights of Man during the approximate period when Karl Marx was in Paris, and he insisted, on the basis of slim evidence, that it was Karl Marx himself. P. Aman, re-examining the record, erected a convincing case to show that it could not have been Karl Marx. In his book Auguste Blanqui, Bernstein dismissed Aman in a note that indicated he had no rebuttal to offer. 60 Bernstein's claim gets repeated, but Noon has impugned Aman's case, which in my opinion has given the story its quietus. This is a blood-chilling case. On the basis of this last sentence in Lafargue's letter, plus the fact that Marx's other son-in-law Longuet had written Blanqui in similarly complimentary terms, thus proving the unanimity of sons-in-law, Domangit asserts positively that Marx did not agree with the judgment on Blanqui given in Engels' article The Program of the Blanquist Refugees, Locus 8. He cites the opinion of the socialist historian Zevies, who concluded that Lafargue's Tetter expressed Marx's opinion not simply on a desire to meet Blanqui but on the activity and work of Blanqui. Samuel Bernstein, in his A Auguste Blanqui, suddenly breaks out of his accustomed dullness and turns inventive novelist. Marx and Engels, both, concluded that Blanqui was the man to head the coming French Workers' Party, and selected Lafargue as the logical choice to make the proposal. Unlike Domangit, Bernstein gives no argument at all for reaching this conclusion. 76 This is, so to speak, putschism applied to historiography. A special sort of united front is discussed in Marx's and Engels' address to the Communist League of March 1850, special because it is a question of policy in the midst of revolution. The subject here is not the united front of specific organizations but of broad class strata and political currents, the relation of the Revolutionary Workers' Party to the petty bourgeois Democrats. The general formula is of wide applicability: it marches together with them against the faction which it aims at overthrowing. It opposes them in everything by which they seek to consolidate their position in their own interests. Further on, the address notes a serious difficulty: the bourgeois Democrats do not contemplate an alliance with the workers' movement in which the latter have equal power and equal rights, yet the workers must be independently organized. This does not bode well for a united front between equal independent powers. But in the course of battle, their interests coincide and a momentary alliance, a battlefield alliance, as it were, may come about of itself. 83 However, we leave these problems of revolution aside for present purposes. At the end of this letter, however, Marx makes clear the peculiar form of Urquhart's reactionary metaphysics. This Urquhartite romanticism is extremely liberal in spite of its fanatical hatred of the French Revolution and everything universal. The freedom of the individual is his last word, only in a very complex fashion. To bring this freedom about, to be sure, he masquerades the individual in all kinds of antique costumes. Only Isaiah Berlin is equal to the challenge. His biography of Marx states quite flatly that Marx became an official Urquharty officio, mind you. Point 87. Of course, Berlin did not waste space by mentioning Marx's views on Urquhart or any other inconvenient facts. However, I think Nikolaevsky overreaches when he goes on to portray the situation as if Marx was denounced chiefly by hyper-revolutionaries because he had opposed the blind, desperate enthusiasm, the reckless, plunging spirit of the insurgents. 35. Nikolaevsky seems to be trying to make the German Legion out to be a Blanquist enterprise in its auspices. There is no evidence for this, and no other corroboration. The proponents of the German Legion were not hyper-revolutionaries but liberals in a state of exaltation. This aspect of Marx's year of revolution is very inadequately represented in biographies. One should read, at least, Oscar Hammond's Red 48 ERS, Part 3, preferably Gerhard Becker's relation to the Cologne working class movement is so common that it is found even in David McClellan. 38. I mention this because the mythical version of Marx's policy makes it difficult to understand why it was so important to exercise restraint at crucial points. By one of those freakish coincidences that no novelist would dare invent, the name of the colonel who commanded the Cologne garrison was Friedrich Engels, in full Karl Friedrich Gottfried Engels. Point 41. This, I think, was the first time the word putsch was used by Marx. It was still relatively new. Leidendorff says that it came into German, from a Swiss dialect form, at the beginning of the 1840s, but the example he gives is from 1849, by this time, he adds, the usage was already current. Point 47. For a comment on the MECW mistranslation of putsch, see Special Note D, Section 8. Why the address has been the target for Marxological mythopoesis is explained in KMTR2, in a chapter that expounds the actual political content of the document. Here our aim is much narrower. Point 51. All 6 of the book review articles in the NRZ review were unsigned, hence ascribed to the joint authorship or Marx and Engels. But the question is, who drafted which? For the article under consideration, there is no information. Answers are speculative. I lean to the guess that, unlike some of the other reviews, this one was really a collaborative product, with Marx establishing the final form, which he would be likely to do as editor anyway. It is not an important problem since Marx necessarily took overall responsibility for the publication. Below I refer to Marx as the author simply as a matter of convenience. The reader is warned that this distinction is badly blurred in the MECW translation of this book review. The problem is discussed in Special Note D, Section 8. If, as MECW mistakenly claims, it was Engels who wrote the letters from France, he certainly put no faith in Dronke's opinion. Dronke had reported on February 21, from Paris, that the social democratic chatterboxes and the pure anarchist fools like Proudhon were finished, but that Blanque's support among the workers has become enormous. About May 7 he wrote, from Frankfurt, that in the next Paris outbreak Blanque would come to the helm. The outbreak that Dronke expected was to come after the vote on the new electoral law. As it happened, a few days after Dronke's letter, Lassalle wrote Marx, from Dusseldorf, that he was firmly convinced there would be an insurrection in Paris on the same occasion. Clearly, expectation of a blow-off in Paris was widespread. Marx's acceptance of this expectation was no idiosyncratic opinion of his, but doubtless was the orthodoxy of the left at the moment, an orthodoxy with which Marx broke in late summer. Dronke's report on the Blanquists in France was reiterated in his letter of December 1, from Geneva in Paris. Despite all the efforts of Louis Blanc and Ledru Rollin, the Blanquists are the only real party. 67. This testimony by Roser was given to the Prussian authorities after his conviction in the Cologne Communist trial of 1852 and during his subsequent imprisonment, specifically in the period from December 1853 to the following February. The fact that Roser broke and sang has been used to impugn not only his character, which is understandable, but also his truthfulness. However, one agree with those like Nikolaevsky who have argued that Roser was honestly trying to tell what he knew, though he might have been inaccurate on details. his attempt to recollect the contents of letters was obviously subject to error. For the first time, Volume 10 of MECW ascribed to Engels 3 series of contributions to Harney's Democratic Review, 2 Years of a Revolution, an unfinished condensation of Marx's class struggles in France, a series of letters from Germany, and a like series of letters to France. This attribution, without adducing any evidence, was originally suggested by A.R. Skoyen with a qualification, probably the work of Engels 15. All this material is now included in MECW under Engels' name as if positively identified, on the basis of no acceptable argument. An editorial note on 2 Years of a Revolution 16 cites reasons to believe that the author must have been close to Marx's circle, as would be obvious anyway, but adduces not a single reason why the author had to be Engels rather than, say, J.G. Ecarius or someone else. The situation is similar with regard to the letters, but they are not our present concern. On the other hand, we have Marx's clear statement, in a letter to Joseph Wadham Sear, not mentioned by the MECW note, that it was Harney himself who translated, i.e., paraphrased in English, the class struggles in France in his Democratic Review. 17. There are other indications that the person who did this chore could not have been Engels. For garbled versions of Locus LC and mistranslations which have served to obscure the plain meaning of the passage, see Special Note D, Section 5. Gustav Mayer's prestigious biography of Engels gave the society's name in German as Weltbund der Revolutionären Sozialisten, rendered in the English edition as World League of Revolutionary Socialists 3. This is one of the many errors that have dogged this question. In the leading committee set up by the founding meeting in St. Martin's Hall, the only other nationality represented was Italian. The committee included 2 Mazzinists, but they played no positive role and dropped out entirely in a few months, leaving nothing behind. The development of an Italian section owed nothing to them. Engels' toast was the only one, judging from the newspaper reports, that turned away from French revolutionary leaders to other revolutionary traditions, and in celebrating the English Revolution it pointed not to Cromwell but to the little-known Levellers. In this connection the reader is referred to Marx's and Engels' views on Robespierreism, partially dealt with in Special Note C, Section I. Bertram Wolf's Marxism turns this passage on its head and interprets it to mean that Marx was using Blanquist conspirators as emissaries to the branches or the Communist League. 52. This is simply a blooper, but, for what it is worth, it is discussed in Special Note B. 53. This special note also takes up Nikolaevsky's response to the same passage, irrelevant at this juncture. The prime example of this misapprehension is the commonly repeated claim that Flora Tristan pioneered the idea of International Workers' Organization, a claim based on a footnote in her Union Ouvrière. This belief has no factual basis. The Saint-Simonians were sending out international proselytizing missions to Belgium and Germany. For example, before Tristan wrote her book, Fourier wrote much about international organization. Buonarroti was an international organizer. A European-wide, if not universal, perspective was commonplace very early. The belief that such internationalism had to be pioneered by someone is due to the later deformation of the movement by national chauvinism. In notes added to the 1973 edition of Nikolaevsky's biography, there is an exceedingly confused remark on the question of authorship. It has been suggested that the SUCR statutes were written by Willich, Mu, but it is no less probable that Marx had a hand in them. Note the phrase permanent revolution, which appears in a different context in the Jewish question. 71. 1. What Mu reports is not that Willich drafted, or authored, the statutes, but merely that the copies were written down by his hand. 2. To counterpose the observation that Marx had a hand in them is muddling, since it is quite certain that Marx had a hand insofar as he signed the statutes. 3. The reference to permanent revolution, which does not appear in the statutes in this form, as something in Marx's essay on the Jewish question, is an irrelevancy in view of the act that Marx had just prominently used that term twice in I-850.72. This congeries of confusions is typical of treatments of such when they go beyond copying from Nikolaevsky. Adatrol, Heine's fable about a performing bear, had been published in book form only 3 years before this. Chapter 24 closes with an epitaph for this primitive sansculotte of the forest: bear with the cause, bad dancer, but with strong opinions, and, the line cited, sometimes also jestunken. It is cited here from photocopies kindly supplied me, in 1960-61, by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism of Moscow. I am grateful for this assistance, even though since this notable case of cooperation the Institute has steadfastly refused to acknowledge my letters, let alone answer them. Since this translation follows the first edition of the manifesto, we must note that, in citing the manifesto here, Marx took the opportunity to correct a typographical error in the first edition, which, at the point shown by the asterisk, had omitted a comma. How this was treated in subsequent editions is a complicated story, but involves no substantive point. The difference involved was between abolishing classes in general or abolishing the preconditions of existence for them. Point 29. On the dating of Miguel's letter, see Special Note D, Section 6. Both documents are cited here from a curious pamphlet published in 1920 by a social democratic official explaining his conversion to the Communist Party, Ernst John's Karl Marx und Friedrich Engels über die Diktatur des Proletariats. He cites the documents from an old compilation by the German police chiefs Wermuth and Steiber, see bibliography. Drawn assumes that Marx must have agreed with them, for he has not the least idea of the relation of the Willich-Schapper group to Marx. Point 22. This is the opposite of the conception of an industrial army pioneered by Charles Fourier, adopted by Weitling and Theodore Desailly, very popular in the early socialist movement, also mentioned in the Communist Manifesto. This idea looked to the industrialization of the military, not the militarization of industry, that is, the transformation of the army into a framework for useful labor. It merged with another leftist proposal, for putting standing armies to productive use instead of having them simply draining off resources. Marx associated the military-like regimentation of labor with the organization of labor in the modern factory, as described very early in the manifesto, and Engels' condition of the working class in England, and most vividly in Capital. Point 24. Regarding the text of Wade Meyer's article, see the foreword, Section 4. For Lassalle's dictatorial operations and relations with Bismarck, see Chapter 7, Section 3. J. P. Becker, still according to Silberner, had his own ideas about dictatorship. In his reply to Hess, there was an excursus on the liberating dictatorship which J. P. Becker counterposed to enslaving dictatorship, indeed on the basis of the personal experiences that he had accumulated during the revolution of 1848 in the Defense Force Hilf-dir, a group of men organized by him, which had unanimously chosen him as president with dictatorial authority. Becker, it seems, wanted to show that Hess, an armchair bookman, understood nothing about true dictatorship. 20. This theme as such is also out of our purview, but its meaning has to he exhibited. 1. Jews will always remain strangers among the nations, they cannot assimilate among or be accepted by the peoples with whom they live, whose racial antagonism to the Jews is inborn. 29. 2. The race question must be solved before attempting the solution of the political and social problems. The race war must be fought out before social and humane ideas can be accepted. It is race that forms life. The race struggle is the primal one, and the class struggle is secondary. 30. In her book on revolution, Hannah Arendt asserts that after writing his Civil War in France, Marx soon became aware to what extent this political form contradicted all notions of a dictatorship of the proletariat, and she quotes something Marx allegedly wrote only 2 years later, LE, presumably in 1873. This is a rather embarrassing blunder. The lines she quotes actually come, unbeknown to her, from the address to the Communist League of March 1850, and naturally have nothing to do with the Paris Commune, nor do they bear on the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 22. For an educational example of inability to grasp Marx's approach, George Lichtheim comes to hand. The Paris Commune, he argues, could not well be described as a proletarian dictatorship, For not only had it been duly elected, but its political composition ran all the way from middle-class Republicans to socialists of the most varied hues. THIRD-WORLDISM, then, believes that for Marx a dictatorship of the proletariat, 1. Precludes elections, 2. Demands a political composition of certified proletarian purity, uncontaminated by middle-class elements, and, 3. Excludes even socialists if their hues are too varied. Needless to say, he offers no wisp of evidence for this bizarre version of Marx's thought. He adds that, but for the panic flight of the propertied, the Paris government might have had a bourgeois Republican majority, but it didn't, and that the Commune army included considerable numbers representing the traditional republicanism of the French middle class, a compendium of irrelevancies. In these few lines we have a sort of anthology of Marxological blunders. One way to break out of this sort of thing is to ask how these alleged criteria would apply, in Marx's view, to the present dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in a democratic capitalist state. This is a fine example of why Engels wrote in 1874. Of course, under Louis-Philippe Blanqui could organize such a nucleus only as a secret society, and then what happened was what usually happens with conspiracies: the people involved, tired of being continually put off with empty promises that the thing will come off soon, finally lost all patience and became rebellious, and so there remained only the alternatives of letting the conspiracy fall apart or of striking without any externally visible occasion. They struck, May 12, 1839, and were suppressed in a trice. 37. Marx's notebook of press excerpts for April-May included a quote from the Commune paper Lecri du Peuple, May 17, on the Minority Declaration of May 15. Marx copied the beginning of the statement, including the reference to dictatorship. 49. Da Costa notes that this was the first case in which Blanqui's orders had not only been questioned but disobeyed. There was a violent reaction in Paris. A meeting was called to get Proto thrown out for violation of discipline, with Dryden leading the hunt. It was this meeting that was raided by the police, see Chapter 9.2. Damanjit says that Vaillant made dictatorship of the proletariat more precise with the formulation impersonal dictatorship of the proletariat 12 by giving no source or date for this information. Damanjit allows the imagination to date it at will, but in fact Vaillant could not have used this expression until after his contact with Marx. It is not in either of the Blanquist declarations discussed in this chapter. This man is incorrectly named Pierre-Louis Delahaye in a number of works, including Mu. The information in this section is mostly based on the entry for V. A. Delahaye in Matron's Dictionnaire biographique du mouvement ouvrier François. Delahaye's correct name has recently been confirmed in the new Megapoint 28. A quicker way to settle the matter was taken by Irving Fitzgerald in a 1976 book. He quoted Marx's Civil War in France as stating flatly that the Commune was the dictatorship of the proletariat between Marx, 2. This aberration is discussed in Special Note D, Section 2. Under the impress of the Commune, in his 1875 poem Aristophanes' Apology, Robert Browning advocated choosing the rule of few, but wise and good, rather than mob dictature, tools and knaves. Thus Browning praises what we would be inclined to call an oligarchic dictatorship as he rejects what he calls mob dictatorship, i.e., popular rule. Lit. Crime of Leso Principio, on the analogy of Leso Maista, i.e., Lese Majeste. Unaccountably, the translation in MESW and allied works omits the word always. Though Marx declined to use dictatorship here and made it class rule, the Sorbonne sociologist Georges Gourvitch felt the need to correct him. See Special Note D, Section 3. Damanjit, French communism's attorney for Blanqui, objects to this characterization of Blanqui as a socialist by sentiment, and claims that Marx did not agree. For his argument, see Special Note D, Section 7. Bottigelli's description of Lafargue's position on Boulanger glosses over the reality. Point 2. However, the facts are in the correspondence collection which he edited. The exchange of letters between Engels and the Lafargues. Laura Marx Lafargue shows herself more competent politically than her husband, wins from the end of volume 1 through the next 2 volumes, and can best be followed by using the index for Boulanger. The next volume of KMTR will present a section on the politics of the Engels-Lafargue difference on Boulangism. A recent biography of Liebknecht by R.H. Dominic states that for him, the manipulative dictatorship of the proletariat always remained an embarrassing and incongruous part of Marxism. He flatly and publicly denied that his party subscribed to it. 16. This statement is reference noted to the Reichstag speech quoted here, obviously incorrectly. It would apply, however, to Grillenberger. In 1899, beyond our time frame, Liebknecht wrote his well-known essay No Compromise etc., in which he denounced the allegation that the aim of social democracy is the dictatorship of the proletariat without so much as a mention of Marx. He wound up with an overt repudiation, not the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat, but the destruction of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is the object of the political power which social democracy wants to attain. 17. This alliterative phrase, lit, brisk, pious, cheerful, free, is untranslatable because its significance is that it was the watchword of the chauvinist nationalist Turner movement, sports and gymnastics, founded by the patrioteering F.L. John, Father John. Vorwärts was the party paper, edited by Liebknecht here. The dirty old business means present-day capitalist society. The question has been further muddied by a frequently seen but erroneous English translation of the sentence, specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The same erroneous translation appeared in French, example in Jors, also later in Garin. 36. Yet only a couple of years before, in 1915, Lenin had completely accepted and echoed Engels' own formulation. He wrote then that the political form of a society wherein the proletariat is victorious in overthrowing the bourgeoisie will be a democratic republic, and in the very next sentence, continuing the thought, referred to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Here the two concepts, far from being incompatible, were properly used as complements. The democratic republic is specifically called the political form of the new proletarian state. It is the latter-day Marxist, and Leninist, theoreticians that muddled this simple question, not Engels. Bourgeois republic was the formulation when Engels referred to Marx's views on this point in 1894, in the Italian press. And the bourgeois republic, Marx said, is the only political form in which the struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie can be decided. 40. Marx did not make a precise use of these terms bourgeois republic or democratic republic or bourgeois democratic republic with mathematical exactness, as if writing a thesis, you have to follow his train of thought. In a valuable essay on Marx and the Paris Commune, Monty Johnstone, referring to this view as expressed in my 1962 article, noted that Draper appears to have modified this subsequently. More recently he has written that for Marx and Engels the idea of the commune state, any genuine workers' state, is not merely a state with a different class rule but a new type of state altogether. 42. I do not understand why Johnstone sees a modification. A workers' state, any genuine workers' state, is a new type of state altogether, in Marx's view. A reminder of this well-known fact has nothing to do with the thesis that for Marx the term dictatorship of the proletariat did not denote special governmental forms but only the workers' state as such. Elsewhere in his essay Johnstone states his own opinion, my thesis applies to Marx up to the Paris Commune, but after the experience of the Paris Commune, he added a general indication of the type of state and the forms of government that he looked to. Yes, Marx added these indications, but after the Commune as before not once did he ever attach these indications to the term dictatorship of the proletariat. And that is the whole point. Other publications with relevant titles came out in connection with the Lenin-Koski debate, for example, El Camino, The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, 1920, Kai Radek, Proletarian Dictatorship and Terrorism, 1920, and Bukharin, The Theory of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, published in 1919 in a collection. I will discuss these in another work, see forward. For example, In mid-1929 Bernstein cheerfully admitted to a visitor that he was a methodological reactionary who was really an 18th-century rationalist. Towards the close of the conversation, when I asked him whether he regarded this method to be the method of Marx, he lowered his voice and in confidential tones, as if afraid of being overheard, said, "The Bolsheviks are not unjustified in claiming Marx as their own. Do you know? Marx had a strong Bolshevik streak in him." The visitor who reported this open secret in 1933 was Sidney Hook. Point 2. This has already been touched on in Chapter 2, see page 38. Whatever the terms he used, for Blanky, the social struggle, class struggle, was primarily between rich and poor, plebeian mass, and aristocratic elite. Even insofar as the Blanquist group comprised workingmen, they tended to be not of the modern proletariat but of the traditional artisanal crafts. Spitzer writes that Blanky's conception of a revolutionary elite was always focused on the Paris of artisans and intellectuals, though he appreciated the promise in the small lion's proletariat. In Blanky's primitive economic theory, the main villain was not capital but interest on capital. Anyone who held this ancient theory looked primarily not to the modern proletariat but rather to the working class petty bourgeois elements, the peasant proprietors, petty functionaries, shopkeepers, and self-employed artisans. In Spitzer's summary. Point 6, to print the claim that Blanky idealized the modern proletariat would make the toughest paper curl in despair. To be sure, it cannot be said that Bernstein actually makes this claim, but if he does not, what on earth is he talking about in this connection? This is not true. Bernstein alleges that the proclamation of the Republic in both 1848 and 1870 was to a great extent owing to the intervention of the Blanquist social revolutionaries. In fact, both times the Blanquist activists were virtually on the shelf, admits the Blanquist historian of Blanquism, Charles de Costa, in Les Blanquists. But it would be pointless to argue this question, since it is thrown in by Bernstein in order to shift the spotlight from conspiratorial putschism as the reality of Blanquism, and focus attention in another direction. It is falsification. However, Gay errs in putting his emphasis on force. Bernstein would reject any sort of revolutionary approach, regardless of the role of force. He had no difficulty in hailing forcible revolutions if they were and remained bourgeois revolutions. One need only read his book on the English Revolution, Cromwell, and Communism, or his work on the 1848 Revolution, Wien Revolutionsgründung. In another book, Short History of Socialism, Lichtheim again has Marx being persuaded by Blanky himself. But it is not dear of what he was supposed to be persuaded. The following occurs right after a sentence about Blanky's anticipation of Bakunin and Lenin on the matter of dictatorship. For a while Lichtheim writes between 1847 and 1850 to be precise, Blanky also persuaded Marx that it was possible to short-circuit the democratic process. Then their ways parted, a circumstance not often noted in later communist literature. That last clause must have taken iron nerve to write, for a circumstance often noted is the fact that Marx never met Blanky. It would be very difficult for their ways to part. The statement that Blanky, personally, persuaded Marx edges close to something other than falsification. Was Lichtheim trying to see what enormities he could get away with? The SUCR statement included reference to permanent revolution, and it should be mentioned that Wolff is still, in Chapter 10, under the impression that Marx had acquired from Blanky his formula of the revolution in permanence. 49. Although he handsomely acknowledged his debt to my 1962 essay for disposing of the parallel belief that Blanky had originated dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 50. The myth of Blanky's priority on permanent revolution was disposed of in KMTR 2.51. Even Richard N. Hunt, who devotes a long chapter to expounding the contents of my 1962 essay on the dictatorship of the proletariat, and who is therefore well aware of the problem, never stops to ask himself the question when he comes to the word terror, which chills his social democratic soul. He thinks that Marx's and Engels' pronouncements on revolutionary terror were bloodthirsty, and that a systematic policy of terror meant that a minority would be imposing its will on the reluctant majority. He does not argue this, that is, present evidence because he apparently assumes it to be as axiomatic as the belief that a pound of iron weighs more than a pound of feathers. If this is true of Hunt, it is hardly necessary to cite the legions of vulgar statements on the same subject. This fact has been blurred over in Marxist literature since the dominant interpretation has been heavily influenced by Robespierrist historians like Mathies and political forces like the French Communist Party, including the able historian Sobel. An analogous situation obtains with respect to the English Revolution. Parallel to Robespierrist historiography is the similar view of Cromwell as against the democratic levellers, not to speak of the true levellers or diggers. Cromwellism is the line embodied in Edward Bernstein's work Cromwell and Communism. In general, this approach is characteristic of social reformism, not only of modern Stalinism. Very early, 1844, Engels made the connection, Cromwell is Robespierre and Napoleon rolled into one. 3. Marx's viewpoint is distinct from historical Robespierrism. The O.E.DS specimen for 1863 was from a work on political economy. If anyone should disobey the decision of the meeting, he would subject himself to a social terrorism. Its general definition of terrorist is this: anyone who attempts to further his views by a system of coercive intimidation, followed by a reference to the extreme revolutionary societies in Russia. As for German lexicography, Leidendorff confirms that terrorismus came into the language as the designation of Robespierre's regime of 1793–94, but it quickly became a catchword and is now used with the most freely transferred sense. He quotes a 1799 passage from Wieland, in which the wise statesman is advised that governmental management should supplement the usual virtues with a little terrorism. 9. Clearly not very bloodthirsty. Since this fact does not fit into Marxological fables, the opposite is often asserted with great determination and no documentation. For example, Bertram Wolff's Marxism, the natural authoritarianism of Marx's temperament, was reinforced by the deep admiration he and Engels conceived for the Jacobins in the First French Revolution, who had striven to make Paris the ruler of all France. 22. The last clause, tacked on with a relative pronoun, is a special triumph of the historian's art since, as we have seen, Marx and Engels never imitated the Social Democrat Louis Blanc and the Jacobin communists in advocating the dictatorship of Paris. Wolff's assertion is simply falsification. Thus Bertram Wolff, in Marxism, cites precisely this passage to show the streak of terrorism that then possessed him. Marx. 38.